Step I take control.
The camp master has arrived. Hunters! For the tribe! For the
Alrighty! Other one, I moved the wrong one. Hey everyone, we are officially 24 hours before the release of Crimson Desert, baby. I know many of us have been waiting a long time. Let's turn that down. How we like the intro? Did we like that? Are we pumped? Are we excited? We got that review embargo drop in, and we should be able to watch some awesome new gameplay that we haven't seen yet. Get us super excited for tomorrow. And then, yeah, I mean, we're right there, everyone. How's it going? How we doing, chat? Everyone good? For the tribe. Too many lines on your face. Hey, we can do customer characterization, right? And so I'm gonna have an extra line. Originally, I tried the arrow, but the arrow looked like garbage, all right? Because there's an arrow that you can paint on there. It wasn't going to happen, but all good. Thanks for pointing it out. What else we got? I know I saw a couple questions in here. Couldn't get to it before the start, but I think it was just around the giveaway, which we'll be doing shortly. I want to watch a couple reviews first, and then we're going to do that. So 2 reviews, and then we will do the launch giveaway, and we'll go over that just a little bit. But yeah, we're about to get it, guys. We're right there. I know. I've only been drooling for this since September last year, but some of you guys have been waiting for literal years, and I don't know how you did it because this game looks incredible. But we're almost there. So let's take a peek-sees at my agenda. But hey everyone, how we doing? I see some of my regulars in here, and I see a lot of others. We're at 99. Are we gonna break 100 concurrent viewers? This is gonna be crazy. Welcome everyone, welcome. But we got Rhea, we got Kesar, we got a lot of these people that have been with the channel for a little while. It's great to see everyone. But yeah, so the first thing we're gonna be doing, I'm just gonna go over the agenda. We've got a couple things I want to touch on, just some news. We have Twitch drops that are going to be dropping soon. Unfortunately, I'm not going to quite have them. We're going to go over DLSS 5 just to look at some of the funny memes and stuff that people have been making for that. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then we'll start jumping into reviews. If you guys find a review, they're probably dropping right now. Please put it in the Discord, in the CD news chat, or drop it in the YouTube chat, and then I'll be able to click on that. We'll be able to watch them. And we're just going to watch review after review after review, and I'm going to be taking notes. We're going to be trying to find all the cool little things to give us a great start when this game launches. So that's the main thing of what we're doing today. Let's jump into it then. We'll pivot this over here, and boom. So here's the giveaway. As you guys know, we had over 12,000 entries. I don't know why it says 4,000 right here, but we're at 12,000. We'll be doing that winner draw very soon. So we'll draw the winners for that. And we did like 496 bot actions, so we'll make sure to remove that. But let's get on the proper channel here. Is it this one? No, it's this one. There we go. So jumping on actually the DLSS 5. I don't know if you guys seen NVIDIA drop this, and it is doing this upscaling, and there's so much debate. Has anyone else been making memes or seeing anything on this? You have it's really making them almost like an Instagram model. I think that's been what a lot of people have been complaining. It's taking away a lot of creative inspiration, taking that away, and then it's leading it to some pretty silly memes, like it making Kronos right here, all pretty with some lips. I kind of played around with it too, but you could see it's really interesting what people are thinking is going to make. Are you guys a fan of DLSS? Do you think that this is the future, making these games look incredibly realistic like this? What do you guys think? I'm curious about what your opinions are. But yeah, Kensu's saying legacy game is up. I'm not sure what that is, but I'll have to check that out. DLSS is AI slop edition. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. We'll have to look at it. But just if you haven't seen it, here's some clips of it. Just I was looking at this a little bit before the stream, and it makes some stuff look pretty good. But other than that, I like the background, the way that it's adjusting the lighting, the textures on the environment. I think it looks incredible. And I think that's something that can be beneficial. But I think right now it's just not tuned enough, and it's definitely hallucinating in a lot of ways. A lot of people are making memes like this. Literally, the CEO of NVIDIA, putting them like this. This killed me. I thought that was hilarious. And so I decided it was time for me to see what I look like with DLSS 5. So we played around with it. You know, and I look like this. I tried it the first time. I don't know about you guys, but it looks the same. I don't see any difference. I tried it one more time. Pretty much the same, maybe a little bit different hair color. It wasn't quite there, you know? So I had to really tune it up. And then this happened. All right. I think I'm looking a lot better. Am I right? No, actually, this is me actually just messing around with it, trying to upscale my actual image. Dude, you know, really, it's just me without my shirt on, right? Like, look at that. That's just hit. I don't know how it knew that was down there. I mean... This AI is getting pretty good. No, just kidding. But maybe I need to get some lip surgery, a nose job. This man, he's the guy that everyone says not to worry about, but he's actually what you need to worry about. What's also interesting about this is Digital Foundry actually had to go back and kind of say they were sorry for covering this and saying it was a good thing, which is really interesting. If you haven't watched it, I would suggest checking it out. It's kind of because like it shows one, that they are trying to be accurate and correct with what their content coverage is and how they're covering these new technologies and how they improve or not improve upon the game. But it also just shows like when you're a content creator and you're massive, sometimes you have to like literally go with what the flow is. And since a lot of people are hating on DLSS 5 now, they have to go back and say sorry, which is I thought was pretty funny. But let's catch up on chat. How are we doing, everyone? How is everyone looking? Good. Oh my gosh, dude, we got Barry Allen in the chat giving me my first super chat on this channel. Oh my gosh. Crimson Desert is about to be here, my fellow warriors, our fellow Grey Mains. Barry Allen, thank you so much for the 5 great British pounds. Oh, that is so awesome, man. I really, really do appreciate it. You don't understand. It's the first super chat ever. Huge, huge thanks. That is so cool. We'll make sure to give you that alpha role in the Discord. But Legacy Gaming has a 100-hour review from Kedsu. Yes, we will check that out. That is awesome. When is the review? We're going to be watching other people's reviews. I don't actually have a review. I'm just breaking down everyone else's reviews. What else we got? Having an embargo this close to the release date is never a good song. I hope I'm wrong. From Angels Mobile Auto Care. That was a concern that a lot of us had. I think everyone was kind of feeling that. But since I've played it, I thought it was actually... I didn't have that fear. And I think that they're just trying to have this massive burst of media right before the launch. And, I mean, we're going to see if the reviews are all positive. If they're, you know, subpar, then, yeah, that could be concerning. But if they're all pretty positive, I think that this is going to mean this game's about to explode. So, what else we got? It looks like my music stopped. I don't like that. Let's get some music back. Oh, yeah, it's because I'm sharing my screen. Never mind. But what else we got? Let's watch some CD reviews. All right, everyone's ready to move forward. So let's get on with that. Just one thing on the Crimson Desert Twitch drops. I mentioned that earlier. These are, if you guys, right when one of these Twitch partners actually, you know, starts doing this, just hop in their Twitch. If you're not familiar with Twitch, this is something where as long as you're in their chat for a period of time, up to 5 hours it looks like for this first week, you get all of this extra loot. And I'm really curious what this blue scout lantern is. Is it just a skin or do you get a bit more light with it? That would be really interesting. There's also some accessories that could be pretty good. So I was just looking at this, and then next week or the week after, you're going to get some horse upgrades. And we've already seen that these actually have some interesting stats to them, so it would be cool. You guys definitely want to check that out. But that is all I think we got right now, right? Yes. One question for anyone who else, anyone else who's been watching me for a while, because I'm doing review reactions, I want to make sure that I'm not doing this for too long, because someone said that I actually stop too often, and they were calling me out in the Discord, and they're like, "Hey, Caveman, we like your content, but you just stop way too much when you're reacting." And so if you guys think that I do that too much, please let me know so I don't stop too much. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. And then what else we got? Because Black Desert Online combat and combos are crazy from Jack Sparrow. I do hear a lot of the BDO fans coming in super excited. Oh yeah, hey, let's actually get a poll going. I'm going to create a poll real quick. And, oh, wait a second. We got another super chat from Kesar. Another $4.99. Huge thanks. Kesar has been one of the first people to really support the channel, and I just love it. Reviews! Okay, he's telling me to move forward. All right, he's like, hey, I'm ready to watch some reviews. We'll push forward to that in a moment. Huge thanks, everyone. But you just broke my thought. Someone said something, and now it's totally gone. We're going to move forward. But anyways, I'm going to mention King Ghostwolf here. I don't care about the reviews. It's all BS critics. Hey, I imagine there's going to be some that are going to be pretty good. Oh, I was talking about BDO, just how y'all will have thousands of hours, and I'm sure you guys are going to kill it getting started on here. I'm excited to see what I can learn from y'all, because I haven't played much BDO. And so I'm hopeful that you guys will have some cool ideas out there. So that's going to be great. Epic, dude, I knew this game would be love and hate, not for everyone. That is true. There's going to be some complex things that probably they're going to struggle with. But yeah, we'll definitely see. So what was the pre-download gigabytes for everyone else? Mine was around 83. Mine was like 100 and something. That seems small for me. For you, Barry Allen. I would definitely, I wonder if that's the full download or not. But okay, let's dive into it. This is the first review I see, and we're going to see what this one is. It looks like it's a live stream also. Or, okay, I don't know what this one was. I thought this was an actual review. I just saw it. Someone shared it in the chat. What I think we'll do is we will just go on YouTube, and I'm sure they're already posted, right? It's probably going to pop up on my feed immediately. Crimson Desert. Let's see. ACG has his review up. You should watch his first. Okay, let's do it. ACG review. Videos. Crimson Desert review. There it is. All right, the first one. Let's get it. Oh. Okay, let's restart. Here we go. First review of the 2026 season. Here we go. Oh, wait. Are people saying I should skip this one? Kensu's saying, yeah, I think we should skip this channel for now. Oh, I think you're referring to the one that I just skipped over. Okay. I think we're gonna do this one. Wait, what is that? What did he just say? He's saying that it's like an anthill that's on fire? That doesn't sound necessarily good. I'm actually not understanding his content there. Okay. Okay, I don't think any of that's a problem, right? Like, we want that exploration. We want to get lost and fight some boss in a random area. He did mention that the onboarding could be, it seems like it's the third point of interest in what they were trying to set up. And I would agree that, yes, the tutorial doesn't look as fleshed out as it should be. But, I mean, the boss stuff doesn't make any sense. No audio! Oh, my God, guys. Sorry. I'm getting too pumped. All right, we'll have audio in a sec. I just kind of just told you what everything he was saying. Yep, my bad, guys. My bad. We should be good now.
I'm a fan of those kind of games. At the center of all this, you play Cliff McDuff, a mercenary leader trying to put a band of mercenaries back together after a bloody fight with another mercenary.
Anyways, I kind of summarized what he's saying at the beginning. He seems a little bit neutral on the start, maybe even a little neutral, skeptical, and then he's also mentioning some of the stuff that he was not necessarily a fan of, like getting lost doing a boss fight when you're trying to go to the main storyline.
Mercenary unit known as the Bears. And when I say a fight, I mean they kick the living shit out of him and spread all the mercenaries to four corners of the world. It all sounds typically mundane and in many ways almost Dragon's Dogma in a boots on the ground sort of feel.
That's
the
what we
story
want.
takes place on the divided continent of Pywell, where power is unstable and the larger conflict is fueled by elite.
I mean, that looks beautiful though, right? right? That looks just another gorgeous shot right there. Looking just beautiful. I think that's one of the things we love about this game. We're going to get lost in the environment and the world that we're going to be playing.
By a leadership vacuum, as well as abyss above you, dropping fragments of power onto the ground and everybody fighting for it. Cliff, or you, is a focal point in the more grounded part, more dangerous ways. He's the person who has to make all the decisions, carry the consequences, and then keep moving when the world responds the way worlds respond, which is messily, unfairly, and with a tendency to escalate.
We're seeing some of the Greymane camp here. This is exciting.
Leadership is a job, being a hero is a burden, and the world is the vehicle to get to work. Crimson Desert isn't just going to go save the realm with a new coat of paint. It's more about holding your people together while the realm tries to pull them apart. And that distinction gives the story a pretty harsh spine throughout. Cliff's leadership is a constant pressure point in the story and carries the story forward. It comes from being dragged into conflicts bigger than you and then discovering that the only way out is to become competent enough, whether it be politically, physically, emotionally, to carve a path through it. The game leans into themes of survival and resilience, and it uses the mercenary company structure to justify why you're always on the edge of some new disaster, some new job, some new faction's idea of help, and why just because you got 3 mercenaries back on your team, these are real people who may not actually want to always be there. And the balancing of their personalities feels like you consistently pulled in all sorts of directions. Speaking of directions, easy directions. Subscribe, join the Patreon if you want more discussion. Now, Piewell itself sells a story because it's not built like a theme park with zones labeled forest area and desert area, like a kid's diorama. It's designed to feel like a continent that's layered life out in regions of living. Rural areas slowly show more signs of civilization as you approach towns. Settlements feel like they exist for reasons beyond you just going in and getting a mission here or there. And stretches of wilderness don't just sit there.
What is this gameplay clip? You just stood there for a little bit for literally 4 seconds?
Lightly waiting to be harvested for crafting materials. There's a sense of place identity baked into everywhere in the land, and the game's best narrative trick is that it doesn't always tell you the story directly. It lets you find the aftermath of one. That's why stumbling into a wrecked cart on a ridge or finding a chest tucked into a crack that you only noticed because you slipped at the wrong time can feel like actual discovery instead of map cleaning, and
that's
it's
what we
something
want.
the Crimson Desert excels at. The story doesn't just live in big cutscenes and main missions either. It's also delivered through how the world reacts to you and how those systems gate knowledge in ways that feel like you're learning the world rather than simply consuming it.
Who else is a loot goblin who's super excited to look in every crook and cranny, trying to find all the stuff? We've seen a couple of the first impressions that there is some pretty sneakily hid loot. I'm so pumped for that, and he said that's where it excels, and that's awesome. But I saw there was a question. Thanks for answering that, Rhea.
The game has an obsession with knowing as an act and not a checkbox. Locations don't always announce themselves with neon signs. Sometimes you have to look, hold your gaze, and let the game acknowledge that you're paying attention. That matters because it makes the fiction feel thicker. It's not just that you arrived, it's that you noticed and observed. It's that Cliff is just that kind of guy. He has to pay attention to keep the people alive around him. That's a subtle but powerful difference, and one of the reasons the world's mystery keeps breathing even after you've spent hours in a region. And sure, if you're like me...
Wait a sec, we're seeing the bear mount, everyone. We're seeing the bear mount.
One of the reasons the world's mystery keeps breathing even after you've spent...
So, do we snipe? So, we have to fight enemy bear mounts. That's scary. I've always been afraid of bears, and we're going to have to fight them. That's going to be cool. But it looks like we shoot him off, and maybe we take over the mount, or... is it? I don't know.
Hours in a region, and sure, if you're like me, you're sitting there going,
Look at it.
how does Cliff, a mercenary leader, well past
With
the age
his
of knowing better,
sword.
not know what a damn butterfly is, or a pod, or wine, or a particular sword? But that dissonance is where the game treats the player to the best parts. It's just overall true discovery as a system, and not...
You know, he was saying, like, that we don't know what the butterfly is and stuff, but Cliff, I think a big part of this is we have amnesia after dying. And so we're relearning everything. I think that's part of the lore. That is why every insect we're kind of going through. So I don't know. I don't know. But what else we got? Gameplay is smoother than we've seen before. It does look great. Hey, Feed from Twitch. How we doing? Good afternoon. Happy Wednesday. Hey, thanks.
a means to an end. Whenever you decide you actually want to stop doing crimes against wildlife and return to civilization or help somebody out. The game also understands that modern players are basically time thieves, not because we're immoral, but because we have a limited lifespan and some people have backlogs. So it gives you some quality of life touches like rereading missed pop-ups through notification menu, a searchable help guide, and quick access menus that allow for you to pull something up and look at it quickly. And the game's early inventory expansion is also, strangely enough, tied to townsfolk and helping them out. It's a small gameplay loop, and it's actually a little bit smart, learning the ropes of carrying people's burdens and learning how to carry more yourself tied together. If you want to carry more, you have to engage with the world's people. I liked that. Now, overall, you can still buy more inventory as you continue the game, but I did like the way it sort of onboarded you in that way. There's also a narrative here that's massive in its political instability for the story, personal leadership pressure, and the world that keeps telling you stories through lived-in details that you sometimes have to parse on your own. Crimson Desert is not trying to be a book. It's trying to be a full-contact playground, and that means the moment you stop talking about story in the abstract, you're immediately talking about movement, systems, and the way the game insists you interact with the continent like it's a physical place rather than a backdrop. For example, exploration. In Crimson Desert, it is very layered, and it's layered in a way that, yes, encourages experimentation instead of funneling you through one correct method, but can be a little bit confusing. First, there's traversal. You have mounts, horses as a baseline, but also more exotic rides and vehicles depending on where you are in the game's larger arc. And the handling tends to, I would say, prioritize responsiveness as well as simulation. It works quite well riding a horse around, giving them extra abilities, or later on a robot or a dragon. That sense that the developers want you to move and to roam and to improvise is built into almost everything.
We get some robot footage here. He's shooting missiles and stuff. Let's go.
And that matters because the world's scale is probably one of its loudest, most clarion calls.
Okay, so we've got a couple of abilities here. So we have Iron Fist, a cannon shell, a discharge EMP, suppressive fire, and then we can aim and just shoot as regular. There's a bar down here. I wonder if that's health or if that's a period of time that we get out of this.
Of success. When a game has a real draw distance, when you can see a structure miles away, walk to it, and it stays there the whole time, that is not just a technical achievement. It's a psychology change in exploration. It stops feeling like you're hopping between spaces and places and starts feeling like you're inhabiting a worldscape. One of the first times I played the game, I was about 11 hours in, and I realized I'd spent at least 7 of those exploring a mountain region and the areas beside it. When I looked back, not only was the town that I had come from there, but the pavilion outside it and a small cart that I had passed near its gates. That feeling of the world not calling itself away every time you go over a hill means landmarking is easier, and the sense of travel and progression is ultimately.
I mean, just look at what he's talking about. Like, these landmarks just stay up there forever. And I mean, if any of you guys watch Super Warrior's videos about how he said there's that one main landmark that's everywhere. You can see it pretty much everywhere in Pywell. That is going to be so cool. It's going to feel like this is actually a massive continent that we're exploring. That is super exciting.
Way goddamn better. On foot, the game's verticality is one of the defining features, and not verticality in the press jump near wall to magnetize way, though that somewhat happens. It's built around stamina and routes, where climbs are designed like little bits of miniature puzzles of endurance and really good graphical representations. You're watching your stamina meter, looking for ledges to rest on, planning your path like you're solving a bit of a physical problem. That's where exploration becomes, I would say, its own reward loop. You're not going up because the game told you to. You're going up because, in a way, and in many fights, height is power. It's also vantage point. It's discovery. It's a way to approach encounters from angles that change outcomes. It's also a way to use your special ability to look outside into the game world and find more abyss fragments to gain skills. And secrets matter, and those skills matter, because Crimson Desert is generous with the idea that the world should contain things you didn't ask for.
Ooh, okay. So I think that we all just saw that looked like a ledge you could rest on, but it wasn't. And now he's running out of stamina. So that's interesting. We have to make sure that we're finding a ledge that actually works.
And didn't expect. You can find skills through exploration, question marks, hidden spots, and odd encounters that teach you something without you spending any points. Many skills are learned that way. Watch an enemy attack, and then all of a sudden Cliff is like, now the student becomes the master, and he learns that move. Sure, it's light and heavy attacks, combos, dodging, and parrying when you're getting in fights, but a lot of the fights and the way the motive ends up playing out is that the combat wants to not just be a system that you engage in when fighting enemies, but you learn about as you explore the game world and watch others do so. It's very cool. The core of the character growth, though, does revolve around skills unlocked and upgraded using what's called Abyss artifacts. These function like a primary skill point currency and done in a very interesting way. You have branching paths, nested nodes, but they don't always lock you to a strict prerequisite. Like I said, you can.
This is really interesting. So he has 10 sealed artifacts. So we know that the only way you can unlock these is if you do a specific action or reach some goal or achievement, like killing 3 people within 30 seconds will unlock this. So he's sitting on a lot of these. And that means either these are really difficult and actually getting your Abyss artifact could be something that's a fun mini game in its own fact, or he just didn't focus on it and then he just got a lot of Abyss and he was fine with it because he also has 3 there. And then these are the resets, the faded artifacts. So that will help us reset our artifacts if we don't like what our skill tree is. But let's see. What's in the chat? What are we thinking so far? GameSpot gave it a 7 from Angel Mobile. Okay, that's not great to hear. Not Game of the Year. I mean, if it's getting 7s and stuff, that's probably not going to help us get to Game of the Year. But what else do we got? I'm really surprised. 77 to 79 for Metacritic or something?
And watch somebody and learn a move that way. The branching is more thematic than restrictive when you end up buying things. Sure, there are some that say you need to learn this or you need to have an extra point here or there, but overall there was a bit more freedom than I expected. And with the game's combat being as complex as it can be, forcing linear progression on top would be asking a little bit from the player, so I like that switch up. Earning the Abyss fragments is tied around doing the game's core actions, defeating enemies, as I said, to learn those moves, saving a region, finding another artifact, completing major quests, or solving Abyss.
I don't think this guy actually played that much. Like, he's now using a whole bunch of the B-roll from footage we've already seen, and he said only 11 hours so far? I don't know.
Puzzles.
What are we thinking?
That loop pushes you into the world instead of into grinding a single hallway. It also makes the world feel like a skill learning engine. If you're wandering, you're probably progressing or learning more about the game. If you're fighting, you're progressing. If you're solving a puzzle, you're progressing. Some people are going to find that frustrating, but again, it's another system combined here. It's the idea that not only did these guys promise they were going to put a ton of mechanics in the game, but almost nothing is just going to be a shallow one-liner. It's going to actually be multiple steps. But I do want to give you a warning. Many of these are locked behind particular puzzles, of which there are a ton, and many are mind-bendingly difficult.
Yes! I want hard puzzles, okay? I don't know why people say it's a complaint. I feel like there's been too many too easy games that we've been, like, it literally you solve every puzzle within a few seconds. I'm ready for some hard ones. You guys could see me struggle on the stream. I'm sure. I'm going to love it. But hey, what do we got? Wes, hey, how we doing, bro? Hey, welcome. King Ghost Wolf, like I said before, BS reviews, who cares what they think? Hey, King. Yeah, okay, very well. Yeah, Barry Allen, them lowering it is just them nitpicking a lot. I mean, he's mentioned some really, like he mentioned right before that the mechanics are actually deep and it's amazing. It's actually fully thought out. But yeah, I mean, he's trying to be neutral.
Some of the boss battles as well. Which
I think that every content creator and reviewer is scared to come out and say this is amazing or not. That's why I'm really excited to go to like Joe Raptor or Crazy Gaming, people who have been solely covering this and they're really focused on the mechanics because they're the ones I want to hear their opinion mostly. But it's good to hear a lot of these guys too.
Let's talk a little bit more about the combat. The game is an action RPG, so you have to be expecting that. It's built around a big move set and some heavy input usage, and it's not shy about expecting you to use almost every button in multiple ways. That can be thrilling because it gives you really expressive freedom, grapples and throws, wrestling-style moves, weapon combos, aerial attacks, parries, dodges, special skills. But it can also be a place where
that
the
was a
game's
cool
ambition
skill. Did you guys see that skill?
Those aerial attacks, parries, dodges, special skills. But it can also be a place where the game's ambition turns around, bites it in the ass. When a game asks for layered inputs under pressure, the margin of error gets pretty razor thin, and you end up with moments where you know what you want to do, but your hands are negotiating with your brain like they're in couples therapy, trying to click on a directional pad when an enemy has apparently opened a consistent punch factory and its output is set to slave labor. Just trying to get that button hit can be quite difficult, especially when they're terrassing through the environment, destroying the set, other characters, and you have to figure out how to retreat, block, then parry, use a healing potion on the directional pad when you're fighting with a camera that consistently feels like a friend of yours that only listens to that last half of every sentence you say and gets most of the entire point wrong.
Wow.
When it clicks, it's exactly the kind of chaos that makes open world combat feel less staged. You're not always fighting in neat arenas. You're fighting on cliffs, in water, in cramped alleys, on ridges, and the environment becomes a weapon whether you planned it or not. I was fighting in...
I'm going to stop there. Did you guys see that he learned an ability there? So we can learn the drop kick right here. But there, I noticed that there's a 1 out of 3. So we have to observe this potentially 3 times before we actually observe it, which was actually something that I had in the back of my mind, but I never made a complaint about it. I hate the idea that you just have to watch something once and then you'd have it memorized. Like, that just seemed wrong. Like, no one can just watch a skill one time and they already have it down. But having to do it 3 times makes total sense. That's so cool. I love that. Absolutely love that. What else do we got? Fighting Cowboys review's out. I want to watch his too. But it says close to perfection. Yes! That's and Fighting Cowboy is one of the people that I feel is totally authentic. He doesn't give an F about what other people think. And I'm excited to see what he says there. What else we got? The problem with reviews of this game generally is that they say the game is cheap, which is upsetting. But is it really? How is this cheap in any way? I don't understand that. That's I'm really interested to know that. You can't review this game a game of this scale in 1 day. Yeah, I mean, they had 2 weeks though. They had 2 weeks. Like, I would have already probably had 100 hours in this game if they would have gave me a review code, and my review would have been in depth. It's like WD went to the Middle Ages Inquisitor. Yeah, I really hope it's great. I think it's cool to have the perfect to perfect the technique to get the skill down. Yeah, that's really cool, Wes. Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Cramped alleys, on ridges, and the environment becomes a weapon whether you planned it or not. I was fighting an enemy who was really tuning me up, and I saw a stream nearby, and I thought, let's try this. So I sprinted towards it. I double jumped over the creek, turned around, and as the enemy slowed down and waded through, I was able to make their end far quicker than I had expected. And that terrain bonus for really understanding the game world consistently plays out. But make no mistake, it is not as smooth as some games you will play. The controls can be finicky, even out of combat. For example, hold X to grab something and tap X to jump, but the game fades in the interact button, so you can spend a good couple hours fighting with the timing of picking up an item versus looking like you're doing plyometrics in plate armor, and it is a consistent complaint. With a good lock on and the ability to at least manually adjust that camera, at least most of the combat you can get through quite easily. Now, it's not just combat. There's also activities and systems, and they want those systems to feel like actual processes. Resource gathering isn't just press a button near a tree. Use tools like a logging axe or pickaxe to collect timber, ores, jewels. But the world also lets you brute force some resource nodes with powerful attacks, shooting a hard-to-reach ore deposit with a charged arrow versus climbing up there and finding a ridge. That's a small design choice that has a big impact on the tone. It makes the world feel just a bit more physically reactive.
Well, once again, this guy's using so much footage from other stuff. Like, this is the read boss. You can tell it's the read boss because it doesn't have the temperature, the new temperature UI. So he keeps using old footage. Like, I don't think he played much. I really don't think he played that much.
Almost every system has more than one level to it. For example, cooking follows this philosophy as well. Recipes can be found or purchased in taverns and residential areas, and you have to actually read them to learn them, and then you cook at campfires. It's simple enough, and it's readable, but it's grounded enough to feel like part of the travel fantasy. Set up, cook, recover, move on, or experiment with random ingredients while you're there to find some recipe that you like better than the ones that are sold to you. And it's not just picking them up. You, like I said, have to actively read almost everything in the game that you find. While many people will find...
I think that's good as long as everything that we're reading actually has a purpose. I hate reading texts that have like no real benefit. Like, I mean, sometimes the lore can be good, but I'm hopeful that this means everything that we're reading is actually helpful. So
that's slow. It does actually solidify you into the game world. Regardless of what you're doing in any of these systems, you're going to consistently get gear of some kind. Now, gear acquisition and refining plays into this work for it kind of theme. Weapons, armor, and accessories are found as rewards for bosses, quests, exploration, and puzzle solving. And when you hit a wall, whether a boss or a difficult mission, you can also go and enhance at blacksmiths using materials that you've got. Later, you can also add parts of the Abyss fragments into weapons, giving them special moves. Just halfway through the game, I had a helmet that spit poison, a sword that...
Wait, a helmet that spits poison?
Worked out a huge ground trimmer and a horse that could not only pop wheelies, but also drift. I don't even know why it does, but it's pretty cool that it can do it. The other thing I really found to be engaging was the companionship system. They exist in a way that's more functional than I expected. For example, you can earn animals like dogs and cats as pets, but you don't just get them. You have to actually go and pet them or feed them, and you can't get a ton of points in one day. So it requires tracking that and following it around. Even your horse, like I said, isn't a disposable vehicle. If it gets injured, it can become bloody and unable to run. You can heal it, weirdly enough, by using a healing force palm. So animal abuse apparently heals animals in this. Nothing like punching your horse to heal it.
Okay,
But
that's cool.
even the horse gains skills, as I said before. And that may sound like a lot, but it's not even a quarter what's in the game. And of course, that ambition, it lives and dies on presentation. Crimson Desert is very clearly built to be stared at. Its world
Yes.
scale is insane.
Yes.
Through draw distance, environmental density, and when you combine that with active NPC animations, wildlife variety, and just bustling settlements, it creates this sense of civilization pressing into wilderness rather than just isolated hubs. It's a very specific kind of world building trick. We see it in some games. Making the transition zones, though, feel real, or a location being where you expect it to be, works greatly. Also, when it comes to the consoles, we've now seen some footage on Digital Foundry, as well as IGN got to see the base PlayStation, and they actually perform quite well. We'll have to see over the consistent use, but for what I'm playing, it makes sense, and here's why. On a true performance scale, I have a 4090 for the main test bed and a 2080 for the other. On the 4090 with all settings on high, I was getting well over 60 FPS with no DLSS turned on at all. Nothing. The game also has a ton of settings, from FSR and DLSS frame gen to global illumination, shadow, detail, texture settings, reflection, reconstruction, other more detailed settings. It just runs stunningly well. And yes, it's got de novo already. And that's the performance even with de novo. So
Hey, there we go. De novo
After my
hasn't
memory leak
affected
test,
it
which
at
was
all.
18 hours of straight game time with loads, teleports, transition saves, resaves, and exploring one time with no saves for like 7 hours straight, the RAM usage had not increased much at all. It's really incredibly performant. Even in big open fights, lots of NPCs, heavy effects, shifting lighting, there are places where lesser games either crumble or start making some really ugly compromises. And yes, this game has those as well. I'll talk about that in a second. Presentation isn't only graphics, though. It's animation, crowd behavior, the way the world moves when you're not directly interacting. Crimson Desert leads really heavily with its idea of this being a living, breathing world. People reacting, gesturing, dramatizing, so towns don't feel like silent dioramas. When it comes to the issues, though, first, the game's got some pop-in. It's almost a feature, it's so bad. It's not major location or item pop-in,
you
though,
can see
like
right
you would
there.
expect, like a ton of trees. It's the minutia. It's a bit of rock, a small section of grass in the center of a trail or a road. It's disconcerting because it's so often, but it's also so small that while it shouldn't be noticeable, instead it becomes highly noticeable. Now, this is a visual trade-off. I wish they had a slider for minutia, because other than that, this is one of the most stable, long and short distance image quality games I've seen in a long time. And I actually think it would be better to just have the gamer have the ability to turn off that minutia, because usually it's like a pile of bones over here that's repeated once or twice, or a little block sectional area that goes off once or twice. And it's just this odd thing. When Crimson Desert's almost consistently stunning, even on lower settings, from water that's accurately modeled for collision physics and proper caustics, to gale force winds whipping through trees, to wagons crumbling as you throw an enemy through it off a cliff, it's got that Dragon's Dogma Deep Dark Night feel to it as well.
Yes.
It's profound. I found countless secret locations by going out into the nighttime and turning off the lantern and seeing a glow from a bandit in a cave, or the slight reflection of some item tucked under some rocks that was accurately shimmering off the water in a creek. That is incredible and truly fantastic to feel. But that pop-in is just really weird. Also, there's some collision.
I want to point out something I just saw here. This is frost. We're cold right here. So I'm assuming that the temperature does affect our stamina. You can see in the temperature gauge right here that's super cold. That's something new we haven't really seen. But what else we got in the chat? I haven't seen. That was a long period of time I was watching there. Guy got sucked in. Is this a Souls game? Yeah, no, it's not. Thanks, Barry Allen. Everyone shitting on the IGN and GameSpot. Yeah, when their favorite YouTubers share the same flaws. I'm really curious. We'll see what the YouTubers I like to follow think. From what I've gathered, it is generational visuals and exploration with fun combat and everything else mid. I would say that seems like it could be a pretty common consensus there, Corey. I definitely think so. Skyfall Zal. I thought I could play Crimson Desert early like other pre-orders. I know. I wish they did that, like a three-day pre-order Like early access would have been great. But all the latest comments say that the combat is quite complex and not easy at all. Yeah, I think that it is going to be a little bit harder just to get started. But once you get over the learning curve, I thought it was great. I thought it was really a fun system that evolves. It's not just the same, buttons. I don't know. It's not simple, and I actually prefer that. Barry Allen, nah, I'm going to have lots of fun with this. I don't care what the reviewers are saying. Yep. Another 7 out of 10. Okay. I think everyone just got a punch in the stomach. I don't know, Loco. I'm still super excited for this. I mean, everything he's saying was good is the stuff I care about. Like a little bit of pop-in, do I care about that? Do I care that the mechanics are a little bit hard? Do the puzzles are hard? No, I don't. Like this is exactly what I was wanting from this game, and it seems like they're literally delivering on what I thought would be good. Loco, I just came here. What's the main issue of these scores? Sorry, I just said a little bit of that. Might get to you a second later, but I think that it might just be that they enjoy a simple input, meaning like you just square is attack. You run with your left stick. It's very simple and Souls-like. Souls is a good example of a simple input system where everything there is very like. It doesn't take a lot to learn the game. You end up spending more time trying to learn it from the enemy patterns and how they are doing things compared to in this one where both the input and the bosses, there's a great variety. The enemies react in different ways. And so that just makes a higher cap of learning you have to master, a higher mastery, I think. But Wesley, I think, is there going to be different temperature weights for clothing? Yes, there is, apparently. Yep, I think so. Yep.
Fantastic to feel. But that pop-in, just really weird. Also, there are some collision detection issues you might experience, and when it comes down to it, there were bugs with pathing.
Whoa, what was that? Okay, that's a big bug. Did you see these guys just hover down?
And so forth. But
yeah, okay,
he really
it.
wouldn't expect for a game this big. And lastly, I just want to point out atmosphere. The atmosphere in this game is some of the best I've ever seen. The switches between icy mountains,
Dude, this guy's going from good to bad to good to bad. He's a roller coaster.
Infected massive battle sections, the ability for you to engage in fortress battles.
Wow, like guys, look at him. Look at this horse going through the snow. Like this looks in there's no trail here right now, right?
Massive battle sections. The ability for you to engage.
No, it does. It leaves like a footpath. Although this kind of looks pixelated, but that's cool. Sorry if you guys are listening to his words. I'll back one more time.
Bug-infected massive battle sections, the ability for you to engage in fortress battles, massive bosses that you fight, and the different, just eclectic idea of all the environments, fantastic, despite that pop-in. Talking about something else that's fantastic, or mostly, is the audio. This is where the game, I think, either becomes immersive or becomes wildly sterile. Crimson Desert soundtrack aims to provide that blanket of travel noise. You got wind through trees, distant wildlife, shifting weather, while combat needs to have hard impact and clear directional cues, and mostly it does. When it works, you get a sensation that the world is wrapped around you. When it fails, you get these uncanny mime tavern problems where visuals say busy, but ears say fucking deep space. In a game obsessed with physicality, audio has to reinforce the weight. Swords need bite, water needs presence, crowds need texture, all audio. Voice acting needs to carry characters without turning every line into theater. Most of the time this hits, but standing near a waterfall and barely hearing the water is weird. Going into a busy room and hearing almost nothing while people pantomime their way through discussions feels like a bug. It harms what's otherwise a pretty good soundscape, and it actually happens a lot in the interior locations. Now, on the voice side, the game's story focuses and suggests a more cinematic approach to the performances. So Cliff's characterization, he leans towards restrained leadership rather than nonstop quipping. That matters because too many open world games turn protagonists into over-explaining tour guides. Here, the tone is better served by a character who speaks when it matters and lets the world fill most of the silence. But I love some of the side characters. The rough-speaking third in command is consistent back and forth with other leaders in the group is awesome. Or a character laughing while eating and teasing someone. It's just a level of detail we normally don't hear in audio. It's the layered approach that reminds you that, oh, right, these people don't just stand there and pontificate like they're in the High School Musical. Musically, the game is fantastic.
Wow.
It hinges pretty heavily.
That footage looked terrible. Like as no, I'm on 4K, right? Like why? Or I'm not on 4K. Let's go to 4K. Like that looked really bad.
Musical.
Actually. Like why is this graphics like so bad?
Musically, the game is fantastic. It hinges pretty heavily on the classical fantasy motifs, the big
other
feel
footage.
of orchestral playing tense music. But hey, I get it. Sometimes it does feel like some dude's following you around with fucking oboe throughout the game, but it works. From exploration, combat puzzles, and quicker moments in travel, the score really has to be elastic and able to swell into full orchestral threats when bosses arrive and then thin out when you're cresting a hill at sunset. And the only thing happening is you realizing just how far you can see. And in all that way, Crimson Desert does incredible. And all that brings us to the intangible thing that matters more than any feature list, and that is fun. Not fun like a carnival ride, though the game absolutely has moments like that, but more wild traversal, ridiculous combat, surprise encounters, and atmosphere. Fun's that deeper sense, the feeling that the world rewards.
Ooh, look at this puzzle. This puzzle looks cool.
Curiosity, that systems interlock instead of fighting each other, and that in your stories, it's not just scripted missions, though mostly it is, but it feels at times like emergent moments that are born from how you choose to move through the game. Crimson Desert's fun factor, at least in design intent and in how systems interweave, is built on discovery density, and I love that. A massive map, it's meaningless if it's empty, and if it's gamified and just one step deep, it's numbing. Here, the promise is that you can spend hours in a region and still find some.
Sorry, I need to write something down. So we saw a part of the map there, 2119. Just gonna add that to. We'll dive into that a little bit later, or off. 2119 ECG map. See what's on that map later.
New, a new hidden route, a chest tucked into some believable accident site, or a skill learned from an enemy you didn't even mean to fight, or a memory fragment hinted at by your lantern in a cave, or a small town
No, and Wes, it's actually not. These are actually clips. This is just
didn't even
stupid.
mean to fight,
Because
or
if
a
we look
memory
right
fragment
here,
hinted at by your
this is actually cinematic footage. Like, this is from one of the features videos or a trailer. And it's so pixelated. Like, they just didn't download the proper version, and then they use this for footage in their review. That seems lazy and not great to me. I don't know what they were thinking there.
Lantern in a cave, or a small town problem that turns into a bigger chain of consequences. That's the kind of loop that makes a game feel less like it's running out of content and more
Don't
like
watch
it's
this
hiding
video,
content
right?
from you within the game world for you to find. The same happens with the mini activities, of which there are a ton, each with their own rules, many times rewards, and ultimately just a fun way to interact with them. Exploring in Crimson Desert is one of the most fun things I've done in years, and that feeling of satisfaction from figuring out a puzzle by reading artifacts, listening to memories, and consistently studying the surroundings reflects great on the game. The fact that most of the game's many systems are multi-leveled in some way, from sending mercenaries to almost every location in the game to take on activity.
Oop, we're pausing here. I want to look at this. So here we get to see a lot more of that, how the economy, the value of assets is changing over time. So this is pretty interesting. It's up 15%, 16% here. So, and when they're costing 420, like that's an extra 50 copper there you can be getting. So we definitely are going to have to track that, especially when you have 100 of them. If that's actually what this is, you have 100, that you're making like 42,000 silver there. That's, or no, you're making 400. Yeah, that's what it would be. It'd be 428 silver. But okay, that's going to be, we're going to need, I'm going to have a video on this for sure. We're definitely going to figure this out.
Black
make
market
some money.
trading.
We're going to make
Even
some
the
money.
idea that
Some
shopping
silver.
at a place doesn't require you to
Oh, okay, we're slowing this down. What is this? We're going to slow down. Playback. Go down to 65.
black market trading. Even the idea that shopping
We'll turn
at
that
a
down.
place doesn't
So we got, is this a mission or is this a stronghold? Okay, so this is a stronghold.
require you to talk.
And so we get to see what is in it. We'll go back a couple frames. I want to see the summary. So we get the house of what it is, the faction relations. So they have no relations with any of their factions. So this is kind of the stuff that we would do. Interesting. Okay.
To talk to the store.
And then it tells you that it is blocked by someone, a blockade. So we have to go clear this blockade, and then people will come back to the circus, is what I'm assuming that is. First time we get to see that. That's kind of cool. What do we got on chat here? Yeah, I don't think this guy did enough playtime. He has good info, but not one first-hand experience. 2 weeks and only 11 hours is less than 1 hour a day. Hey, I don't know if it's 11 hours. He just said 11 hours at one point. I don't know if that's it. Can we be a merchant? I think we will be when we set up our place. When are the winners going to be announced? Didn't the post say 3 p.m. UTC? That's when it closed. Announcement was going to be in the live stream. That was always mentioned there. Early Unboxer. Is the game playable now? No, we were still waiting a little bit. 79 on Metacritic. Okay. Yep. I was thinking it could go to 75 on the low end, but I was pretty optimistic. This was 85 or plus. Very interesting. I've seen so many pop-ins in ACG's reviews. I have too, actually. It is really noticeable. It is really noticeable. I think this is on a 2070, so that is basically a base console. Hello. Hey, Arch, how we doing? Caveman, I think you should watch a different video. Hey, we're gonna keep watching. He might have something in here.
Owner. You can just walk around looking at their wares near them like a Sunday street fair and buy something right off the shelves.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's an amazing sense of immersion, while some other stuff is not so good. Crimson Desert's willingness, almost negligent desire to not explain things can be really off-putting. When a game over-explains, I would say,
all right, I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't care if they don't explain it. I wanna learn it on my own. I guess I like that.
It kills mystery. When it gives you just enough structure, quest tracking that keeps you oriented, but systems that still require thought, it feels good. Crimson Desert can lean really hard into everything's a mystery. Trying to do a puzzle with almost no valid hints or fighting a boss that absolutely destroys you, and you have a hard time figuring out if you're early, if you're the victim of your own wanderlust, if you're on a mission you shouldn't be, or if you don't have a skill that is just randomly out throughout the game world that would make...
There's no golden path in this game, it sounds like. If you go somewhere, you could be in the wrong area at the wrong time.
This guy easier can be not necessarily super enjoyable. Mysterious decisions that the game makes that are almost criminal. Boss fights. Boss fights retries start most of the time prior to the cutscenes that are unskippable.
Oh,
sure, you can fast forward through them, but
no, that's terrible. Like, that's actually a sin. Come on, we should be able to restart the battle from the start, not going through a cutscene. That's gonna be brutal. That'll actually suck.
They are minutes long many times, so you have this lackadaisical feel to your reaction time where you're not really thinking about what the action was, you're watching once more.
You know what though, they actually I actually know this from some game design course that I took. Sometimes they intentionally do that though, because if you have an instant right back into the fight, you will immediately go in there and try to do the same thing. You won't actually reflect on what you were doing wrong. You won't reflect on, hey, should I be here right now? Should I go learn some other skills? Should I restat my whole skill tree? And so maybe that's the purpose. It's like, okay, we're going to force you to watch this cutscene so you rethink your decisions. And maybe that's good. I guess we'll find out. But I know that I could find that really frustrating. But we got Christian. In Denmark, it is 19.3 in 10 minutes, yet I can only play the game in 23 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that means, but yeah, we got like 22 hours now. What is it, 23 hours? I could get lost in this game for hours. Yeah, Skyrim, for sure. Loot Goblin, hell yeah. Hey, how's everyone going? Hey, Curve, how we doing? Yeah, he's just nitpicking. Yeah, he's nitpicking.
Instead of memorizing it because some jackass is talking in the background about fucking beats or something, by the time you get back into the battle, you're like, all right, now what was this guy's moves? There's also a reincarnation item you can get in the game to come back to life. It's only 30% of your health, and that's a decision. It boggles my mind a little bit that many of the friggin' bosses can hit you while you're still standing up from it, though. Ooh. And a lot of them have hyper...
That would suck, too. That's gonna suck. Like, that means our revive thing is useless. I'm sorry, I'm stopping a little bit there. That was something I wanted to mention.
Bosses can hit you while you're still standing up from it, though. And a lot of them have hyper-aggressive, many-hit combos leading to a massive strike, and watching your dude bitter pill his way back to life just to have a boss hit you with a power attack, sending you flying off a mountain. It's so fucking infuriating. It's hard to describe without an emoji that just looks like a giant middle finger. I have never been that frustrated by a game before.
What? It's that bad. Oh my! And he does sound authentic. I will give it to him. Like, I haven't watched ACG, I think, before. I don't know if I watched. Did he make a first impression? I'm not sure, but at least he sounds authentic.
Seems like it is arbitrary. Either wait and watch a cutscene for a while, or jump back in with one of your items, of which you only have a couple, to resurrect with 30% of your health, but there is a high chance the enemy is going to be slam dashing the shit out of you when you do so. It happens a lot. The other issue, and this is just not good, is the camera. The thing, no matter the setting, it just isn't up to the task, and managing it without a viewing system that has strong transparencies of the locations sucks. Trying to find a rampaging boss in a room with pillars that he can smash through and see through, but you can't, sucks. Which means there's a very weird offset here. Let me explain this. Bosses truly feel like bosses, first of all, which is awesome, but Cliff quickly leaves the world behind when it comes to threat, the normal threat against normal guys. That means the game doesn't let you or require you to hone much in the way of skills when facing anybody but the bosses. Make 100 soups so I can bone bash my way through a boss makes a lot more sense than trying to figure out if there's some random thing I should do and sit through a cutscene to continually try to test it, or use one of my resurrection pills and consistently get just absolutely terror-dromed by some giant gorilla.
I also want to point out something I just saw there. There's traps. Look at these traps right here, guys. I imagine if we step on those, we could get stuck and then just taken down pretty aggressively.
Get just absolutely terror-dromed by some giant gorilla. Luckily, there's a sense of real satisfaction when you do take out a boss and you do it with one of the special moves that you've got, or sometimes just bone breaking them to death with a bunch of healing. It can still have a good feeling of satisfaction. But the best combat is really in the overall game world itself, just exploring and taking out enemies and learning a lot of different combat moves to do so, and just feeling very cool when you do. I just wish there was a bit more of a concerted effort to make them align a bit better, especially when it comes to the overall experience.
But what it sounds like is they don't have like a leveled up system. Like it sounds like we're going to be fighting just the regular humans the whole time, and they're just so easy that becomes useless. And then when you do run in a boss fight, it's like a totally different level. And there's nothing in between, or they don't scale well. Maybe there's a difficulty scale problem.
Also be aware of this, that a lot of bosses do actually just appear in the game world, and it can be a little bit easy to just walk into one or be following a quest line and have one in the open game world. I love that sense of synergy. I think that is just amazing to have those moments. So whenever I get a closed off one, it doesn't feel as cool. But when you have those ones where you're just exploring and you end up engaging with a boss, even if it does have some of these idiosyncrasies, still very fun. And a couple of the bosses, I really like their design. Lastly, we come to bugs. Crimson Desert is a massive game. It's a beautiful one, but it's also one that has its share of bugs, and the game's lack of informing you how some things work can cause you to sit there thinking, did I lose these resources? Or is it gone due to a system? Or is this a bug? Is this guard attacking me because I have a bounty, or is it part of the region system? The reason why I know most of these are bugs is because reloads fixed them. For example, the game has the Abyss. This is your spiritual alternative world, and basically fast travel unlocking spot if you don't want to explore to find them. But many puzzles I've found...
Oh, we got another super chat in here. We got Skyrim. The name Greymane still throws me off because of Skyrim. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it definitely could. Yeah, but I mean, it just makes me excited. We're Greymanes. We're Greymanes. Hey, thanks for the 5.
Are missing items...
And just to answer the next question from Neck, yes, they will have a day 1 patch. It's supposed to be like 40 gigs from my understanding.
Or pieces, and on a reload, boom, that item's there. However, since save spots can be soft, meaning you save in one place and then alternatively load a bit prior to that walking, it sort of sucks to walk a little bit to find out if it's still glitched or not. Also, I had a lot of infinite loading screens and had to reboot. I had a respec bug that bugged out later skills. I had crashes at cooking stations. I had a ton of puzzles that their animations didn't start, meaning a reload was needed for that puzzle to actually start moving because it was some kind of mechanical puzzle, and the only way to do that was to reload.
Wow, okay, that's not good. It sounds like there's a lot of bugs there. I do want to say that they've shown a lot of footage we've never seen right here. So let's just watch this again real quick.
Also, I had a lot of...
so we got this new temple. We've not seen this, and it looks like on this wall there was like a whole bunch of these symbols. I saw one of them was our stamina bar up higher. This looks like a cool area. I don't know what it is, but that's really, really interesting. We have the Teneberm, and we get to fly. So here we get to see some more flying, and we know that we need the barrel roll for some things. There's also some puzzles, it looks like, on the sides here as well. That looks like a fun fight. I'm excited for that fight. That looks really cool. This looks like the cutscene after we beat him. And there's some big laser. Like, woo! Ooh, okay. This looks like some end game stuff. Maybe he did make it to the end game. I don't know. Like, we definitely haven't seen this before. That looks cool. I'm sorry, whoever said that there was potential spoilers. That could be considered a spoiler. Maybe.
Into the puzzle stuff.
Okay, we'll bounce back
and
to
even
that.
take them over.
Or actually, I'll check chat. What else we got? Damn, not even an 8 for this game yet. It was I was hoping for an 8.5. Shaking my head out. Yeah, Disco. That's really sad. The bugs will be addressed quickly from Wes. Yeah, hopefully. The original game size was 135 gigabytes, and now it's 150. So that's probably the day one. Oh, okay. So that might be at 15 gigs of hopefully just bug fixes and everything. Hopefully it's just because it's the review and he didn't get that day one patch. I'm gonna be hopeful for that, but I can't imagine there's gonna be some bugs. It's such a massive game. I'm pretty sure that they're pushing it to get it out. Right now is a great time. If you guys haven't watched my video breaking down how I thought it would beat GTA, it's because of the timing. They're in this perfect window where they don't have any competition until like August when Beast of Reincarnation comes out, unless Fable or Blood of the Dawnwalker launch over the summer. So I think that that's going to be pretty good for them. That's pre-patched though. Yeah, exactly. Which review is being watched right now? Big Cow. Hey, we're watching the ACG review. Kensu, is that the Black Spirit from BDO? That would be very interesting. I know that because I did play the first couple hours of the game, so I know that. No stress with single player games. Just wait over 2 patches. Yeah, that could be it. Definitely. I have no problems going on a bug hunt. They make me laugh. Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't ruin the immersion. All I care about is immersion. And as long as they don't really ruin that, then I'll be happy. I mean, reviewees, if they had a day one patch, sorry for my, yeah, no worries. The sound was really quiet for me compared to other videos. Okay, is my voice quiet or is the game quiet? That's something that, oh, I'm quiet. There we go. You guys can probably hear me better now. Sorry. You can't hear me. Now you probably can. Luke Stevens' review is great. He's definitely working on it. Holy crap, Wesley Schuster with a 20. You got to drop off. Keep doing it. You're doing great. Oh, bro, what a hero. Thanks, man, for dropping the 20. That's great. Look forward to going through this game with you. Yeah, me too, man. I can't wait to play. We'll be in the Discord chat. Hey, if anyone doesn't know, we will be in the Discord chat starting tomorrow, right at game launch. I'm going to be playing this game for 24 hours straight. We're going to be live streaming it all. We'll be going crazy. Oh, the audio is low. This audio is low. But hopefully that fixes it for you guys.
They're
Thanks, Wes. Hope you have a good night, man.
Shifted compared to Cliff, and most of the main quests split you up anyway and send them packing. But they also have skills to be upgraded and powers to be learned. So that means you're forced back into the Abyss stuff, into the puzzle stuff, to get skills if you want to upgrade them and upgrade Cliff, which means sort of forcing you into something that isn't really absolutely nailed down. You're stuck thinking, why should I upgrade them versus Cliff, especially since most of the world is through Cliff's eyes anyway? When that respec bug gets fixed, it'll be much better. There was a patch during the review phase to fix it, but it still seemed to come up later in the game.
Oh, okay, so they already had a patch. Interesting.
And I had also a series of enemies in multi-stage quests. And when I say a series, I don't mean once or twice. I mean many times where the bosses or semi-bosses and sometimes just normal guy was completely immortal. No matter how many times I hit him, no damage would come off. This isn't a boss. This is just a guy in a normal stage where for some reason the way it loaded or the way the enemy came in, I had all kinds of glitches there. And that absolutely sucks because many of them, are directly intrinsically tied to the actual presentation of the game and the world feel. So experiencing so many bugs, and I'm not the only one, can really end up not paying off in the long run. There's also some questions for balance.
I'm really, really interested. I imagine that these content creators, when they do get an early access video like this, they're probably reaching out to each other and being like, hey, what did you think? Did you think this was good? Or like, is this a big issue? What are you rating it? How are you being positive, negative? Because they don't want to be too on one side of this, just like Digital Foundry with DLSS 5. So that's really interesting. I really wonder what that's gonna be.
But I talked about that.
I just want to point out that from Swerve, can you please speed up the timer, sir? I wish, bro. I wish we could push it up. Swerve XD, yeah, from Arch, yep. The immortal bug could be an issue. That I can imagine that there's gonna be a couple times I'm gonna be really annoyed when that happens. But hopefully that the quick save is good.
before, which is your overworld versus your boss locations, and feeling a bit unbalanced there. One thing I do want to point out, while working with these guys, they were patching up a bunch of stuff as it was coming up, even quality
armor
of life
looks
items.
epic.
So while this game does have a lot of bugs and a lot of idiosyncrasies, I do have a lot of confidence that some of these particular issues will be fixed quite quickly to make a more balanced presentation. So as you guys know, I rate games on a buy, wait for a sale, wait for a deep
Here it
sale,
is.
or never touch it rating system. This one's got enough bugs and enough issues there with the imbalances that I would say this is a wait. I loved a great deal about this game. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely loved it. And that's why it's so much more infuriating that some of these problems exist, because when you hit one, it's probably right at the time when your excitement is at the highest. And that happened to me so many times in this game, where I was like, man, the sense of mystery, going to the abyss and doing this, going back, and then losing 6 hours is awesome. I'm just joking. It's not awesome. Losing a couple hours, it just sucks. And you're sitting there going, damn, man. And you would walk away, and then I would turn around and be like, you know, okay, I'm going to go a different way. I'm going to try this, and exploring the world again, and just being like, oh, man, I feel this. We're talking way beyond like a Dragon's Dogma exploration, which I really like, or many of the other games.
I thought he was going to say it's way worse. The bugs were worse than Dragon's Dogma 2. If that was the case, that would actually be tough, but he didn't say that.
We played, just phenomenal. And fighting those guys, phenomenal. It's just a little bit piecemeal. But this is a title that has stated, hey, we're going to do a bunch of things, and we're going to put them all in a game. There's that much going well in this game, which stuns me. So that's my warning to you. If you're okay with some of this oddity and you just want to explore the overworld, knowing that there are going to be some places that are difficult to get or not able to get to because you haven't done a boss fight or something, it's great. If you expect a teleporter or a transporter to be everywhere near a big city, though, don't even get the game. It's not
Don't
like
even
that.
get the game.
Transporting in this game and fast travel is a real building mechanic in this. You actually build one in one of the locations.
Oh, wow.
I'm not going to tell
That's
you
cool.
where, but you actually end up putting one together.
It's probably at our Gray Man camp, right?
There are some places that you can find as you're exploring the game world, and when you go up into the abyss and you do all the platforming up there, which necessarily doesn't feel the greatest anyway, but when you're doing those platforming up there, you can unlock them as well. But don't expect every single place to have some kind of teleporter. It is not that kind of game. It is a game that definitely wants to sort of have you explore, even if you're popping out outside of a camp. And it's interesting to me that that same thing is sort of mimicked in the boss fights. They want you to wait a bit before you go in. They want you to wait a bit before you ride your horse into a town. And it just has some oddities there. But they did do a lot that they promised. And for that, I'm thankful, because exploring in this game, God damn, it's good. And that's also why you'll probably see a walking the walk from me. I'm trying to figure out the timing for that right now, but most likely you'll see that in the next couple days.
All right. First review done there. I'm going to say that sounds like a... I mean, he's saying wait for sale, so what is that? That's a 7, right? Like, he's probably saying like around a 7 also. I mean, all the stuff that he pointed out, I was kind of expecting, and I don't think it's a big deal. I really don't think it's a big deal. I'm super excited for this. It hasn't changed me on there. I'm ready to check out something else. But there is a Swerve. There is a review Discord server. Cowboy was talking about it. Okay, interesting. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's for something else. But okay, we're gonna keep going. I'm with Luke Stevens' take. The positives way outweigh the negatives. Nice. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely check out his at some point. The base on the negative meta reviews is a game of the... Oh, okay, yeah, it's still a game of the year contender for sure. Based on the negative meta reviews, it's a... I'm not sure what I understand that one, but okay, brilliant. Agreed. Okay. I want to check out Joe Raptors if his dropped. I think he had a lot of good takes on his. And 1 hour ago, yeah, we're going to do this one. And then after this, we're going to do the giveaway, everyone. We'll do the giveaway right after this. But him and...
Crimson Desert.
Him and there's a couple of them that I thought really... I could tell they were gamers who actually cared about the mechanics in this game, and that's what I value.
It is a special game. You probably think you have an idea of how much content there is in this world, but whatever you think, you are wrong. For example, you can easily spend 50 hours in the first area alone before you move on to the 4 other regions. We rarely have that feeling of a next-gen game these days, where you put the controller down just to take it
Wait, sorry. Look at how busy this place is. There's so many NPCs in here. Like, that feels like a
I
packed
really have that
marketplace.
feeling of a next-gen game these days, where you put the controller down.
I think that looks awesome. That looks really good. Oh, man. That's cool. Yeah, okay, sorry. We can watch Luke after this. I mean, I think he means there's few negatives. Okay, thanks, Big Cow. Give this game a month. It'll have patches and a lower price. You think they'll lower the price in a month? I don't think so. I think they'd wait for like Steam Summerfest or something.
Just to take it all in, because you cannot believe what you're seeing. Well, Crimson Desert is that type of game. It's so much fun to get lost in this world that you're willing to put up with its many flaws. I like to compare it to a really good TV show with amazing final episodes, but some mediocre middle parts that you have to sit through. In the case of Crimson Desert, those filler episodes are found in extremely annoying checkpoints, bosses, puzzles, and other systems that could have easily been improved before launch, but will likely be addressed in the weeks and months to come. You will be picking up a ton of loot in Crimson Desert, whether it's stuff for your camp, equipment to improve your character, food to stay alive, many crafting resources.
I do want to check this out real quick.
For your camp.
So we've got
equipment to improve your
so a shabby copper pouch.
Character, food to stay alive.
And it has 1 copper. Okay, shabby is nothing. I saw that it was 1 copper. I'm like, what is this? That's crazy.
Many crafting resources.
That's
items
useless.
for the other playable characters that you, by the way, switch between GTA style. Like, there's a ton of crap to fill up your backpack, and no kidding.
Whoa! So we got to see the character swap right there. Okay, I was wondering how it worked. Like, let's go back. How did he select his character there?
Whether it's stuff for your camp, equipment to improve your character, food to stay alive, many crafting resources, items for the other playable characters that you, by the way, switch between GTA style. Like, there's a ton of crap to fill up your backpack, and no kidding, during the first week of the game, 25% of my time was spent in the inventory menu. So we got the review code 2 weeks before launch, and after 1 week they released an update to address the feedback that we shared in a special Discord they set up for this review process. In this update, they increased the starting inventory from 20 to 50 and gave more ways to earn inventory slots. I've never seen developers address feedback during a review process like this. Now, the inventory management is...
Dude, I'm telling you guys, like, when I went to Gamescom, like, it felt like I was getting an interview after I finished playing the game. And there was like 50 of us that just finished. They're like standing at the end like, hey, to tell us what your thoughts are, like feel free to give us anything. And they're like, if anyone wants to talk to us, we're standing right here. And you could like literally talk to them and pass any thoughts or opinions on it. And it was really cool because I gave them a whole bunch of thoughts. And then after that, they send you an email and they ask for even more detail. And I obviously filled that out too because I was so excited for this game after testing it in Gamescom. I really think this is awesome. And it sounds like they take stuff immediately. 20 to 50 inventory slots. That's crazy. I mean, it makes sense because I'm going to be picking up every bug in the overworld. I want to pick up everything. So it seems like everyone's telling me, hey, you got to watch this review. Barry Allen, Joe Raptor needs a hand holding? Nah. I was watching his thing. He got to the boss in the first impressions faster than anyone else based on days. So he was cooking. But Luke Steven had a good one. We'll definitely do that. Turn the video up a bit. Okay, I'll try and turn that up louder next time. Yeah, Hash Brown, you're liking what you're seeing. Yeah, bro, me too. Man, I hope there's a lot of cool armor and weapons to find. That's all I want. I just want to look good. I want to look epic and badass. Hey, I'm right there with you. You should watch the P4 Winoff review. I don't even know what that is. I'm sure you're putting in. If anyone can put those links in the CD news channel in our Discord, I'm sure some people have. Yeah, I see 3 of them there now too. So that's awesome. We'll definitely check those out. Hash Brown, the drawing will be after this review. Right after this review, we'll kick that off. Don't expect big critics to leave good reviews. They're not getting paid by Pearl Abyss. That is true. That is 100% true, Ghostly. I could imagine that being a case. But also, if it's a good game, they will want to push out more content. They will say it's a good game because they know they can get views. They know it's going to be explosive. This is why Expedition 33 exploded so quickly because it exceeded expectations. And then everyone's like, wow, if I do more content on this, I'm going to get a shit ton of views. And that's why a lot of them were so positive about it. Did you see the tree cutting and how much wood they get? Yeah, no, it's funny. I mean, I think it's pretty cool. It seems pretty interesting. I saw one particular clip where they slammed a log in the water, and you could then just see like the individual logs floating around. That's pretty good. That's so awesome, Caveman. I love how responsive they are. Yeah, they're really, really cool. ACG talked about it in his review. Oh, I must have missed that. To get more inventory, just do more side quests. What's the big deal? That's also true, Barry Allen. I like that. Yeah, like all we got to do is just do more side quests. We're good. Martuan, are dragons like horses in the sense of always being able to use them when you unlock them? We don't know yet. I don't know. Unless someone else does. I mean, there's a lot of reviews. Maybe we already got some of that information. But John Millard, no storage can be avoided in plenty of shops to sell. That's also true. Yeah, we can just sell stuff. And a lot of it seems like you break apart like a butterfly and you get like some bones and some meat, or maybe not an insect, but usually those are crafting items, and then those will stack in your inventory. You just got to break everything apart. And I'm assuming that some people are just not breaking the creatures that they're picking up. But yeah. Okay.
From perfect, but this does show that the developers are very reactive and will probably address many shortcomings during the post-launch. Now, I don't think this should stop you from jumping into this world now, although you will likely have a much better experience if you wait a month or two. Don't expect the best story or very engaging dialogue. The main character in Crimson Desert is its world and setting. It's rare these days that we can experience a brand new IP where you can constantly be surprised because you're not familiar with the rules of the world. This can lead to very awesome moments, like early on when you go after the Reed Devil and have to fight an army of his minions before reaching the enormous rice field where a really cool boss fight takes place. Every boss battle has these super cool fighting sequences before, after, and during the battle. Pearl Abyss is not holding back in terms of cinematics, which often makes it feel like you're part of something epic. Every story arc has its primary topic that mostly gets resolved by the end with its own iconic set pieces and moments. Again, like a good TV show episode, only Crimson Desert is dropping 8 seasons worth of episodes in one go. So yes, don't expect PlayStation Studios level writing, let alone what Rockstar is able to produce, but still, the characters have personality, there are large stakes that make the main missions enjoyable, and it also gives you that Game of Thrones sense of scale with multiple factions fighting for power and having their own troubles and worries, and we as Cliff are a great pawn that can help turn the tide. The main quest is also a great way to progress through the open world, because sure, you can explore the world very early on, but it's not as welcoming as, say, a Red Dead Redemption 2
Wow, look at his armor. Like, that horse is loaded up.
or Ghost of Yotei. While it was always said that
And a cape and a vulture helmet? That looks epic. That looks really cool, actually.
Crimson Desert is an action-adventure game and not an RPG because you cannot make dialogue choices, for example, I overall simply don't agree, as your character's power is extremely important and the world is designed like an MMORPG. There's no difficulty setting you can select, but every new region has more difficult enemies.
What is this? Look at this, a boar, and then he's riding a warthog kind of thing. That is so cool. Like that, it feels like a Lord of the Rings kind of
As if
setup
there's
there.
a hidden level requirement for each zone. This means that if you want to go to a new zone before the main story takes you there, so with very underpowered gear, then you will easily be swarmed by enemies and one-shot by bosses. Some big cities or encampments are also occupied by enemies, so not really accessible until you complete the associated mission, meaning that you cannot really engage with a lot of the open world content when you go to an area before you're supposed to. This does not mean that your curiosity will not be rewarded, as there are encampments in these late game zones that can give you quests that you can already complete, although for some of them you do have to fight enemies or bosses that will be way too strong. You can also find some gear already lying around that you can pick up, or
He can talk pretty fast though. Holy crap. Really interesting though, what he was showing.
some shopkeepers a bit earlier than if you would follow the main quest. But it's not always a very pleasant experience compared to some other open world games, so it's overall best if you stay in the zone of your current main quest. But
okay.
Crimson Desert is still a very good open world experience if you understand its rules. The side content is really good, with lengthy missions that end in very cool boss fights that reward you with unique equipment. There are many factions that need your help to fight rival clans or seek out traders, and you will miss entire villages and special unlocks if you don't take the time.
Oh, look at this one. I think we've seen this one in one of the trailers, but he was pretty far away. That is a massive tree. That's crazy. But we have a couple questions here. What about customization? Can we change hair skin? Yes, we can. You can do armor, like individual pieces of your armor too, apparently. So that's going to be pretty cool. Jordan said, I'm worried about movement on the map. I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think it's going to be really exciting. Climbing and stuff that's stamina based. And then you're going to have a horse to do a lot of the travel, a lot of other mounts that we're going to be able to climb on later. That'd be crazy. Oh, IBN just found out there's an alligator on the mount list. That's cool. That's really cool. Would be fun if we could. It would be fun, yeah. He likes it, it seems. Is there an Xbox or PS5 basic reviews? Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone who's dropped one yet. Definitely share it with him if anyone finds it. No console reviews till after launch. Ooh, or there's not. There we go. Yeah. Jordan, you're worried it'll take too long to reach certain places? I mean, I think that they've built a world that looks so beautiful that you should enjoy your travel to it. And eventually, as long as you're looking for your fast travel locations, it wouldn't be too terrible. But yeah. Game Ranks did a before you buy video. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely check that out sometime. Game Ranks is amazing. I think they're all right. They're all right. Yep. Okay, what else we got? So it's a very flawed masterpiece, like many are saying. That's what it's looking like, Davis. I don't know. I guess we're looking into it. I mean, my playthrough, I had just a very isolated mission, and it seemed pretty damn amazing. So I imagine it might just be certain aspects, certain fights, certain missions that they're still polishing. We'll see. The water mounts will be great. I hope you can surf the alligators. Yeah, me too. Okay. Yeah, Martin, I mentioned it a little bit earlier that you can change your color to like all kinds of stuff. There's a features video you should check out that really shows some cool things. Skin color, I don't think we can change. I don't know if we can change skin color. Arch, Crimson Desert starts rough. I honestly dislike the first 8 hours. Once it opens up and you get more power and abilities, it's a ton of fun. So many gameplay systems, but they feel cynical. Really, Arch, who was that from? Was that from Game Ranks, or who was that from? Oh, that's yeah, from Game Ranks. Yep. Yeah. Hash R2 is a flawed masterpiece also. Yeah, there we go.
To explore the world. It really feels alive in its own way. There's not one, but a couple of huge cities with a ton of NPCs walking around. Crimson Desert just delivers in terms of scale, in the amount of stuff that there is in this world.
This is beautiful.
These people on the street don't really have their own schedule, and some of them will just stand around, although they also improved that already with an update before release. But the fact that you always see a huge wall with castles in the distance, or an enormous tower and other settlements, it's rare that the game keeps that sense of mystery even after 50 hours or more. You simply want to see what the game throws at you next. It also...
That was kind of funny right there. He was running out of stamina. He wouldn't let his horse rest, so his stamina doesn't recharge. So once you run out of stamina, stop pushing the horse.
50 hours
Give it a break.
More.
Look, it's just
you
stuck.
simply want to see what the game throws at you next. It also really helps that the combat is an absolute blast. Hitting these enemies, dodging their moves, taking them out, it all feels amazing. The amount of depth in combat and skills, combined with the cool items with special effects, ensures that you constantly feel a sense of growth. Even after 50 and I would assume 100 hours, you're still learning new ways to take on enemies. Now, a big difference versus other open world games is that you're often fighting an enormous group of enemies, something that will only grow as you get further into the game. There are more enemies in an enemy camp than you need to kill to liberate that camp. It starts with 100%, and by taking enemies out, you want to lower that number to 0. But no kidding, this means that you're fighting dozens of enemies at the same time, and sometimes can easily spend 30 minutes just cutting through bodies.
I'm loving that. Like it should feel like I'm gonna take this camp. It's gonna be a fight. We're gonna be fighting to take this camp. That's super exciting. I'm super pumped for that. What else? People are talking about Tainted Grail. Yeah, it's a good game, I hear. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Oh, but Game Ranks is positive. Other than that first 8 hours is what he's saying. Yeah. And then they had they all had a patch after 1 weekend, apparently.
I would have preferred smaller. groups that require more tactical play, because now I just found one tactic that worked really well and would just spam that to not get overwhelmed.
Okay.
As the moment you give the enemies enough room to react, it can be over for you. Now luckily the more tactical play can be found during the many boss battles. So an important thing to know is that while you can try, it will be very hard or almost impossible to just mainline the game, as in every act
I think his background music is too high, right? It's a little bit too high. I like it, but it's too high.
you will face a challenging boss that puts your skill and gear to the test. Unlike Souls games, you can stock up on health items if you farm them, so have many ways to heal yourself during the fight, but that still doesn't make these battles less punishing. It is satisfying to learn boss patterns and which moves work, and to see that all the time you spent upgrading your loadout has a huge impact on your damage and survivability, but still, a lot of the bosses can feel overwhelming and will easily take half an hour or longer to beat. Nothing wrong with that, but again, it is something we don't see often in non-Souls-like open world games, so good to know before jumping in. Some fights are also not well designed, with bosses being way too aggressive, making it hard to react to anything and causing rapid game over screens. Also, the fact that cutscenes between phases can't be skipped, only sped up, makes repeating a hard boss less enjoyable. You can always give up and try the boss again later, but this does mean that you have to travel all the way back to the boss arena, which often sets you back a lot of time, as fast travel points are few and far between. Crimson Desert just often gets in its own way. Sometimes when you fail, you spawn quite...
Yeah, I mean, that's feeling like the biggest con, is not being able to skip after a fight. But as we mentioned earlier, maybe that's intentional, so that you take a second, a breather. You think about what your action and what your fight style was. But yeah, that'll be something to definitely consider. Yeah, I also saw that too, Kensu, drinking the stew through the bandit mask. I was like, all right, that looks a little bit broken. Hash, is there a gore system? I don't know, honestly. I don't know. But ooh, John Miller, you found a glitch where if you clear a battle, the loot vanishes. That would suck. That would not be good. So you got to be careful there. Okay. And then Colossal Sword is saying, at least the male bodies aren't feminine in where when meets. I haven't played Where Wind Meets, so I can't tell. But yeah, the guys look good. I think the females are looking, I mean, we've only seen like 2, and then they look pretty neutral.
Far back, and after repeat puzzles you've already completed, easily adding 10 minutes to each attempt. Which especially sucks when you die.
Wait, we missed that actually. Sorry, guys. I want to hear what he's talking about for puzzles.
Sometimes when you fail, you spawn quite far back, and after repeat puzzles, you've already completed,
that would
easily
suck.
adding 10 minutes to each attempt. Which especially sucks when you die for reasons outside of your control. There are quite a few puzzles in the game, and these are great if you like to wreck your brain, as there are often no hints or tips available.
Oh, these look awesome.
You can encounter
These
some
look
of them
so
in the
good.
open world. These are optional and can be skipped, but there are also some puzzles mandatory to continue with the main story. Some are clear and fun to solve, but others are very hard to understand because they involve new mechanics that are not or poorly explained. Again, there was a Discord set up during the review process, so we could share tips with each other, something I've never seen before. And I get why they did it, because otherwise we would have been stranded countless of times during the main story, unable to continue.
Oh man, all right. I'm gonna try and play this with zero looking up other puzzles. All right, I don't want to look up a single puzzle in this game. Who else is like that, or who hates puzzles in the chat? What do you guys think? I don't know. That's super exciting. I can't believe that. Hash, you can't wait to stream this tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be a great time, man. It's gonna be a great time. Over prepare if you are under prepared. Yeah, I'm feeling over prepared right now, but maybe I'm definitely still under prepared. I think I know what I'm doing, but I'll actually struggle because I'm overconfident. I want to see body customization like in Ark. Yeah, there's definitely not going to be body customization, I don't think. Sorry, Colossal. I love the character creator from Dragon's Dogma 2. That was a good one too. But Big Cow, yes, someone said to leave like 1 to 2 people left loot, then take out the rest so the loot doesn't vanish. Interesting. But I mean, usually if you there's only 1 to 2 people left, they're usually running, right? Like they're probably gonna leave. But Arch doesn't like puzzles. Hash loves them. Yeah, Big Cow loves them puzzles. He wants to dive in and get into the world. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, as long as they're made well. In the bugs. I mean, if there's a bug and I spend like 30 minutes on a puzzle and I realize that it was just a bug, I'll lose my shit. I know that's going to be pretty annoying.
Continue. So totally expect that you will need guides to continue certain parts of Crimson Desert. But as annoying as these things sound, you will want to put up with them to experience this world. Crimson Desert has so much to offer. Pets you can take with you. Awesome ways to use your skills within the environment. Amazing mounts that you certainly have to
He's on the Raptor mount.
find. The game gives a lot back for the time you invest.
See, this is how I could tell Joe Raptor did so much more than ACG already. Like, he's already shown us so much more than we've seen.
And again, it does seem that most of the issues will be addressed in the coming months. There are these annoying enemies that would just out of nowhere stun lock you into a very difficult quick time.
Well, he's missing that quick time every single time.
Event and would just simply cause you to die even when you have full health.
I almost think he did that intentional just to show it, because that was way too off. Or maybe it's that hard. Maybe it's really that hard. That'll be really interesting. I kind of hope it's that hard.
So you have to respawn and lose another 5 minutes. It's not fun, but they already addressed this in the day 1 patch. So if you don't mind waiting, then I certainly believe Crimson Desert will be a much better experience.
He's just
again,
whacking
2
with a
months or so
giant
from now. But
flag.
if you are just as hyped as I was jumping into this game, then it will not stop you from enjoying all the incredible moments that the game has to offer. It's a trade-off that I was willing to make. One that hopefully over time becomes less and less of a problem. If you still have questions, drop them in the comments down below and I will do my best to answer them in a special Q&A video on the React channel that will go live before the game launches. Congrats to Save Extract.
Wait, is this a different chapter? Why am I not subscribed to him? Oh, oh, this is his React. Okay. That's so smart that you can do, you just put a yeah, that's cool. Collaborators. Pretty smart. Okay, cool. We've accomplished this. It sounds like
for winning my deluxe edition giveaway. I already started a new one.
Oh, and he's doing giveaways too. Hey guys, if you need a giveaway, there you go. All right, that sounded like a solid like 8.5 to 9 and 9 plus. Like he just said that you might want to wait till the bugs are done. But that's awesome. That is awesome. Well, everyone, I think we're now at the point where we're in for the giveaway. Our giveaway. Good transition right to it. So the first thing we'll do is delete all the invalid actions. All right, everyone. So these are all the bots. We're going to delete all of them. Goodbye. It looks like there's like 500 of them. So that's gone. Boom. And here we go, everyone. We're going to be drawing the winners. The winner details are blacked out, or are going to be blanked out. It's been a while. I haven't done this in a long time. So here we go. Here we go. Drawing the winners. Winners to draw 2. All prizes remaining 2. And is this showing? You guys can see it all, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, it's showing. Good. I want to make sure everyone sees the... Here we go. Drawn. There's 658 potential users, and we have the 2. We have a hash A. All right. They did it by visiting the Caveman Gaming channel, and then we have Iziara... I don't know how to say that, sorry, but you got us on the Instagram. So those are the 2 winners. I will reach out, whatever the email is that you guys did, or whatever your sign-in process is. I think these are both emails. And then I'll be able to send you guys an email asking you how you would like to get your copy. Obviously, please respond very fast because then you can get that before the game starts, and then you're able to play. If they don't respond within 48 hours, I will unpick the winners and I'll repick, and we'll do that on their live stream in the future. But we have one other special giveaway that I get to give out, and this is because of one of our people. Yeah, Hash, you're here. Hash Brown and Chill, bro, you got it, didn't you? Is that you, Hash Brown? That's gonna be crazy if that's actually you. Congrats. But we have another one. All right, and we have someone in our Discord who has been an absolute hero early on. He's just been helping out with the Discord, coming up with ideas of how to improve it. And I want to reward that, and our team wants to reward that. I've got two other guys that have been mentioned how he's just been a stellar dude, and that is Captain Cal. All right, Captain Cal, you're in the audience. We're going to get you a free copy of Crimson Desert as well. I don't know if you're in the chat right now, but you're getting one as well. We want to build a community where we're all getting together in the Discord. We're trying to make this a fun and active community where we're just here to play games. We're here to have fun, and that's what you've done so far. So thanks for being a part of the community. We're going to get you one as well, just so everyone knows. Yeah, so I'll message you on Discord. We'll get your email address and or whatever, and we'll figure out how to get you that copy. So thanks for being part of it. That's it for now. Congrats to the winners. Hash, is that actually you? I see the eyeballs. Is it yours, man? And yeah, I mean, I'm planning on giving more of these, rewards to the community who actually helps us build. We're still small, right? We're still small. It's crazy that we got up to like 100 plus people in this live stream. It's been amazing. Thank you guys all for being a part of the journey. But I am going to be a big content creator. That is the goal. All right, I'm not here just trying to do this. This is a full-time thing. I'm dressed as a Cliff right now. I'm ready to do everything to be a big time. And I think this game is going to be that good that we're going to grow substantially. And I hope that that's going to be up. We just got a ping from I need to make sure I turn off my notifications. So yeah, there you go, Cat Cow. Congrats, man. We're going to do this, but I need your guys' help. I need help pushing this forward and making this a fun and a community that's actually enjoyable to be in. And I hope that's, you guys will be joining me in the Discord, helping me find all these cool things, coming up with maybe video ideas, and just having fun in these live streams. So that's it. I won't hash it on anymore. Let's move forward. We got more reviews to watch. Let's get back into it. So, that's Joe Raptor. What is the next one? And just in there, big congrats to Cow, to Hash, and Izzy. I'm just going to call her Izzy right now. But, yeah, congrats. All right, so the next one we're going to go into, team, is I'm going to look. I think people want me to do Luke. Let's do Luke Stevens. Let's see. There it is. Review. Crimson Desert amazed me. Let's watch it.
I'm just going to cut straight to the chase. Crimson Desert is one of the
Go away.
most remarkable games.
Oh, shit. That is a statement. One of the most remarkable games
I think I have ever played, and I absolutely adore it. At this point, more than 60 hours in, probably more by the time this video goes up. It's far from perfect, but I am so thoroughly impressed with it. I think its strengths far outweigh its weaknesses. It is massive, it's complex, it's unapologetic in its lack of yellow paint and hand-holding.
Look at this. This looks like a cool puzzle. I'm already thinking we gotta get that laser to hit that yellow laser or something. We gotta pull and move this to hit that. I don't know, just an initial thought. But there's also the chips right here. We know we can pull those, move them. Oh, baby, I'm so excited for puzzles.
It's filled to the brim with systems and ideas that keep you engaged for no doubt hundreds of hours. That's why I've titled this a work in progress review, because even now, more than 60 hours in, I still am probably 2/3 of the way through the main story, and God knows what percentage of the way through the open world activities and the side content, and that's because the side activity.
Oh, he's showing 87 frames per second. Average is 94. That's crazy good. But then again, I don't know how big his rig is. He might have something real beefy, right? Yeah.
These and the exploration is so thorough.
Hey, Brilliance, I just want to say thanks. It's the first time here. It's amazing so far. Thanks. And then, yeah, Kesar, you wanted loose. Good. Honestly, it just got me emotional. Yeah, you're welcome, Big Cow. I'm guessing that's Captain Cow. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Yash, Xander, this is your favorite? Okay, good. I mean, he's so positive. It's great.
Really engaging. I find it difficult to focus on the main story because there's just so many secrets to be found out in that open world. It's so compelling that I just want to get lost in it, and the game makes it easy to do that. At this point, I'm not totally sure how long it's going to take me to roll credits, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's well over 120 hours.
Yeah, over 120 hours? Come on. That actually seems small from what I was imagining. I was imagining a 200 easy, but maybe that's just rolling credits. Dude, Unga looking badass. He's just aura farming right here. Like that's a good clip that he just did. I can imagine you throw some like TikTok brain rot music to that. He's just walking around looking like a badass. Yeah, you can see
based on my current pace of progress, which is wild. Another way to say this is that it is exactly what it appeared to be in the trailers, for better and worse. And that means that some people are going to love it and it will be their favorite game of the last decade.
Yep.
But others will find it willfully obtuse, confusing, and difficult. In this video, I'm going to explain to you what it is, how it works, no spoilers of course, using footage from the first probably 30-ish hours of gameplay and the first couple of regions. So don't worry, I'm not going to spoil anything that I would have liked to experience myself with a first look, okay? So I'm going to be sensitive to those of you who are really excited and don't want spoilers, okay? I get you. I feel you, okay? I'll take care of you. But to put all
Luke has such a good setup, though. Like, dude, he's got a really nice setup. His lighting's great. His, like, background is just full of stuff. It's nice.
excited and don't want spoilers,
Definitely nice.
okay? I get you. I feel you. Again, playing Skyrim in my mom's basement. It's that sense of endless wonder and opportunity, the idea that you can look anywhere in this massive world and there's going to be something for you to find, whether it's in a cave, under a waterfall, or tucked up in a tree that looks weirdly flat at the top. In a word, it's freedom, this sense of endless possibility. And that's what Crimson Desert really nails. And that's what I love about it. But some people, I'm sure, are going to be frustrated by how open-ended it is, how unguided the game can feel at times, and how little it holds your hand. Crimson Desert basically gives you a pretty robust series of tutorials and walkthroughs for the...
That was so cool. Like, he just, like, blew up the whole canister backup one.
Crimson Desert basically gives you a pretty robust series of tutorials and walkthroughs for the first 10 to 15 hours. That means it's going to be probably a rough onboarding process for a lot of people where they're just learning how this whole thing works. But then it opens up and lets you start exploring freely. And dude, I got lost, like truly lost. I spent like 15 hours just wandering around, having an awesome time. I found a puzzle that I literally used a note card to graph out which ways these pillars moved when I used this wheel versus that to solve the puzzle. I got fully immersed and I loved it. And I think that is exactly the kind of feeling that some people are going to hate. They're going to want the pop-up with the orange arrow pointing where to go and what to do next. And that's just not what this game is. And I love it for that. Some people will hate it for that. But that sense of exploration that I love so much is precisely why it makes me feel like a kid again. Just like back in the day when you're playing a game.
Luke knows how to do a review. Like honestly, he's killing it. Like this is how he's got great footage that actually matches what he's saying. Like the other two, Joe Raptor matched for the most part, but ACG was be talking about like combat and it'd just be like an environment clip. And Luke is getting very nice clips for everything he's saying. I think this is really well done.
Like Skyrim as a kid, there's going to be things that leave you confused. There's going to be puzzles that you struggle to get through. There's going to be moments where you need assistance from an older sibling, or God forbid you Google something. And I think that is actually where the community of Crimson Desert is.
That's it. We need a community. You work together. You play together. You don't have to just like Google everything. We can try and figure this out together.
Really going to carry it across the finish line for a lot of people. As I've been reviewing this, I've largely been on my own. There has been a Discord server for us to access like technical support if we have problems with the game or if we have bugs to report and things like that. But we've largely been on our own to figure this out. But I would imagine once the game launches and the community starts helping each other solve puzzles, discover secrets, figure out a cool way to take down this boss or access this castle early, I think this game is going
Okay, that's a long monologue, and he's just reading off a script, but
to get elevated to a whole new level. And it seems like Crimson Desert has been designed from the outset with that community-led focus in mind. Specifically, the idea that just like with MMOs, a lot of the coolest secrets and ideas can be found within the community, not necessarily.
What are these? What is that attack? That is sick. Okay, I'd be learning that. Can we observe that skill? I want that skill. That looks badass.
Within a tutorial or some guide within the game's menus. In other words, this game is much more Elden Ring than it is like God of War 2018 or Ragnarok. It is not a game like one of those modern third-person adventure Sony exclusives. It is unapologetic in how massive it is and how little it guides you and how it wants you to get lost and figure it out. And that sense of getting lost is why I love it. It makes me feel like a kid figuring out Skyrim for myself for the first time, and I love it for that. That's also why some people are going to be frustrated by it and not connect with it. And that's okay. But that's why I'm trying to tell you, this is not the ultimate everything game where no matter who you are, you're going to love it. Everybody on Earth will think it's a 10 out of 10.
Okay. He keeps going back and forth. It's quite a bit. What do we got? This sounds like a pure pleasure. Yeah, for real. Right, Cal? Good shit to hear. Heck yes. Yeah, people are super excited about the way that Luke's pushing this. Yeah, it does sound like he's so genuine. He does. I can definitely sense some genuine from Luke. I've always sensed that around Crimson Desert. I think he also saw the value of this game and what it was going to do, and he's been one of those people that he's just going to, he wants to send it all the way. What's your Discord link? Hey, can someone link the Discord? Slap it in there. Get John in here. Get him in. Heck, I'll just grab it real quick. Let's get it in there. Copy. Close. Boom. Peter, damn, you wasted your money. Why do you think you wasted your money? What about these reviews do you not like? What's scaring you about the game? But Cowboy was using that skill in his review. Oh, was he really? Oh, brilliance. We're definitely going to watch it. Then. I really want to see that. There are over 3,500 things to discover. Yeah, I don't know about the exact number, but I imagine you saw that from one of the codexes or something. That's cool. That's crazy amount.
As with every game, there are strengths and weaknesses. It's not perfect. There are bugs. There are problems that we're going to talk about. But overall, I think the total package is something truly remarkable. And I, for one, really, really love it. And if I could be playing it right now instead of filming this, I would be because I love it. I may or may not have it booted on my computer right now, waiting to get back in. Let's get into the specifics of all of it.
I'm sorry. I know you guys said he's a good presenter. This stuff just drags on to me.
The first thing I have to say is that the map of Crimson Desert is freaking gigantic. It truly is massive. I know a story started going around in the last few days about how Digital Foundry tested the game and they walked from one area of the map to the other, and it took them 4 hours to get there.
Crazy.
That does not surprise me at all. I would imagine if you're going from one corner of the map to the other corner of the map, it's probably going to take you twice that amount of time.
Wow.
That is if you're
8
walking
hours.
and exploring and seeking things out to destroy.
Look at how beautiful this is. What the heck? That looks so like this looks like some cool Colorado lake that I've been to. This is so awesome.
Distract you. There seriously is a ridiculous number of little secrets to find, little quests to stumble onto, and the game is pretty well built out to encourage you getting lost like that, to encourage that.
Look at the ship out there. Can we get to that ship? Is that our ship? There's boats out here too.
PhD, ooh, piece of candy mentality. It's also beautiful to boot. It is ridiculously gorgeous with the sheer volume of foliage, the complexity of the geometry they're rendering at any given moment, the sight lines and distance you can see, and it runs all of this quite well at the same time. I've been playing the game through on cinematic quality, and all of the footage you're going to see in this video is at cinematic quality. It's a looker, but even on lower quality settings, it runs remarkably well. I wasn't able to get it running on Steam Deck. Every time I would try to boot it, it would crash saying this graphics device is not supported, but I was able to get it running on my Legion Go 2, and I actually played it while I was on an international trip last week, while I was flying over Iceland. Here's a little clip of that so you can see that, where I'm actually playing it while at 38,000 feet above Iceland. It's really, really impressive that it can even play on handheld devices like that. It's awesome. In addition to its beauty, it's also incredibly complex, with tons of different systems thrown at the player constantly. Even 50 hours into the game, I was introduced to a new system I hadn't seen before. Like, dudes, there is even a bank in the game. There's a bank in the game. If you have a lot of in-game currency and you don't know what to do with it, or maybe you have a gambling addiction and you keep spending money and you're like, I need to put it somewhere or otherwise I'll spend it. There's a bank. You can open a safety deposit box and buy gold bars.
Dude, has he not played an MMO or something? Like, this is pretty standard.
With currency and silver that you accumulate, and then put that in the bank and then select a risk profile, just like you're signing up for a 401k, and it will pay out based on the risk tolerance and how your investment does. Like, what? It's crazy.
The investment side is actually crazy, though. That is really cool.
There's also countless mysteries to discover, and the way they introduce these is so nonchalant. I love it. You'll just stumble onto a puzzle in the middle of a forest. They don't explain anything. They don't give you a tutorial on how to solve the puzzle. It's just left up to you to figure it out. As an example, you'll stumble.
That was like an incredibly deep mine shaft. That was pretty cool. That was really quite cool, actually. Will you stream this game tomorrow? 100%. Vigar, are you a League player? I like Vigar. But yes, I will be doing a marathon stream. We're going to be going nonstop. Now people on X are saying that Crimson Desert is worse than Dragon's Dogma 2 because of Metacritics. I kid you not, Arch. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. How's it going, Trini? CFC. Hey, man. Hey, Jack. How we doing, Jack? Bro, what the hell? Yeah. I've not been this excited for a game since Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Yeah, Cow. Nice. Seriously considering getting this game. Dude, CFC, you definitely should. This game looks incredible. It's going to be pretty damn good. Digital Foundry also said he didn't have the urge to explore the world like this since Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, the way his said was crazy. That is a money line for sure, Ghost. The ship looks good. Wow, I'm so behind on chat. Sorry, guys. That's insane. Arch, yeah, there's lots of potatoes online. Yeah, Cow, there definitely is. Man. Okay, cool.
On this puzzle, which is just a massive grid with symbols and stuff on it, and they won't tell you what you're supposed to do or how you're supposed to progress. Like, it's just up to you to figure it out, and I love that. I devour this. I think it's awesome. I love it. Some people will hate it though, because they're gonna get to the puzzle and be like, what am I supposed to do? They won't tell me, and that is precisely why I love it. It's just a matter of whether you like these kinds of puzzles where you just look at it and you have.
Well, and often sometimes there's like a piece of paper or a book or some other tip we get somewhere else in the world. And I think that's also important that maybe they haven't found some of those for these puzzles. Who knows? But yeah, we'll see. Okay, you can really tell there's a lot of BDO features in this game. Yeah, Arch. Willie. Or Villy, I don't know which way you say it, but I'm excited about the possible community for this game. It feels like we can collaborate, yes, on playing our adventure for years. Yeah, for sure, man. I hope we do. Dalbro, good stream, man. Hey, thank you, Dalbro. Cheers. John, hey, cool. You got you on Discord as well. Hey, thanks, man. Look forward to playing with you.
Have to deduce what you're supposed to figure out, and if you love that, you're gonna adore the open world exploration in this game, where you see that and you've got to figure out what you're supposed to do, and when it clicks and you know what you're supposed to do, it's fantastic. But I love it.
Let's do a little theory crafting. What do we think, guys? I'm already thinking that this one we hit to match. It looks like there's matching icons, and maybe you're never allowed to go over a tile twice, and so you gotta like go to here, but then we cut this one off. So we have to like figure out the exact path where we don't cross, or maybe we have to go through every tile and get the matching ones. That's what I'm thinking off the back. I don't know if you guys got any other theories, let me know. We got our first puzzle we're solving right
when
here.
It clicks and you know what you're supposed to do, it's fantastic. But I love it. But some people are gonna hate it, and I guarantee you there's gonna be like games journalist memes out the ass with this game of people just being like, they didn't tell me what to do, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, bad game design, when they're just slow. I said it, okay? I said it. In addition, the production value just across the board is outrageously high. Whether it's motion captured side quests, the graphical fidelity, no matter where you are in the map, the freaking water, dude, looks crazy. Don't get me wrong, this isn't like the Decima engine when it comes to cutscenes, like with Death Stranding 2 or anything, but for an open world adventure sandbox, it's very good. I would say industry leading compared to the likes of other recent contemporary examples like in Assassin's Creed Shadows, for example. There are a bunch of boss fights, combat encounters, and even castle siege battles, which are expansive, and honestly, I don't know how they even got these running. Like, seriously, they will have hundreds and hundreds of enemies being simulated in real time, fighting against your allies who are also being simulated in real time. Like, I'm not joking when I say that some of the stuff they do in this game makes it look like other studios aren't even trying. It's
like, seriously, that's what got me hooked. Like, that siege battle, you see so many units. You feel like it's a Dynasty Warrior game, but you can tell the quality of all of these units is on like a whole different level. And then you get to go and fight, and then there's cannon fire. You're all the objects are destructible, like the buildings and stuff. It is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. But what do we got? Cow. Yeah, good point, Caveman. I like the idea of going back into the world to get stuff and reapproach after learning the skills. I have a better or new skills and lore. For sure, man. Brilliance, bruh. Meta give Dragon Age 82 and Dragon's Dogma 86. So I would really rely on them and watch actual. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't. You would? Or you would or wouldn't? Didn't they give, what did they give? I thought they said like 77 or something. Or no, it was 87. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. King Ghost Wolf, what's up, bro? Looks like the mind puzzle game where you can't trigger the bomb. Ooh, that would be interesting. That's it. Maybe you're supposed to actually avoid those and get every other one. I don't know. The seventh guest is really good for puzzles. Okay, thanks, Cow. Pearl Abyss out here showing us how to make an open world game. Yeah, there we go, Yash. 100%. Arch, you posted a good take on the Discord. Okay. Which should I check it out? Here's what he showed. I think gamers will have a lot of fun with Crimson Desert. Games like Wukong, Stellar Blade, Lies of P were good fun too. Oh yeah, and they were pretty low. I mean, Wukong probably should have won Game of the Year, right? Like it was a competitor that it was so good that a lot of people thought it should have won. But yeah, okay, so we're 78. Yeah, 78. That's what it was. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, yep. See? Yeah, Loco saying Wukong was a 9. Yeah, and they give it an 81 on Metacritic. I was shocked. Yeah.
You know, one of the common things that was said about Crimson Desert in the lead up to its launch was this looks too good to be true. There's no way this is real. And that was a fair feel.
Hey, who was talking about the character customization? Look at this. Look, he's got like this red armor. He looks like Iron Man.
To have, because up till this point, there really has not been a game that's been capable of doing all of these things in real time. But they're doing it. It's just built different, dude.
Built
it's
different.
Crazy. The combat is engaging, and while it isn't level-based, it's actually gear-based. I actually really like that about it. Level-based combat systems often lead to situations where you end up grinding some sort of XP or souls or some sort of currency to purchase levels to make your character more powerful and therefore more capable of taking on a particular challenge. In Crimson Desert, though, it's flipped and it's gear-based, meaning if you struggle against a boss, you can end your engagement with that boss, leave, go and either find materials to upgrade your equipment or go do side quests that will give you better equipment with individual perks or just better stats, and that will better equip you to take on the boss. Meaning it's not just about hitting your head against a wall, grinding
that's a new boss
to get better to take on the boss. It's about actually progressing in the game to get better equipped to take on the boss. And when we talk about open world games, it's always about finding ways to get the gameplay systems to interlock and then encourage you to go back through the knot that you've created, to go through each and every single weave. So if you want players to explore, give them a reason to explore, like finding materials or quests or items that make it worth exploring. How do you make something worth it to a player? Well, you give them an actual reward, like a gameplay benefit, a perk, or some sort of attachment you can put into a sword to make it more powerful. And that's one thing that Crimson Desert does really well, is it actually...
It makes it feel like we're not just looting just to loot, that each item that we're getting is actually going to hopefully give us some power spike. And I hope that's what's really going to push us forward and push this game to be really enjoyable. Kelsey and I honestly think this game is going to be the Baldur's Gate 3 of open world games. I actually 100% believe that. And I think Luke was even the one who coined this earlier, which I know about too because we covered it on my other channel, was Baldur's Gate 3. Act 3 is horrible. Like, they have so many bugs and when it first launched, but it was easily one of the best games to ever come out in the last 10 years. So yeah, 100%. That was because IGN was running hate campaigns on Wukong devs. Were they really? Yikes. IGN, I have no respect for IGN anymore. I'm sorry if you guys do. I watched their fan fest and it was just disgusting. It was just like movies, like it was just not a great production. I don't know. I couldn't watch it. I used to love IGN too. Xbox is getting some new changes. I wonder what you mean by that, King Ghost. By this time tomorrow, we'll be 2 hours in the game, right, Cal? It'll be crazy.
It gives you a reason to explore and makes it feel worth it. But
Just
like
said
I
that.
alluded to earlier, I think the best thing that
Ooh, the
Crimson
bear.
Desert does is it just fills you with that sense of endless possibility. And that's kind of hard to quantify or demonstrate with a clip. It's something that you feel when you get lost in a world for the first time and you accidentally play it for 3 hours when you meant to just spend 20 minutes going through a quick quest. It's a feeling you get when you get lost in a massive open world game for the first time. I had it with Elden Ring, with Breath of the Wild, with Tears of the Kingdom. I felt it with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Red Dead 2. It's something that's rare, but I felt it here as well. As for whether or not other people will feel that same way too remains to be seen, but I personally really felt that way. And I mean, that's kind of what these videos are, is me sharing my opinion. So there you go. However, this is where we get to the fun part of the video. It is not perfect, and there are plenty of things that people will not.
This is the fun part of the video? Why is this the fun part? People love to criticize. It's crazy.
Like about Crimson Desert that are worth being brought up. And that's where we get to the bad of Crimson Desert. It's not perfect. There's problems. The biggest problem, as far as I'm concerned, are the bugs. There are many of them. I ran into numerous bugs specifically related to things like puzzles or specific quests where it would tell you to talk to this guy, but then that guy either doesn't spawn, or you try to talk to him and there's no button prompt to engage with him at all, or maybe you do engage with him but it doesn't complete the objective to talk to him, so the quest doesn't progress. Things like that are unfortunately quite common. 99% of the time they are resolved by either reloading or leaving the area and coming back so things reload, but it was a common enough issue that it sort of became second nature to stumble into these quests, discover that they might be bugged a little, and then leave, reset, and try again. In addition, some other systems are not really user-friendly and don't control in an intuitive way, to the point where I think it's going to be really frustrating to people, and even get to the point where at times it will feel like it is bugged even when it's not. An example of this would be at a certain quest where you have to eavesdrop on different people throughout a small village in order to gain information about a local gang leader, basically. And so you go and you do this by pressing left bumper while looking at different targets that you are tasked with eavesdropping on. This will usually lead to Cliff leaning against a fence post or something to listen to them covertly. However, there's this moment where you are expected to eavesdrop on these two ladies. The game tells you roughly the area where they are, and you figure out pretty quickly that these are the two ladies you're supposed to eavesdrop on. What the game wants you to do is to go and stand within like a 2-foot window outside of the building and listen through the cracks in the wood. However, it's not intuitive. You have to break some stuff to get access to that spot at the...
Okay, this is all pretty interesting. But did you see the dog just teleport up here? Sorry, like my ADD there, just like, what the heck?
However, it's not intuitive. You have to break some stuff.
Your companion
to get
just
access
follows
to
you like that.
spot.
That's pretty cool. But this is also interesting that you need to be so close to the quest marker for it to actually work. That's very, very interesting. I can't spell ignorant without IGN, as they say. Yikes. I take their XP. I like their XP take by giving artifacts for killing enemy. I love that, Yash. I think that's a much, much cooler way of getting levels. 100%. 100%. Hopefully the day one patch quickly fixes all of the bugs. Yeah, Walter. I 100% hope that's the case.
At the wall, and all the previous instances of you eavesdropping, of which there are, I believe, 2 in the entire game up to that point, you are standing in a clear line of sight with the target. So you don't think that you can listen through walls until you just happen to stumble outside in frustration and press the button and it works. There's many instances like that where you're like, is this bugged or is this a feature? Like, am I doing something wrong or is it bugged? And you don't really know because the bugs are so prevalent. It's really frustrating. And it's one of those instances where I think when the game...
I wonder if that's actually a bug, or they were just expecting you to go and lean on one wall, and that's just too fine tooth. Like, I think that there needs to be multiple walls you can do, or if you hide underneath one of these logs, you should be close enough to hear them. Maybe they need to expand that bubble where you can hear. I don't know.
launches, it won't be that big of a deal, because some people might get frustrated and be like, I'm just going to look it up. They look it up and see, oh, I'm supposed to stand there. Oh, okay. And then it's not a problem. For me, I spent like 20 minutes walking around this stupid building trying to find where I was supposed to stand to trigger the LB button press to progress through the quest. It was really annoying. In that same vein, there's also countless other systems that are introduced and then forgotten for hours upon hours upon hours, sometimes even dozens upon dozens of hours until you see them again. Whether you look at something like the eavesdrop system, which you use very, very rarely, or all of the countless systems built up around the settlement system. As you saw in some of the trailers, there is a settlement.
I wonder if there's actually a lot more that we can eavesdrop on and people just don't actually check it out. I'm going to add that as a video possibility. All the places that you can eavesdrop in Crimson Desert. That could be a pretty good video, right? Because no one's going to want to do that. And that could be our angle. Eavesdropping. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
System where you can assign free swords to do things for local dignitaries or for faction leaders in certain areas of the map. You can basically tell 2 of your guys to go help build defense. You two go and defend the castle. You two go and deliver the grain or help them harvest this or that. And it gives you currency to upgrade your base, and it's something clearly for the end game. But there were numerous times where I would engage with one system for that settlement and then never touch it again for like 30 hours. So by the time I see it again, it's like I've played an entire AAA game in the space of time between when I used that system last. And that leads to situations where you're probably going to forget how certain things worked or how you're supposed to engage with certain things. It's an artifact of the game being freaking massive and having so much going on, but it did happen many times where I'd be like, oh yeah, that was a thing. I could grab things and put them in this weird pot.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. That was 40 hours of gameplay ago. And that will happen many, many times because the game is just so massive and there's so much going on. I think this will also lead to situations in puzzles where people will forget that they have access to certain things that the puzzle may require of them. They may forget that you can tap RB and triangle to do a stab attack, which is actually how you engage with certain rotatable pillars for puzzles.
Well,
Basically,
this is cool.
There will be moments where like you have
Okay, so it looks like we have to grab orbs and fill them in that like furnace looking thing.
a pillar and you need to stab it with your sword, and then it opens up the ability to rotate it. But if you don't happen to use that in combat, you may not realize that you can do that.
Yeah.
So you'll get to this puzzle and be like, how do I turn it? I don't know.
I think this is cool. This is really cool. I'm super excited.
Things like that. In addition, there are many times where you'll go through streaks of quests which are fantastic, really high effort, executed wonderfully. They have boss fights at the end, and they rival anything you see in other AAA open world games. But then you'll reach a quest that is so bafflingly terrible, it'll make you wonder if anybody playtested it at all within the studio at any point in development. Again, I'll point to that eavesdropping.
Okay, I was about to say, is he going to give us another example or just the eavesdropping one?
Because I think it's a good example, and then I don't have to show you more than one quest. But that's one that is like bafflingly bad. Like I said, you have to eavesdrop on different targets to gain info about a local leader of a gang, and that gets you access to their underground bunker to progress the story. You talk to one individual guard that's outside of the bunker, and he's the one that decides whether or not you're allowed to go and speak to their boss. He basically has a key that opens a door, and the only way you can get the key is by convincing him you are to be trusted by gaining information from those eavesdropping targets. However, like, speaking with him is so bafflingly stupid, it's amazing. Like, serious, I have no idea if anybody at the studio tested it at all. It's shocking. Like, it's unreal. You talk to him, and he'll have a series of lines of dialogue. I won't get too specific for spoilers potential, but then you have the option, and it prompts you, tell the truth or lie. About what? Tell the truth about what? Or lie about what? I don't know. You press the button. It doesn't tell you what Cliff said. It just goes, if you tell truth, he's like, okay, well,
okay, that's just unfinished. Like, that's actually unfinished. That's not great. That's not great at all.
Dialogue ends, and you're like, what? Okay. And if you lie, you can select lying with information you gathered while eavesdropping. So I guess you're lying by pretending that you know that stuff, I guess is what it's supposed to be. But at one point, you'll tell him a lie, and then he'll be like, okay, well, I still don't know if I can trust you. I'm not joking. He says, I need to get approval for this. Wait here. Which
too much to camera.
In English indicates that he's going to leave. Wait here. I'm going to go see if I can get you approval to go meet the boss. He doesn't leave. There's no state where he leaves. He stays there. I think at one point in the quest, design or in development, he was supposed to leave and go check with the boss and then come back and give you the thumbs up. But it doesn't happen now. I reloaded this multiple times and he just never leaves. It actually spawns an additional objective elsewhere in the village where you need to go and eavesdrop on those two ladies in the shed. That gives you the name of the gang boss so that you can come back and get approval to go down into the underground hideout. But if you listened to the NPC guard, you would think he's gonna go and do something, so you would think it's bugged, and maybe it is. But this is the problem with like questing bugs, is that when they happen randomly, you don't know if you're encountering a bug or if something's working the way it's supposed to, and it's just bad. In this case, it's just bad. It's not bugged, it's just bad. And so there's going to be times where people run into this and like, what is going on? What am I supposed to do? And it's just unintuitive. But that's what's really bizarre about Crimson Desert is you'll go from one...
Yeah, look at this. So I've been noticing that you have different, resources, because this is the Greymane camp, right? So I think this is the number of free swords you have. But I've noticed that when you're in different characters, they actually have different numbers. When it was Joe Raptor showing us how the character changes work, I was noticing that, and then also just seeing what other people have set up throughout their playthroughs is also one way kind of gauging how far people were in their plays. But we got some other things that I wanted to read over here. Disco Panther is thinking that it's going to be a 6 out of 10 from IGN. So pretty low. Obviously, Barry Allen saying never listen to IGN. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But they said after 100 hours they were getting tired of it. Did they really? I didn't. Wow. It's still good to see what people say, but yeah, don't take IGN seriously from Cal. Was planning on watching these reviews rather later. Yeah, already rather. More chances of Sky Ben Tarden than IGN being real. I don't know what that means. Sorry, John. Yeah, okay, the dialogue's weird. Yeah, it could be better. Yep. You're off to bed? Yeah, see you, Arch. Good night, man. I know it's late over there in Europe. It's already 1 a.m. in the morning. Jesus. See you, man. Isn't it the camp members? Yeah, exactly. I think free swords is what they're technically called. But yeah, anyone that we've managed to recruit and get into there. But, yep. Chunky from Twitch, how we doing? Yeah, absolutely do not listen to IGN. I think that we should make all our own decisions and don't base fate off of reviews. 100%. I think that's exactly where and luckily I've played it, so I have my own thoughts and opinions.
Quest that's phenomenally well executed, that has motion captured characters.
Oh, and also I set up a poll for the next one. So there's 4 options. It's in YouTube. Feel free to let me know which one you guys want. Then that way we can be watching the ones we want. I didn't even put IGN on there because I was like, nah, I don't want to watch IGN right now. I might watch it tomorrow if we run out of info to watch. But okay, let's dump.
Acted scenes explaining everything, and it's executed very, very well. And then you'll run into something like this, which would be unacceptably bad even in a mobile game. And to be fair, these moments are not that common. I can think of probably like 3 or 4 off the top of my head throughout the first 60 hours of gameplay, but that's still a lot.
It is. I was about to say,
more than you would hope for. In addition, the inventory system is incredibly difficult to navigate with a flood of items in the early game that you don't actually need and that you can throw away.
Wait, okay, just checking that. The iron pot has a storage capacity of 230. Like, are we just supposed to stuff it in the iron pot and, like, people are just not using their pot? They just keep throwing everything here? Or is this only for, like, puzzle artifacts?
Example, when you pick up bounty notices, it keeps those in your inventory for some reason, and they take up a slot. Or in a quest, if you get handed a piece of paper or a poster or something, you just have to open it in your inventory, hold down left bumper to read it and to learn what it says, and then you can get rid of it. You can discard it and throw it away. The game never tells you that, though. So players who just start the game from scratch will have an inventory filled with junk they can throw away and not realize it. In addition, at launch, there's apparently no clear storage solution for players for them to like store excess goods or crafting materials that they want to use for their camp or settlement, or crafting materials for like armor and weapons. It's my understanding.
So we need to unlock your camp first, because if you guys use your time exploring, you're going to pick up stuff that you can't carry, and then you're just going to ruin or waste time potentially. I really think the push, go to the Greymanes, unlock the Greymane camp, and then literally go explore 100%. I think that just confirmed it even more. But yeah, you like the poll system? Yeah, hopefully we get some good democracy up in here. So most bad reviews are mainly just from bugs. Maybe day one patch will fix them all. Yeah, I'm hopeful, Ghost. I really do. Barry Allen clicked the wrong option. Barry Allen. What are we doing, bro? Loco, I've heard that the pot is for late game. Oh, okay. Good to know. I don't know. Cowboy has more depth, I think. Okay, good, brilliance. I actually put Cowboy on there because I actually do value his reviews.
Understanding that they will be adding a storage locker or something for the player at some point after launch. It's just not going to be here at launch. But they did respond to the feedback from reviewers. We told them, like, is there really no storage chest for us? Is there like no way to store things outside of my personal inventory? And they're like, nope, working on it. So that's coming after launch at some point, but that apparently is something they're working on.
Wait, I thought there would be one at the camp. No, I'm confused.
But I do want to give them credit for this. And you're hearing a lot of talk about bugs, about weird things like storage that they're working on fixing. I want to give credit where it's due. This team works in a way I don't understand, okay? I'm going to tell you a very quick story, and I wrote down exactly what happened. I was playing the game. There was a point during the review process where they issued a patch to fix some stuff, and it did fix a lot of bugs and things that I did experience, and they patched it and fixed it, so I cut them out of the review because it's no longer a problem. But that patch landed at like 9 a.m., and I tried booting the game around 10 a.m. Couldn't get it to launch though. So at 10:24 a.m., I sent a message to their private technical support Discord group. That message just said, hey, I can't boot the game after this update. I just can't get in. Help. Help, please. And I didn't hear anything. They said, okay, working on it about 15 minutes later. At 10:58, my initial message about this not working for me was at 10:24 a.m. At 10:58, 34 minutes later, I got a message just simply saying, try it booting again. And it was fixed. They had a new update that sent out through Steam that fixed my specific problem.
I mean, see, if these bugs are not going to be here, like they're going to maybe a month, right? It sounds like this team is literally chugging along, and this is their first game on their new engine. I guarantee that they are going to do everything in their power to make sure this is super polished. They want to flex all these new systems, the capabilities of this engine. I can guarantee this will be a No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk situation where even if it is bad on launch, it will get improved over time. I'm 100% guaranteed. I'm 99% optimistic that'll be the case. So we'll definitely see though. What else we got? Yeah, plan on exploring a lot at the start, but seems like the story will be a little bit will unlock camp. Shit, sorry, I'm unable to read right here. Seems like the story until unlocking the camp is the way to go. Yeah. I think that it was just inventory expansions to make your inventory more. They might just expect you to get rid of what you don't need. Yep. I just thought, yeah, I don't want to have to get rid of anything. I hate looting stuff. But yes, true. I trust the team. Yep. Fluid pacing and response from Cow. Yep. Loco, they're probably watching these reviews right now and fixing. Yeah, exactly. What if they do like everything in 24 hours? Like the Korean team's just like, let's go, get to work, and then they're just going.
Within 34.
And then Chunky on Twitch. It's gonna be goated regardless. That's what I like to hear. I'm right there with you, brother. So happy it's coming out on your birthday. Your birthday's tomorrow? Holy shit, that's a good birthday. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday.
4 minutes. I don't know how that happens. Bear in mind, they're in Korea, on the other side of the planet, and they were able to fix my specific problem within 34 minutes. That's crazy. Meanwhile, BGS breaks VATs, and it takes them 19 months to patch it. Like, I don't understand how they're capable of doing that, but that's the level of reactivity that this dev team has for this game. Within 34 minutes, they fixed a game from not being able to boot to, oh, it's fixed now. Like, it's actually wild and very, very impressive. Other things that they've done just during the review process is they took the starting inventory size from 20 spaces to 50 based on reviewer feedback. We said, like, is there really no storage access and ability for us to put things in a chest? They said, okay, we're going to work on it. It's probably coming after launch day, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's the day after launch, like with how quickly they're able to move. Other things like, improving the inventory size, just period. That's something they did. They added all sorts of new things at shop vendors where you can buy small bags to expand your inventory for like 50 bronze pieces. They're actively reacting and responding to feedback from players, collecting our bug reports and fixing things in real time. I wouldn't be surprised if 95...
You know what's also making me more optimistic about this too is that could have been easily something that they did microtransactions on. Like inventory is terrible, microtransactions. There was another bug that someone was saying earlier, and the revives. I'm sure that's going to be fixed too, where you can't get hit while you're getting revived. Otherwise, that could have been a big microtransaction option. Yeah, I'm really curious how they're going to put in the additional content that you pay.
5% of these problems are fixed even in the first week of the game's launch. And again, it just takes me back to the feeling that this game is just like this game and this studio, they're just different, man. They're just different. It doesn't really fit into a clear mold of other things. It's just different, but I like it. I'm down for this. But to wrap all of this up, I really, really love Crimson Desert. It's not perfect, and I'm sure it's going to only get better after launch and as they continue to improve it, patch it, and polish it up. But as of right now, the game that we have is still truly, truly remarkable and makes me feel like a kid again in a really cool and nostalgic way. You know, it's just really hard to put into words. It makes you feel like the world's your oyster and like there's endless possibilities. But just like being a kid, there's moments of frustration and confusion when you're not sure what you're supposed to do and you're just trying to figure it out yourself. A great example is that for a long time, I thought the game was bugged and there was an issue where you would be riding your horse, and it often happened during battles and high intensity sequences where your horse would just stop running. You just couldn't sprint with your horse anymore. You couldn't jump. None of the face buttons would work on your horse anymore. I was like, it must be a bug. It must be a bug. Well, turns out after I submitted a support ticket for it, it's not a bug, it's literally a feature. When your horse is injured, it can't sprint. So you have to hop off, either feed it, take it to a stable where they can heal it, or you can use a spirit ability to do force touch healing, where you like focus in, hold down right stick, and then press left stick, and it'll heal your horse, and then they're capable of sprinting. There's things like that where I'm like, okay, now that I know that, I realize it's not a bug. It's literally a feature. But there's lots of things like that where you're going to be like, is this working the way it's supposed to? Or am I forgetting a system that the game has? Some people love that. I love it because when you figure it out, you feel like $1,000,000. But some people, I'm sure, are going to be super frustrated and absolutely hate it. But at the end of the day, I think Crimson Desert does a lot more really, really well than it does poorly. And a lot of the things that it does poorly, it's actively improving in real time. Like, I'm not even joking. Since I started filming this video, I got a message that one of the other things I was going to mention in this video as a problem has been fixed.
Well, I mean, obviously they're going to be like, hey, everything's being fixed. Remove it from the review, please. Don't mention that.
So I guess I don't have to bring it up. It was a bug.
And also, real quick, I just saw Brilliant saying, Caveman, make a React channel and upload your reactions. Yeah, I will if I get one of my channels like actually work properly. I need to get that big enough for it to be something make me enough money to survive off of it first. But I like the idea. Loner Gamer, what's up, bro? I've heard that a lot of reviewers say that inventory space is the only issue in the early game too, and that by the midpoint you'll have plenty of space. I've also heard a storage will be added on day one patch. Yep. I think Luke's mentioned that a couple times too.
And now it's not a problem. Like, it's crazy, but that's just how they do it, man. They're just different. Now, like I said, Crimson Desert is absolutely gigantic. This is a work in progress review, and it's possible that the game takes an absolute nosedive in the last act, or when I get to one of the late game areas. That's very, very possible. I wouldn't put it past any game disappointing me or shocking me. But based on my experience with it at this point, I'm thoroughly impressed, and I cannot wait to play more, and I fully intend to. But if I had to offer a little piece of advice to all of you who are interested in playing this and are going to be playing it tomorrow after this video goes up on March.
It's just crazy. No one's shown us the dragon. Like, the dragon must be so deep in the late game, no one's getting to it. This is really interesting.
March 19th on launch.
Has anyone watched another review where they actually got the dragon? I'm really interested. Rabbi, how is the performance on PC? I'm hearing mixed stuff. So we watched a review from ACG. He had a 2070, I think it was, and that one definitely showed some pop-in, but it seemed like the frames per second was all good. He seemed okay and happy with everything else. It was just pop-in, and it was like small pop-in too, the way that they do it. Like, all the big assets seem to be good far distance. It's like little grass and stuff that'll pop in. If you don't know what pop-in is, it's like when you're just walking and then like it doesn't load in like some foliage that's like right here, but once you get close enough, it'll show up. Kensu, Arcs did it. Yes, I love Arcs. I didn't put Arcs on that poll. He'll be on the next poll. I love Arcs. I think he's some great content too. There's two guys on that channel, but yeah, they do a good job. Yes, I saw the PlayStation Japan video. They have the dragon. Ooh, okay. Okay, good to know. Chunky, I was told you get the dragon towards the last act. Yeah. I just imagine, like, that'd be something I'd want to show in a review, because the dragon's such a big thing. But, Cow, sounds like there's definitely some bugs that will cause some reloading. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I would encourage you, Don't be afraid to talk to your friends about systems. If you get stuck on something, reach out to a member of the community and see if they've figured it out. That's really something like they've built this game with that in mind.
Let's be that community. Let's be that community.
Hey, did you see the legendary bear mount is up on this mountaintop?
Exactly.
Check this out. You can find
Exactly.
it. Oh, dude, that's awesome. I found that there's actually a legendary horse mount over here that has crazy levels of stamina. That is, I think, what they've designed this game with that in mind. I think that's what they want players to do. They want them to engage with each other. They want the community to help discover things and share info. And that is where I think it's truly going to excel. Don't play it in a vacuum if you don't want to. Be willing to talk to other people and engage with the community, because I think that will make your experience significantly better than if you try to just go in and play this game blind, because it seems like it's been built with that MMO mentality of the community working together to make progress more on a meta level. And if you do that, I think you'll have more fun. I, for one, cannot wait to see what some of the community discovers when it comes to secrets or hidden bosses or hidden crafting materials or swords and weapons that I didn't even know existed. There's going to be a lot of that, I'm sure. And I can't wait to find out about it right next to you guys, because again, the game is so freaking massive.
I'm gonna let this play out. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back, everyone.
But TLDW, Crimson Desert, I'm a fan. It's not going to be for everybody. Some people will hate it, just like I said in my preview. But for me, I'm a big fan, and I cannot wait to keep playing more. I recommend you check it out if you have a higher tolerance for some of the jank that comes with big open world games, buggy quests, and things like that. If you are sensitive to that stuff, just wait a couple of weeks, and I have no doubt they will have fixed a lot of it. As for console performance, I still don't know exactly how that's running and how that's going to look, but my plan is on launch day, I'm going to try all of the different versions, Series X, S, PS5 base, and PS5 Pro. I'm even going to try booting it up on my Steam Deck with the day one patch and see if I can get it running there. So make sure to subscribe to see that video. But that's going to do it from me. Thank you for watching. Much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.
And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. That show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. It's me, Jake Baldino, and today we're talking about Crimson Desert. There's been a lot of hype about this big, splashy open world game, man. It's been in development by Korean studio Pearl Abyss for many years now, with some incredible looking visuals, but hype can be a dangerous thing. Now, how is the game actually? Is it actually fun to play? Well, it certainly is. Crimson Desert is, inspired clearly by so many other big games, from The Witcher to Skyrim to Tears of the Kingdom to even a little Monster Hunter, manages to feel like a unique experience. Sometimes it's a weird experience, and I think some types of gamers are just gonna completely be turned off by some of it or just nope out, but ultimately, this feels like a big, ambitious, sometimes goofy, but passionate video game theme park to play around in, basically. If you can put up with some BS here and there and are okay with great gameplay but not a very compelling story, at least so far, then you'll have a blast in this world, man. Fun combat, rewarding exploration, the game does not hold your hand, it gives you a generous amount of game and content, and great music and visuals. I've really enjoyed my time here. Now, keep in mind, this is a massive game, just staggeringly big. One of the biggest we've seen in a long time, and this is just going to be our first impressions here. We've been playing a review copy, and this footage is captured running on PC and is spoiler-free. The footage you see here only scratches the surface, as we keep it to early stuff to avoid spoiler.
All right, okay, I'm back. All right, what are we doing? Game ranks. That's not one of the options. All right, let's transition this back to me, and let's go over the poll. What did we decide, team? Let's see, Crimson Desert review. Where's that poll? Oh my god, it's so far up. Wait, where do I... Guys, I can't find my poll. Where'd the poll go? Oh, there it is. Fighting Cowboys! The one that we're at. Okay, so we're gonna watch some Fighting Cowboy. Alright. So, Fighting Cowboy. Fighting Cowboy. There he is. Let's see. Where's his video? Close to perfection, everyone. Close to perfection. That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to hear. Right here. Before we kick it off, let's make sure the chat is up to do what we got, team. What we got. Oh, snap. Wait, will this game have a couch co-op? Chunky, no. No, it won't. But it would be nice. Would be nice. Okay. Pop in, not the biggest issue. Yeah. And if you've got a rabbit, you got a 5070, I'm sure you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be absolutely fine. My people intensifies from cow. What else? Well, time to watch some game ranks. Oh, sorry for getting in there, guys. We will go into this. We'll do game ranks later for sure, if we're still doing it. Cowboy 1. Yep. Playing live. Wait, who's playing live right now? Someone's playing live? Did I miss that? That'd be crazy. DP, let me know. Or are you playing live? But yeah. And now since Caveman is awesome and I got gifted the game, I'm for sure getting extra munchies and beer for lunch. There you go, man.
Y'all, Cowboy here, and it is
All right,
finally
let's go.
time to bring y'all my review.
Ooh,
of
let's go.
Crimson Desert.
Let's go, baby.
Now, at this point, I am still...
Oh, holy shit. This is a 44-minute review. All right, this is deep. He's getting in. He's giving us stuff. And what is this great sword he has? Look at this thing. Look at, there's an axe. That looks cool. Crazy shield. All right. Fighting Cowboy did it. I don't know. Did you guys see him just beating on the guy at the early access event too? That was hilarious. That was actually hilarious.
Far from being done with the game. I'm coming up on around 110 hours played, and there
Yeah.
is still a ton.
110.
Right now, we're up at an abyss structure that's kind of in the middle of the map, and just looking around to give you all an idea of the scope of this world. I mean, I haven't even been out there yet. That's the Crimson Desert.
He's
You know,
at
that way.
He's at 110. Hasn't even been out to the Crimson Desert. That's crazy.
There's city over there, bunch of stuff over here. And just to really drive home, like, if we look at the journal, I'm up to chapter 7. I believe there's 12 main chapters. Gray main stuff, I'm about halfway through. Hernand, I'm maybe halfway through. Haven't touched Demonis yet. Haven't touched Delesia yet. Barely touched Payloon.
Wow.
Still tons of different challenges to uncover. I mean, 21% exploration, 10% mastery, 10% combat, 4% life, 6% minigame. And of course, taking a look at the full map. So this is what I've been spending the majority of my time doing, honestly, is the Abyss. I have a bunch of stuff that I've knocked out in the Abyss. Been really kind of focused.
All right. I see. And this is what I was talking about. We're going to be able to figure out people's strategy. I think he's going Abyss first. He's thinking the puzzles. I could imagine him pop out a puzzle guide really, really fast early on because he wants to solve all the puzzles and make a guide on that. That could be it. We will see.
Just there. And if we look at the main map, so this is where everything starts. This is Hernand. You can see there is a variety of different icons in Hernand. You know, I pull up environmental.
Oh, this
you
is
see all the
cool. We've never seen that. This is a breakdown. This is what we wanted, guys. Now we can actually look into like some of these
and if we
things.
look at the main map, so this is where everything
Let's slow this down. I want to see all these different icons and see what we get.
starts. This is Hernand.
Okay, so check out all of the fast travel locations. So these are roughly the locations. And so we know from my other video that we did, this is the tower that we take early on. From the central location, that's 300 meters. And then all the way down to Unicorn Cliff, this is 1,000 meters. And the fast travel points look like they're roughly less than 1,000 meters apart. I don't think... Well, that's actually a pretty big gap right here. I'm actually curious. We'll go back a couple frames to see how much further out we can look at these fast travel locations. And the thing is, maybe he's missing some, but I mean, like this distance is like 500 meters. I think that this looks like a good spread of fast travel locations. I'm actually gonna take a screenshot of this. Actually, you know what? I'll just add the timestamp to our spreadsheet. So 119. This is world. We're at 119 fighting cowboy map. Okay. But what else we got? So this is really quite key for us. We'll be able to know where some of these fast travel locations are right off the back. How far out do the fast travels show? Okay, not that far. So check this out, guys. He really doesn't have that much found. Like, so he has fast travels to like here around this area, but look at like there's still so much region, and you know that there's fast travels in all of these little spots. So that's pretty crazy. Like, and he's at 110 hours, guys. Is this crazy or what? Let's check the chat. I haven't checked the chat in a second. Let's get back to chat. Chat. How we doing? Okay. Playing live. Yeah, let me know what that was, DP. I hope you did. Hopefully the knight didn't get hurt. I don't know what that is, but this is ridiculously pretty. I know, it looks so good. Barry Allen, wait, what? So I found a key binding for M's no-go. Yeah, that's definitely not a good. First look at the menu in action. Yeah, that's pretty cool, too. It was. I didn't even really talk about that too much. My laptop is 4 seconds behind my phone. Oh, no. I've actually noticed that also, though. I can see that different platforms have different speeds for streams. It's kind of annoying. I'm going to make a thread in the unique channels on the Discord for everyone to post their treks. What directions they've taken and explored. Yeah, that could be pretty cool, actually. Yeah, we can mark probably well. That'd be awesome. Yeah, not bad for fast travels. I totally paused you for a sec. Back to live now, and the screenshot on the map. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. Brilliance. I don't think many people will use fast travel once they get the dragon. That might be it might be a thing too. Yeah, who knows? Shit. Big screen. Okay, but that's. Oh wait, I didn't take a screenshot of this. Even though Cal probably already has it in the Discord, which would be awesome. Okay. And what are these? Do we know what these are? These look like kind of like quest poster platforms. We have our caravan right here. And obviously this is our Gray Main camp, I imagine. So we know that that's roughly the main location. I'm sure that's a fast travel location that we can build, right? I think someone said we're going to be able to build that there. What else do we got we can look at on this map? I don't know. That's pretty cool, though. Okay, and then he'll change to the different map settings. Let's see it flip over. Okay, so then this looks like the faction map, kind of, or at least the banners. We can see what banners are at each location. And so we know that we took over this tower at one point, and we gave that faction, which I think is just the main Hernan, or whatever this castle is. But look at all these. There's different banners for all of these. So I don't know. Like this is what I'm most excited for, is like learn and take over these. I really wonder if we can literally make one faction take over the entire map, because that'd be kind of cool to do. A lot of different icons. I don't know what all these icons are. These are okay. That's a fishing location. Obviously, that looks like a maybe a farm. And we know that we could have our cell swords do different things, and so this would probably be a place. Maybe we can send one of our workers to go fish at this location. That could be interesting. And maybe for my ultimate fishing video, maybe there's like different fish we can get at each of these different fishing locations. I'm sure that's a thing. There's a creative one here. I wonder what that is. And I wonder what these red ones, does that mean they're controlled by bandits? And we need to go still rescue those ones? I'm guessing any red flag means that they're still under control of someone else, not a friendly faction. I don't know. But yeah, this will be very interesting. Loco just saw Cowboy's review before y'all. He loved it a lot. Yeah, he did. He's got some interesting stuff here too, which would be cool. Abyss artifact, brilliance. You think one of these is an Abyss artifact? Oh, that was on the other UI. That's what those icons would be. That would be a good call. Good call out. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, I'm just gonna. I know it pivots one more time. So yeah, so these might be Abyss artifacts is what you're saying? Yeah, I can see it. Okay, now there's resources. So here's all the different resources we can go and mine. Ooh, a red one. I bet, ooh, and then these got these crystals here. These are camps where we could probably rest, cook some food. There's another crystal one down here. Something else down on the bottom right there. Okay. And then I'll go back through this after the map is over, and then we'll kind of play around with it, see what else he says. Or I'll turn it up now. We'll go back to regular speed, and regular speed,
that I can
volume,
pick up that I've found.
And then we'll go back to
icons in Haran. You know, I pull up environmental. We see all the different stuff that I've uncovered, ores and whatnot that I've found. We see different quests that I can pick up.
Dude, he didn't have like anything down here. Like that was completely empty.
That I've found that are on the map.
Like yeah, like look at this. All this doesn't have anything. At least no fast travel locations.
Pulling up all icons doesn't really pull up all icons, but so this is kind of like where things start. You know, we'll keep up environment. That gives I wish all was working properly. But this gives you an idea of like where the journey started. And then there's all the stuff down here, which I've just started to dabble in. And all the stuff up here in Payloon, which I've just started to dabble in. And then the Crimson Desert, which I haven't really touched. And
Oh
then
my
Demoness, which
gosh.
I haven't really touched. And then
What? He's at 110 hours and he has only checked out like half the map easily. Oh my! And it doesn't even look like he's really gone through that with a fine-tuned, comb or anything. This is crazy.
Delizia, which I haven't really touched. And it's just a ton, man. It is a beefy game.
Beefy game. Oh, this is awesome.
If I had to ballpark, to get like 100% completion on this, I would guess we're looking in the range of like 300 to 400.
There we go. 300 to 400
hours. So no, there's not going to be 100% walkthrough before you even ask. But point is, it's a beefy game. I don't think, I would go as far as to say that every single person that's dropping a review today, I don't think there's anybody that is done with the game in the sense of like they've done anything more than the campaign at this point. But either way, let's talk about the game. Let's jump in. There's a lot to discuss. We're going to start things off talking about some gameplay, and to go alongside that, we're gonna dive into some combat and show it off. Now, with gameplay,
This is one thing that Cowboy, he's a little bit slow. He doesn't do a lot of edits. It's just him doing a walkthrough. I wish he would do more.
we are going to start talking.
But we also got some other people in the chat. Hey, how's it going? Pixel, hi, how we doing? Crimson Desired, yeah, for sure. This will be one of these games I purposely walk, not run. Dude, then you're looking at like 500 to 1,000 hours, right, Cow? Jeez. My Lanta. Probably means 700. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 700 hours for you. Yep, exactly. Man. Yeah, it's going to be a good time, guys. It's going to be a good time. Oh, I never ended this poll, sorry. Let's get that ended.
Talking about combat, and then after that, we're going to talk about kind of the other activities you can do in the world. So, like the mini games you're able to do, give you an idea about quest design, etc., etc. But for now, at least, let's talk about combat. And
look at all of his extra stamina. Like, he has so many stamina bars. He must have really put some artifact points into stamina.
Combat really kind of falls into two buckets here. We have general combat against your basic enemies and animals that you'll find out in the world. And then you have your boss combat, which is more about you having to lock in and learn movesets. Now, we're not going to be fighting any bosses in this video, but I did want to discuss that up front because the combat against basic enemies is very different. It's borderline, it's almost like a Musou game. If you've ever played like Dynasty Warriors or Samurai Warriors or any of the titles like that, where you're just, you're slaughtering hordes of enemies, it has a very similar vibe. We are leaning heavily into a power fantasy. We are just beating these guys down. We're shield bashing them. We're hitting them with the RKOs and the clotheslines. And we're having a great time doing it, but it doesn't particularly feel challenging. And so that's really the point I want to make with the combat against the basic enemies here. Because these guys are going to get absolutely bodied by me. Well, except for these guys who are apparently like hunter captains.
Oh, straight into a cutscene.
Now, these guys are just going to get their cheeks slapped by me.
What was that move? So he used the, I actually know what it is. So he used the reflect, stun them, then used the devastation ability there. Oh my gosh. And with the two-handed sword, it's just so devastating. That's crazy.
It is what it is. They got no chance.
Oh, and he's got the waves.
Though, because we have a huge variety going on here of stuff we can do. We hit that guy with the lariat. We hit him with that. I was able to do a perfect dodge through that guy's attack. We're going to blind these guys and then go into the blinding slash combo. I'm going to give this guy, hit him with the heavy attack combo, and then out of that, I can go straight into a charged attack. And you also notice there's a lot of different effects going on. Like a lot of particle effects, a lot of like, whoa, what is happening? He's got all these slashes. A lot of this is like special effects that I have unlocked over time. This guy is some kind of mini boss.
Okay.
Oh, the captain of the Hellhounds. Yeah, you got messed up, buddy.
I love how Ron is though. He's feeling badass in this. He's like, I'm a gray main. I'm gonna come wreck all these dudes. That's exactly what's happening. Ghost, that's one big wrench. Yeah. The question is, can we conquer the continent? Yeah, that's a great one. And yes, Barry Allen, he came out of nowhere and KO'd that NPC. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh man. Can they just shadow drop it right now? Oh, please, 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 please. Oh my God. Yeah.
Let's head out on this iron ore. But the point is, even though these are basic enemies, and I'm just slaughtering them, you know, there's a lot we could do. Like, I got my one-hander and my shield. I got my two-hander. I got the spear I could swap to. The mace has a slightly different moveset from the sword. I could fight him bare fist. I could fight him with martial arts moves. I could fight him jumping into the air and doing kicks. Like, they really just let you, like, freeform do whatever the hell you want. And I think that's what keeps the combat so entertaining, even in the context of, like, you know, oh, these guys aren't particularly hard to beat. Because just to, well, let me just land real fast, and I'm just gonna like talk about combat for a second here. I really want to lean into the combat and give people an idea of what they're gonna get here. So as I mentioned, we have our light attack combo chains, and these are pretty simple. The light attack combos are gonna be pretty good at like prompting up executes on enemies. We have our heavy attacks, which are a lot more aggressive. My heavy attacks have like a clone duplicate that they're making because of the skill I got.
Dude.
Those are going to tear stuff up.
Look at how much stamina he needed to keep that going, though. But that looks nasty. This is exactly what if you guys watch my other videos, my tips and tricks, this is exactly what I was saying. Just do that. Get the particle effects. Get the cloning.
Now, besides that, we have blocking. A perfectly timed block as well will function as a parry. Outside of that, I also have my pierce attack when I hit Y with the button.
Wow.
When I hit B, I have a backwards attack. When I hit A, I have a spinning slash. I can also kind of hold that and go into this combo chain. If I hit X...
Oh, this is great.
If there's a big dude, I can actually use this to like launch and vault myself over him. And then on top of that, if I tap these buttons, I can swap straight over to this. While I'm sitting with the shield, I can do shield bashes. I can do little shield charges. I can run with the shield out and just knock stuff over. If you can see I have a bunch of stuff. The Cuckoo Spear, the Sidman Spear. If I swap over to ordinary gloves. Now I have a full unarmed moveset. And I don't even have like the unarmed skills really unlocked yet. But there's a bunch of shit you can do. We can do like force pushing here. Very kung fu-esque in nature. I can take my tether, put that on enemies. I can use it. That's like a scorpion pole.
Dude, you can tell he's been putting in the hours, right? He's doing all of these, like, and he's not just like accidentally pressing the wrong buttons. He's mastered and learned what all the buttons do. Now, he might have a cheat sheet to be like, oh yeah, I pressed these two buttons to activate this, but I mean, it's a good demo. Like, this is pretty good, him showing all this stuff. I don't know. This is pretty cool. Styling on the enemies. Combat looks so fluid when someone actually knows the controls and playing right, Ghost. Like, he worked, like, he's looking really good. I mean, I've been following Cowboy since Armor Core 6. That's right when I launched this channel, actually. And I was watching his videos to, like, learn how to do content off of it. And definitely some really, really good stuff. Yeah, he runs fast. Dude, he flies fast. Flies so fast. The poison attack, yeah, exactly. That looks really cool. Kenshi Spirit Sword effect on that slash, yeah. This is insane.
I don't have that ability yet. I can jump up in the air. Actually, I gotta get a little higher for this. Jump up in the air, charge up, and then boom, and come down with that kick.
Yeah, he knows the
knocking enemies
combos.
away.
This is awesome.
Shots with the bow. I have charge shots with the bow. I have the ability to charge up and then mark multiple enemies and do multiple charge shots with the bow like it's a freaking railgun. The point is, there is just a huge, huge breadth to the amount of combat options that we have available. And that's what I really want to drive home here, is like, even when you're fighting enemies that are more on the simple side, the game it just lets you have fun. You know, it's like, hey, you want to beat people up with your bare fists, do it. You want your two-handed sword.
I'm so pumped,
You wanna
guys.
do
I'm so
WWE
excited.
moves and jump out of the air and body slam them, do it. We don't care. Just have fun. Do whatever you want. But then at the same time, once you get up to bosses, you need to lock in and things get more serious.
You need to
for
lock
example,
in.
There was there were quite a few bosses that I fought so far where a big part of their kit was range damage. And so I unlocked this ability called Nature's Snare, where I could pull this thing up, and then I could use this to basically like catch arrows and whatnot.
Dude, like, look at it. He literally knows all of his abilities. All right? If, like, we're going to be this way. All right? It's going to take us a couple weeks, but we're going to be this. All right? We're going to be here. This is so freaking cool. Oh, my God. Discord link. You need a Discord link. Do I still have it saved? No, I don't. Here, I'll grab it. But, man, this is going to be so much fun. I cannot wait to play this. All right. Bam. Discord link there. There you go. Brilliance. Ghost. One bad review on Metacritic said the controls were too complex. Looks like it was a skill issue. Yeah, a skill issue. Get good. Get good. Jesus. I wonder, does the stamina refill slower in combat than outside of combat? I hope that's the same. From what I remember, it's the same, but you have to, like, it's more movement based. If you're sprinting or if you're running, it'll be slower than if you're just standing still. That's what I remember from my playtest. I don't know. They might have changed it because that was like 6 months ago. But yeah, there you go, Mr. T Pockets. For real. Yeah, Barry Allen, you ready to smoke people? Yeah.
And then I can send that shit back at enemies after I have done them all. Oh, we can also hold down R1 and R2 for like our big finishing attack, which mine ends up doing some blades. All the bonus
so
effects you're
freaking
seeing
cool.
right now is like from stuff that I have on my weapons. I mentioned it, but just to show what I'm talking about. People are going to be like, why is he doing all this shit?
Yeah, I want to see.
It's the Ancient Retribution, Dark Crescent. Over here, I have Wound of Darkness, Queen's Fang.
Okay, so what? So they're now like totally different new button combos you have to master. So that's another thing. Like, people might just be really struggling to learn a new skill with each weapon, and maybe they just are, yeah.
In Crow's Pursuit. So anytime I do the heavy attack, you can see I have little crows that are coming out.
That's so
when
cool.
I do the pierce attack, that's going to do venom explosions. Then with the other weapons, anytime I do like that.
What?
These are two separate attacks. So one that's going to do this follow up with the triple, and one that's going to do these little three things. And this is all stuff that I found from killing bosses. So there's a lot of depth going on with the combat here. And then on top of that, when it comes to bosses, like I said, there's going to be a lot of times where you're going to have to lock in certain abilities. What I've been telling people a lot in the review Discord, some people are like, oh, I'm fighting this boss, I just got to keep chugging heels and bang my face against it. And I'm like, no, there's a lot. Like, we already have parry to start, but we can get dodge and like perfectly dodge through certain attacks. The same thing, we can get a perfect counter that we can perfectly counter through attacks. While you're in this state, you can actually do a slow time and parry if you unlock a certain point for it. I can do the thing where I'm blocking all the projectiles and reflecting it back. And so the point is, the game, it's just, there's so many tools. There's so many fucking tools that the game gives you that against basic enemies, you're really just free to experiment. And then against more challenging enemies, it's almost, I don't want to say it's a combat puzzle, but there is like a lot of shit going on, and it's like, all right, you know, out of the stuff I have, out of my kit, why are you not getting on the horse? Out of my kit, what is going to be most effective to taking this guy down? And that's something.
It really does seem like all the mobs are there to train you, to test. You're able to, like, you know, work out new combos, and then you use the bosses, like, to then go in the boss and do a boss fight. I imagine what would be the best way is try a boss fight. If you really struggle with it, then just go and clear another camp, trying a different combo system that might work for it. Then you go back to that boss and then you redo it. I'm assuming that's what we need to, what it'll be like. Not 100% sure, but Cow, just love how natural all these different moves look and execute so tasty. Yeah, tasty. Sorry if anyone watches anime, you'll know what I'm talking about. But Chunky, oh man, I'm drooling after realizing how complex the combat is. I'm so excited, dude. That is just it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Weapons have their own combats set. Yeah, exactly. That's what's crazy. Super excited for this dang game. Yeah, criminals. Yeah, we are. Yo. Discord, yes. You can get as much out of the game as you put in. It seems this is amazing. Get on the horse. Yeah, he was struggling to get on there. This game is our Final Fantasy GTA. Yeah, that's a good combo. I like that. Yeah, that's a good one. Man.
Something that I've really appreciated about the combat. Now, moving on from the combat, what else is there to do in the game? You know, obviously not everyone wants to go around just beating up enemies left and right. Well, there's honestly like an MMO level of activity here. You could do fishing, you can pick up quests from just random people as you're passing by, you can steal horses and pawn them on off, you can steal carriages,
What?
You can go cutting down trees, you can go collecting ore, you can do faction quests, you can do combat challenges. Like, there's an insane amount of stuff. One of the things that I've really liked is you'll find these sealed abyss artifacts just like on the road, just randomly as you're running around, and you'll be like, ooh, what's this? And then you'll look it up and it'll give you a challenge like this one.
Boom.
3 enemies in midair with a bow, and I get a free abyss artifact and then an insight decoration from it. And like, so the game just it has so much just like stuff for you to do. And I'm not gonna say that everything is amazing, because like, for example, cutting down trees I think is straight cheeks. Like, let me real fast just to play devil's advocate, I'm gonna run through my typical tree felling process, because I don't really like using the axe. So instead, I will feather a tree, I'll hit it with my first palm, I'll crack it.
That's pretty cool.
I'll do it again. That'll break it into 3. That's still a lot of tree, right? But then when I do this, I do that to hit it. You know, this is where otherwise I'd have to have the lumber. All that's going to get me, all of that work, 3 pieces of timber.
Oh shit, I thought it was a lot more than that.
I mean, it wasn't particularly hard. But bro, imagine felling an entire tree and getting 3 pieces of timber.
Yeah,
so
that's
my
gonna take a
bow is
minute.
one of the most least upgraded things I have, because I refuse to fucking do that to trees endlessly. Some other stuff like the riding around in the carriage and doing trade goods, bro, I'd rather watch paint dry. I hated it so much. You hit something that's bumpy, and suddenly it's like, oh, the cargo was jostled, or oh, the wagon's damaged. I was like, fuck.
Oh,
I don't
really?
Like this.
Ooh, that's new.
But that's kind of the cool thing, is there's so much shit in the game that you're gonna find something you're gonna enjoy. And just from like a raw gameplay perspective, the thing I've had the most fun with personally is the Abyss, is going here and figuring out these puzzles and figuring out like, okay, what does it want me to do here? Trying out different things. I've had a fucking blast with this. I know some people that have pushed gray main quests and gotten the gray mains up. I was talking to Solid, he's like, yes, I have multiple 5-tier chicken. Like, bro's got a full animal husbandry sim going, and the chickens are pumping out endless eggs for him and shit. I know some people that just straight push through the campaign. I know some people that are like going faction by faction, doing everything they can.
That's me.
The game has an insane breadth of content available to where, regardless of how you want to play, you're gonna have fun playing this pretty much.
Dude, it's the game, man. And here's the thing. Let's say that I'm gonna be going for the factions at the beginning, but maybe I get a little bit, kind of tired of doing that after doing like 50 or like, I think there's 110 factions total. But like once I do like X amount, I'm like, you know what? I want to change it up. Let's go do something else. Like, that's what's so amazing about these games. That's what made Skyrim and all these open world games that have been amazing since then. It's just that you can go and do so many things. I'm so pumped, dude. It's awesome. I love this raw take, actually. It's
Now,
awesome.
talking about the world design, really big fan of the world design here as well. There is a lot going on in terms of exploration. I already talked about the sealed abyss artifacts, how like you'll just find those as you're out exploring the world, and then you have challenges that you can accomplish to get stuff. Right here, I can see like current trade routes that I have opened up. When I hover over something, I could hit inspect.
I want to look at these trade routes. What? Okay, so there's definitely going to be some good ways to make money with trade routes, guys. We just got to figure that stuff out. So I'm assuming as we unlock factions, then we're going to be able to do a bunch more trade routes, but we're not really getting much out of this.
Is that you can accomplish to get stuff. Right here, I can see like current trade routes that I have opened up. When I hover over something, I could hit inspect and be like, oh, you know, what can we do here? What's House Roberts all about? And I can get a little faction summary about it. I can see, oh, they have an egg harvesting mission and there's a high conversion rate for that. Cool. So I can take that mission and then be like, all right, well, it's
we get
eggs.
this. This is so cool.
See, this is it's got good conversion. We need somebody with Colton. You're perfect for that, bro. Get on in there. Let's get Colton. Let's get Luther. Anybody else? No, that's good. Cool. I can dispatch them. They're gonna do that.
Wait.
Luther.
So what was he looking for?
Anybody else?
So the cow one is what he's looking for to increase the skills. So 2 of these with, it looks like a gold level, bump that up to 40% increase.
No, that's good. Cool. I can dispatch them. They're going to do that mission. They're going to pull in 2,000 food reserves, and it's only going to cost me 1.3k out of the 14k I have. And so I can, set up this whole thing, sending people out on different missions and different routes.
Oh, and it was food reserves. It wasn't gold. So I always thought this was gold. They were actually getting food reserves. I wonder if we could run out of food in our main place. So he's got 10k right now. Or is it just the more food you have, the more... It's actually like a city management game too. That is awesome. That is so cool. That's good. Who else likes city building games? Because like that's a big thing I've always loved. But what else we got? Ghost. Wonder how the map fog will work and how we'll remove it. Wonder if the abyss will be a large factor in it. It could be. I know that you can remove the map fog with the bell towers. If you just ring the bell, it'll remove some of the fog. But I also imagine that doing some of that stuff will be pretty key. What else we got? The hype's off the charts. Yeah, it is. Barry Allen. I'm gonna go. I don't want to spoil too much for myself anymore. Oh, Barry, it's too much for you. We've seen too much already. All right, hey man, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for the super chat earlier. Look forward to playing with you. Have a great night. The Disco Panther. Damn, Cowboy probably has 200 hours in this game already to showcase all these cool skills. He said he's at 110 at this point. IGN didn't show any of this, and they're 120 plus. Yeah, I gotta see IGN. Did they actually put in 120 hours? I would like to see that. But yes, I love city building stuff and 4X games as well. Yes, Cal. Dude, Civ, I got hundreds of hours in there. I love it. Father Whiskey from Twitch, how's it going? It won't let me download an Xbox. It just keeps saying 340. I've tried everything, man. Literally everything. That's really frustrating. I'm not sure how to help you on Xbox. Shoot. I don't know. Is there anyone else with Xbox that can help Father Whiskey's on Twitch? If you guys have any ideas, let me know if anyone else struggled that. But yeah, Kensu's recommending Arcs. Yeah, I will go to Arcs. Arcs could be one that I'd like to watch next.
Well, I can set up this whole thing, sending people out on different missions and different routes. Just looking at the journal, this really gives.
Because also Kensu, like, did they combine theirs? Is it both of them? Because then it's like 300 hours of or like 200 hours of gameplay in one review. That'd probably be a really quality review.
An idea of like the world design and just how much stuff I've found in Hernand, So looking at House Celeste, this is mostly going to be bounties or like major quests like the Abandoned Factory. I did not do this. I have to go back and get that.
he's finding out stuff that he's got so many other things to do. That's so awesome. We got some other comments here. Quincy Velvet from Twitch. Oh my God, I can handle this wait. That's why we're here, right? We're just watching reviews because we cannot wait. And this is all we can do is watch reviews. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Eating a lot. Really a thing for stamina, I'm hearing. The bosses are not bullshitting. Yeah, Bujo. Yeah, it sounds like some people are having some troubles with some of the fights. I've never been so turned on looking at menus. Yikes. Kensu, 150 hours. Okay, so that's what Arcs is at, 150. Good to know. Chunky, trying to help out Whiskey. Super unfortunate. Hopefully they fix that, man. That would really suck. Okay, and it is both of them. Okay, that's good to know. Thanks, Kensu. It'd be cool to see what they did. They split up where one is focused doing one stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's what they did with the first impressions too. Quincy, I hear fishing and cooking is going to be a good early game source of money. I think so. At least that's what I saw based on numbers, and we'll definitely see if we can get some more info on it. Have you watched any other reviews? Corey, love Cowboy, but he seems to call multiple games a year masterpieces. I feel like somewhere between him and IGN is the truth. Him and IGN? Oh, okay. I don't know. IGN sounds like they're super negative already, and based on what we've seen in their gameplay potential in the other ones, like they didn't even get to the Gold Leaves boss in their 4-hour playthrough. So I don't trust what they say. I imagine that they're just pretty they need to get good, but I don't know. IGN will come after me, watch, after I say all this. But who cares? But yeah, Father's saying my patient hasn't always been my strong suit, but I'm thinking that's my best bet. Okay, yeah, just waiting for the launch. Yeah. Ghost says that they just talk. It's just their faces talking. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. He needs a girlfriend. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. But yeah, I've abandoned any perspective of expectation, and I'm just all the F in. Yeah, that's probably pretty good to go with.
We're gonna toggle the map, and we're gonna go grab that right now. Besides that, there's like the different house.
Dude, see, this is what happens when you get this big. Like, how big is Fen's at 1.5 million? He's literally just playing the game. He's like, all right, oh shit, dude, guys, I gotta record my review real quick. He even I saw him make an X post. He's like, oh, just finished my review, guys. I can finally sleep. He didn't put much effort into this review. He just records him playing the game. I can't wait to be this big where I can just literally do a recording of me playing a game and call it a review.
That I've been working with, and a lot of this stuff, like, you'll eventually have somebody that comes up to you and they tell you about it. They're like, oh, my lord would like to speak with you, which I'm a big fan when games do that. But you can also just stumble onto things like that thing that we did right at the start of the video. I had like, oh, this is part of this faction's quest, and I'm just like, no, I'm gonna show up, I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill it, and we're gonna make progress.
Whoa!
That one of my
Whoa! Did you guys see that? This grass is toxic. He walked through it and it poisons you. So there's going to be some fauna or flora that we have to watch out for.
I'm gonna
Look at, he's getting hurt right there. So we got to watch out for different plants because that could hurt us as it's going through.
We're going to make progress. Top of that, one of my favorite things to do in terms of the world design here has been because of the abyss. Like, if I'm trying to get somewhere, like let me just say, for example, let's say Sanctum of, let me find someone that doesn't have a fast travel like this. Sanctum of Exaltation. I'm trying to go there. Cool. What have I done? Oh shit, cool. I left off at the spire. I'll fast travel there, and then I basically get to jump in there. Like,
that is a good tip. Do the abyss stuff first, also because you get fast travels. That's going in my next tips and tricks right there. Tip. Do abyss to get fast travels. That's good. That's a good one. That's pretty cool. Father Whiskey, I'm a father of 2 and a husband, but I plan on taking as much time as needed. I'm an older gamer, so only certain games catch your attention. Crimson Desert, BG3, Elden Ring, Dragon's Dogma. Dude, you're speaking my language. But yeah, great games. But I'm right there with you. And what I did is I went shopping. I shopped for me and my partner. She's got all the food. It's already set. Okay, everything's good there. I got a whole bunch of. I got the freezer's totally packed. I vacuumed the house. I cleaned it. I did all the dishes today. We are set. All right, all the chores are done. And I'm like, I love you. Bye bye. We'll see each other. We'll see you in a couple weeks. But yeah, Corey. He's married with 2 kids, by the way. I don't know how he does it. Oh, really? Fighting cowboy? That's crazy, Corey. Reggie. Sorry, that's in Korean. I know that the last 2 symbols mean lol, but I don't know what the rest is. Someone translate for me, please. It can be a negative to just kind of throw gameplay that you talk about, but I really like this raw format of video and seeing gameplay loop naturally. Yeah, it can be good. It can be good. I think it's a little bit lazy, and if you're looking for general consumers, they might not like it. Like, he's only got 31,000 views right now. We'll see how much more that picks up, but a big thing of him is his streaming. He has a big streaming following, I'm pretty sure. But Chunky, man, I'm so ready for this. Regardless of the reviews, I think it's gonna be a thing for everyone. Yep, 100%. Shit. The Abyss probably got Warlock bosses. It probably does, Booyah. Cow, you out? See you later. All right, man. Have a good night.
John Helldiver coming in from the sky, crash land,
Helldiver.
start just beating the shit out of people. And the fact that I got to do it, like coming in from the sky, that personally I think is really cool. But so, like, there's just so much going on here with the world design, with giving you very high freedom and approach in terms of like just going around and exploring and finding stuff you want to do, and then, you know, different regions and the region.
Man, I just want to mention, I love castles. And this game has so many different castles, and all the castles look amazing. As an American, and I'm sure a lot of the Europeans in the audience are just like, castles are not as cool, but like moving to Austria, I lived in Austria for 2 years, and just being able to like go through the mountain roads, you'll be driving and you'll just come across so many castles, and it is epic. It is so epic. Even at nighttime, they have like these big floodlights. They like point at the castles, and it looks incredible. And there's so many crazy shapes and designs. And this is an example right here. Like, I could totally see this castle being in Austria or Germany or Switzerland or any of their places. Even here in the UK, there's some really cool castles, and they're all different. It's just so cool.
Like, you know, you can see right now near the mini map, my stamina is like in a sweet spot right now. It's green. But, like, there's regions where it's super hot. There's regions when it's super cold, and those effects can affect your stamina. They can even affect your health in certain cases. And the game just has all this stuff going on.
Nice puzzle there.
It really just kind of propels you to want to explore. And
what?
When it comes to world design, especially with exploration, I feel that is very, very hard to achieve. The Witcher 3, The Witcher absolutely nailed it for me. Elden Ring. I loved exploring Elden Ring. Dragon's Dogma 2, another one.
Yep.
And I was just, I set out just fucking vibe exploring that whole game. And I feel like a lot of more modern RPGs, they just don't nail that, you know? Like, thinking about, you know, Ghost of Tsushima is a good example. I love Ghost of Tsushima. I love Ghost of Yotei. I think they're both very good games. But neither of them feel like
look at how he's actually looking. He's actually having to search this room. He's looking above like that box. They're actually hiding stuff in such unique places. I love this. It looks really fun to explore. Just crazy. But okay, it's gonna look good on a 4K OLED. Yeah, Ghost, it's gonna look amazing. I can only imagine. And Cow, you're still here. You were making a joke about my partner. Yeah, see ya. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Yes, give me all the castle. Yeah, exactly. Oh, castle. Okay, that's funny. Yes. Dragon's Dogma 2 was fun. Super fun game.
Exploring based on vibes. I feel like I'm like, oh, I know this is going to be over here. I'm going to go do this. Or, oh, this is over here. I'm going to go do this. Whereas some of the best time I have had with this game has straight up been like, I'm going to get baked, and then I'm going to wander around the map in the mountains for 3 hours.
I'm going to get baked and go around the mountains. Where is Cowboy located? I wouldn't expect a cowboy saying that. That'd be someone from Colorado or California or something.
And see what I uncover. And every time I've done it, it's been rewarding. And I think that is very, very rare in a game these days.
Damn.
Moving on to talk about the story a little bit. I've been digging the story a lot. I don't know where the hell that fertilizer sprayer is. I cannot see it. I'm going back downstairs. But the main story, obviously I'm only up to chapter 10. And so far the main story has been a big focus on getting our comrades together and kind of making our way back up north where we you know, got unjustly kicked out of. And, you know, you start finding out there's like other forces that are in play behind the scenes.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
And it's like a little bit of a vengeance tale, a little bit of a revenge vibe going on. And then, you know, you start finding out, like I said, there's more than meets the eye. And just from talks with people who are much farther than I am, my understanding is that it gets pretty crazy, you know, like I guess kind of in the Final Fantasy sense of like, you know, we're starting off catching chickens and then by the end we're killing God, like that kind of crazy.
Nice.
Obviously I'm not there yet, so I don't want to talk about something that I haven't really experienced. But one of the big things that I have enjoyed about the story has been the writing on certain quests. And I think one that really stood out, I want to say it was like either chapter 3 or chapter 4.
Like what is this? Is an example of like just really lazy. Like this whole part is just terrible footage. Obviously, it's kind of cool to see the raw him struggling to find this, because I'm actually looking. I'm trying to find this with him, and it's hard to find this fertilizer.
But I did this quest where
that's gonna be another cool thing. Hopefully, you guys will be able to help me out in chat when we're playing, and I'll be able to help you guys out. But yeah, we'll see. Rampage. What happened to the midnight release? No, I don't think it was ever a midnight release. Well, it might be. It probably is a midnight release for someone at some time zone, but not to the. Would it be in what, like Eastern Europe? It'll be midnight release. Wherever you're located, Rampage. I'm not sure. Yeah, it'll be midnight somewhere. Yeah, that's true. There you go, Cal. You saw it. He's over here by me in Nashville, Tennessee. Nice. Okay. Is weed legal there? I thought it was illegal, like especially in the southern states. I don't know. I haven't been in the U.S. for 4 years, so I wouldn't know. But that's exactly what I'll be doing. Yeah, Cal. Yeah, exactly your plan. Yeah, smoke it up and then go explore for a few hours. Shit. Disco, I think everyone's playthrough is gonna be different. I think it's gonna be crazy. Like there's so many different paths. It's actually gonna be crazy. I can't wait to see where everyone's gone. I love the idea, Cal, of you saying like, let's all show our maps after like 20 hours of playthrough or whatnot and see where everyone's gone in different locations. Oh, and Chunky, you're from Nashville too. We got a Nashville audience.
Noble's Mansion.
Didn't know that.
And the guy's like, oh, he's been taken. He's running. Please go find him. And I mean, this place looks like a massacre, but it also looks like a clue house. Like there's like walls that are rotating and shit and puzzles. And I'm like, all right, well, dude ain't gonna die anytime soon. Like there's some fucking exploration that I gotta do first, brother. Like there's some stuff I gotta do here before we're gonna go rescuing anybody.
Yep, exactly.
So I start exploring this house. As I'm exploring it, I'm finding like notes and shit from the kid that used to live there about how like his parents were crazy abusive and they like tried to banish him from the family and all this shit. And then you come find out that like the kid has come back to get revenge, and it's just this crazy fucking story that it was like if you remember the Bloody Baron quest line from The Witcher 3, it was like that moment for this game. I was just like, damn, this quest is fucked up and it's good. Loving every second of it. And part of the big reason I loved so much of it is because I spent the time to explore that house and really like learn everything about it.
Can we just take a moment to like look at this rain? That rain looks like it's coming down. Like it feels weighty. That feels like a heavy rainfall. And they've done that so well. Like absolutely so well.
Like I said, I could have just shown up and been like, okay, where'd the noble go? Cool, I'm gonna go after him. And then I would have fought the boss. I would have had no real context on who the boss was or anything. But because I opted to spend the time like fully exploring that house, I got some cool goodies out of it. And then on top of that, I went into the boss fight with knowledge that was super valuable. And to me, that's like one of the best kinds of rewards.
Like this is so cool. Is he gonna look up again? Look up.
Story is when you're
like, it's just so cool to see these ruins all out. Like this exploration looks incredible. I'm like literally losing it. I just want to play. I'm tired of watching people. Actually, it's starting to kill me to watch these reviews. I thought I'd be able to do this for like countless hours. I'm just like hurting. It just makes me want to play more. Hey, we got Arcade in the chat. What's up? Yo, how we doing? Brilliance. And on the ground, yes, I love that Brilliance. How the ground stays wet for a little bit after a rain. It's crazy. It's just a crazy. Rampage, where can I find that Japanese footage? Asking for a friend. Kensu, you still in the chat? Share your links, bro. Give him the plug.
Spending the time to like really dig into the story, and you're really trying to grasp as much as you can, and then the fucking payoff hits, and you're like, oh man, that's juicy. So overall, I've had a blast with the story so far. Obviously, can't attest to what the ending's gonna be like, but I've been having a good time on the journey for sure. Talking about the graphics, I mean, brother. Do I need to even say anything?
Yeah, for real.
They fucking cooked with this game engine. I think this is one of the most beautiful looking open worlds at the scale it's at, especially like just in terms of raw size, man. This is up there with like fucking Skyrim. Probably bigger even. This game is so goddamn big, and the fact that it's
massive. We already did the calculations. It's like 4 times the size of Skyrim. It's crazy. What we got though? Kenzie, what do you need? We got someone looking for some of the Japanese footage. I don't know if you know if you have a link for a Japanese reviewer or whatnot, but someone was just asking. Cowson, I got you. But yeah, Disco, yeah, lol. Here's to my base PS5. This California heat's gonna be around 95 to 100 all week, right when the game launches, and your PS5 is gonna go boom. Wait, it's that hot in California right now? It's like March. How is it getting up to 95 to 100? That's crazy. Where do you live? Like 29 Palms or something? I was a Marine Corps, and so I went to 29 Palms for artillery training. Oh god, it was terrible. But Arcade, I ran through some reviews. This is definitely going to be a user score game. Ah, that's also true. Yeah, I can't wait to see what the user score is. Yeah, all these terrible game players. I mean, obviously Cowboy's killing it. He knows what he's doing, but some of these other people, what the hell did we see? This is they actually didn't do Japanese dubbing. Whoever was looking for it, no dub.
Has the level of detail it does. It's honestly unbelievable to me. I think that this is one of the best looking RPGs we've ever got.
Let's fucking go.
I know some people are like, well, it's not an RPG, it's an action adventure, whatever. I don't care. You know, oh my god, these fucking guys. Yeah, never mind. We're not fucking with them mid review. These guys, I gotta lock in to fight them. You know, I don't want to get into pedantics over whether it's an RPG or an action adventure. The point is, it's a big fucking adventure game, and I'm having a blast with it. And to that extent, the graphics are really, really nice. One thing that I really like a lot too is like the level of animation.
Dude, that reflect devastation move is just so powerful. Like, look at him just chewing them alive.
That we got going on here, like the custom fucking kills where it's like, you know, headbutting that dude and breaking his face, and then, you know, like usually I feel like with this level of just stuff in the world, I feel like there's usually like sacrifice somewhere, and the only real area that I think visually I have seen that sacrifice is like a little bit of like flipping between like a cape and a weapon, which something like that doesn't even fucking phase me, you know. I'm like, oh no, my you know, I can see my shield edge through my cape. Like, I don't give a shit about that, dude. That doesn't matter to me at all. So yeah, graphics nailed it.
Dude, fighting, he's just flexing now. Cowboy's flexing. He's changing. He went to bow halfway through that. He's killing it. It looks good, dude. They should have had him play to do some of these highlight trailers.
Audio design also knocked it out of the park there. I think the couple areas with audio design that have really stood out to me, the combat sounds are beefy. Like, the combat sounds are just like you just flip that dude on a shield and you heard the fucking thud of the body playing at the parry. The sound when like the mace is tearing through somebody, like all of that is fucking peak to me, dude.
Did he slam him against the wall? And like he actually, like, it looked like he was pressing it as part of the combo in the animation. That's really cool.
The mace just sounds hefty, which is something I really like. But I mentioned it briefly, but the ambient audio design in this game, and I really want to stress that, like, we're talking like the songs that are playing while you are exploring the world and you're just out there vibing. Honestly, probably the best it's been since The Witcher 3.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are comparing that.
The soundtrack for this game is a fucking vibe. And on top of that, the fact that they produced all this music, so like I could just listen to this shit's fucking vibe. Like, oh, dude, yes. Because I absolutely love when we get a video game soundtrack that is like peak vibe music. You know, like Death Stranding is a good...
Okay, that was a little bit weird. Like, he hadn't actually cleared out the camp. He just killed people on the outside. I guess, like, that counted enough to take out. That seems a little bit off. A little bit off there. I don't know. But, what else we got? It's not that hot. He's stoned. Yeah, he is. Like Cowboy does sound a little bit stoned. He's having a good time, though. Yeah, usual weather this year for sure. The game resembles the quote, "The beauty lies in the eye of the beholder." Yeah, Rad, you're right. And I think a lot of us that are in the chat right here, we know this is going to be the game that we're truly in love. So, Big Cow, this is so cool. That was so cool, right? That was a good combat sequence. It was really cool seeing all that. Kay, what's up? How we doing? Brother, I'm doing great. How you loving the game? I'm not actually playing it. So this is just me doing reviews. But I did play it in Gamescom, and I loved it. It was really good. But yeah, it's good to hear about the music. Yeah. His sword looks like a wrench. Yeah, someone mentioned that earlier. It does look like a wrench, and it is a big effing wrench, that's for sure. O10? What is O10? Sorry, I don't know what your reference is there, Kay. The leader is dead. Oh, he killed the leader. Ah, okay, so that's what made the change. I'm gonna go back, actually. Let's see what happened there.
Sound. Like, oh, dude, yes. Because gathering stream or something.
No, because it's already at 4.76%. So it's because he killed a lot of the guys outside. Yeah. So all these guys were counting for kills. That just seems a little bit off that that's all you need to do is kill some of these guys on the outside and you're able to take it over. I feel like maybe the guys on the outside shouldn't even count. It should just be the people on the inside. But I guess if you saw one guy literally take out 20 dudes, it doesn't matter if it was inside or out. You're gonna flee.
Track for this game is a fucking vibe. It just look like that is like peak vibe music. You know, like Death Stranding is a good example. I love Death Stranding soundtrack, but sadly, most of it's copyrighted. So like it's great to listen to, and I loved it while I was exploring. But you know, I'm battling against copyright the entire fucking time. Whereas with this, none of this music's copyrighted, and I'm just like, that's fucking amazing.
Wait, really?
So,
None
yeah,
of it's
audio
copyrighted?
design,
That's awesome.
They knocked it out of the fucking park. Length and price. I mean, what do I even got to say here?
Yeah,
I'm
500
well
hours?
past 100 hours at this point. I'm probably going to clock like fucking 200-300 hours into this game before I'm done with it. Yeah, you're going to get your fucking money's worth.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, till now, everything has been basically gold. So what's the catch, Cowboy? What about bugs and performance? Well, performance, actually pretty good, I think. Hopping over to settings, we actually have performance tracked right here. So for reference, we are running 4K, DLSS 4.5L, quality, frame gen is on. Going over to graphics, everything is cranked to cinematic. So I said I want this shit to look as good as it possibly can. And all of that together is using up a little bit over 9 gigs of VRAM, and I am hovering between 75 and 80 FPS.
Wow.
Now, I will say rig reconstruction, if I put that on, I'm going to drop probably 15 to 20 frames. So I noticed that right at the start and was like, oh, you're not doing too hot. So I killed it. I'm not on, there is not a new driver out for this yet. So I'm playing on an older driver. This will probably get better with drivers. But rig reconstruction for now was probably the biggest performance hit. But like, dude, the fact that I'm sitting close to 80 FPS with everything cranked to cinematic on 4K. Yeah, I think they cooked. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. And I know, I mean, it happened with, there was some game I played and people were like, oh, you're only getting 80 FPS? Like, for 4K and every fucking setting cranked as high as it'll go? Like, what do you mean only?
You don't need more than 80. Like, you don't need more than 60, really. I don't know. Is there anyone who in the chat that actually needs more than 60? Like, I think that's just ridiculous. When is the giveaway? Hey, Alex, giveaway is already done, actually. So we listed that out. We actually had a secret third giveaway too, so that has been announced. I need to make put that in the Discord, and I'll do that probably once at the end of the stream. But yeah, it's already been pushed out. Thanks to Cal for mentioning that. Yeah, only 9 VRAM. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, 80.
Now, obviously, wait, what did he just say? I imagine he has a 5080 or 50.
For 4K and every fucking setting cranked as high as it'll go? Like, what do you mean only 80?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, a game like this, I don't need fucking 120. I don't need 144. This isn't fucking Counter-Strike. As long as I can get above 60 FPS, and if I can get up to 70, 80, that's great. But staying into that range with every visual setting in the game ranked as high as it will go, yeah, I'm fucking happy with that. So for console performance, Digital Foundry's supposed to be putting out metrics. I already got 100 plus hours on PC. I'm sorry, I'm not playing it on console. I'm not going to be reviewing it there. But on high-end PC, this shit cooks. And you know what? If you have a lower-end PC, guess what? Steam has a refund policy. I can tell you right now, the start of the game, the very start of the game, with like the fires and the raid and at nighttime, that was probably one of the hardest performance parts I encountered. So what I would suggest if you have a lower-end PC is buy the game, tweak the settings to where you can get roughly 60 FPS through that opening sequence, that opening raid where the black bears attack. And if you're okay with how it looks at like 60, the rest of the game, you're going to be 80 plus FPS probably. And that won't take you more than 2 hours, so you'll be within the Steam refund window. Now, bugs. Unfortunately, there were a lot of bugs, and the bugs are the biggest thing that holds this game back.
Okay, I'm going to skip over bugs.
I think about games like
we
Bethesda games. I think of like the Skyrims and whatnot, and how, you know, everyone's like, oh, the bugs are part of it. Borderline game breaking, and I brute forced my way past it. But there was this abyss tower that I started climbing.
Ooh.
Got through the puzzle, got my reward for the puzzle. After that, fell down as I was trying to get to the next zone. And anytime I have come back, the puzzle elements have been inoperable. And what I mean by that is that pushed over to there, and then over to there, and then and so until I got to the next section of the abyss, I would have been basically locked out of ever getting those. And you can see even now, it's still not on. So my ass had to get creative and do things like this. And, you know, I've been playing the game long enough where I got pretty good at using all the traversal.
Dude, that's crazy. Some of these puzzles, we don't even need to do the puzzle. You just need to get your skills up. That is so cool, guys. Check that out. All right, we just found a new way to do one of these puzzles. I'm going to put that in my puzzle category. All right. Just use palm, force, and glide. That's crazy.
Mechanics. And, you know, I traversed over to there, and then over to there, and then I flew over to there, and then I climbed up the whole fucking thing to the very top. And then from the very top of it, I was able to fly my way across over to here. And since I had previously completed the puzzle, the sky gate was still open. So I was able to get to the sky gate and then proceed over here to the next area, over to the Frostbitten Paradise. But yeah, I mean, there's you know,
wow,
those wind currents that are supposed to carry you around. Those are completely missing. And then when you go inside, there's supposed to be more wind currents. Manually climbed up the inside, and then I hit an invisible wall at the top. Thankfully, they didn't think anybody would try and just brute force climb the outside, so there was no invisible wall, and I was able to just get past it and continue playing. But by all accounts, that's a hard lock right there. You know, I would have never been able to finish this portion of this. I would have never.
I really hope they fix these bugs, because that's going to be really, really unfortunate, especially because the puzzles are what I'm really focused on early too. So, yeah. Chunky, I honestly already see this game as this decade's Skyrim. I plan on making mods on Nexus for this. Yes! Chunky, let me know what those mods look like. I want to see them. It's so cool. I'll make do with 40 FPS, cow. Yeah, for sure.
Been able to you know, achieve the fire or the ice abilities, and something like that really sucks. And so, I mean, in their defense, like, as this stuff is being reported, they are working tirelessly to patch it, you know, and obviously launch is right here, and I get it. It's a huge game.
It's just so beautiful.
There's a ton of shit going on.
Like, look at that.
But in terms of, like, just to real fast give, like, an accurate idea, like, let me just run through, like, some of the bugs people have submitted. So, like, translation issues. Some people, one of the final skills you're supposed to get, where you can just, like, basically Superman punch, that's not unlocking for people. Certain knowledge alerts aren't clearing. Certain items were missing for some people. I had the save bug. A couple of people ran into that. Somebody figured out how to bug the character out to get infinite stamina. Somebody ran into well, I ran into one where I forced myself out of bounds. I, like, super kicked through a puddle of water and then fell through the map. Character has a shield throw, but it counts as a rapier, not a shield when it's throwing. Like, there's found a large area under a certain village that shouldn't be accessible. So, like, there's a lot of shit going on. It's like, y'all probably needed more QA, if we're being honest. But the crazy thing is, like, I mean, as a whole, the game runs fine. It's relatively bug free. Like, you know, I'd say out of the 100 plus hours I played, you know, I've encountered quite a few bugs, and when they happen, like, yeah, they're annoying. But outside the one that forced me to lose key abilities that they said they are patching, I haven't had any that were, like, a huge detrimental impact. And I do think that's worth noting. It's like, yeah, the bugs are super annoying, but there haven't been any that's like, oh shit, like, I can't complete this main quest. Now, that one I just encountered that I talked about, like, being
we're skipping
a little bit, because this was something that was mentioned back at the start, and a lot of people were curious, you know, what's it going to be like at launch, you know, is your impression of the controls going to change? And I do think that I certainly adjusted to the controls more. So in general, like, getting around the map and navigating and whatnot.
I mean, it looks like he knows that he's gotten used to the controls. He's been killing it, dude. He's absolutely killing it. Yeah, you just reload and it works. Yeah, Raju. Yeah, I mean, I imagine a lot of the The bugs will do that. At least that's what it sounds like for everyone else. This one sounds like it's persistent though for Cowboy. Unfortunately, in this situation, like it sounds like he's tried everything and still not working. But yeah, you're gonna make some sausage fried rice. Yeah, get it, Cow.
That's gonna be a lot easier now, just because of how much more time I've spent. But there's still definitely some quirks. There's still quite a few quirks going on with the controls, and there's a couple things still that I could talk about. So, like for example, that right there, that's supposed to just be a double tap X. I just mash that shit because sometimes it just doesn't fucking work. Another thing is occasionally, like so right now as we're approaching the ledge, as we were approaching the ledge right there, you'll notice that we had the option to hit the left stick and cling, but like left stick can be used to cling, or it can be used to lean against something in a contextual context, but it's also used to tether. So like if I'm trying, and this happens a lot in the Abyss, if I'm like, okay, I just need to tether that tree. No, I don't want to fucking do that. I want to turn around. I'm trying to tether the tree. No, I'm going to do it again, you know? And it's like, okay, so what I need to do is like, I need to...
Those are definitely early years problems. Like I remember having these kind of issues playing like old games on like the PlayStation or Xbox One, like the original Xbox. I can imagine that our training, anyone else who's played those games back in the day, like we're gonna be able to like quickly realize what's happening and be able to play. It's gonna be very interesting.
Start the tether up, and then now that I've turned around, now I can see where I can tether. And you know, you got to be aware of that contextual interaction. And it's one of those things where it always gets you in the moment where you're like, okay, right at the edge. Let me, like, oh no, wait, I'm going to cling. So I got to like, you know, I got to turn around, get my tether. Okay, now I can do it. I can do it. Great. So like little things like that are, they're fucky. You know, it is what it is. They're fucky. I don't think there's anything else I really didn't like. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take a moment to talk about his ass. Bro, there's one character, and he's one of the guys that's like one of the good guys. I fucking hate him so much.
He hates one of the guys. Also, I didn't mention this from Skyrim. Someone is going to switch out one of the characters with Shrek within a week or a month. Just watch. I imagine it will happen. I do think that they're trying to stop a lot of the modding though. I don't think there's gonna be too big a modding scene this time, but we'll see though.
I hate Ian so much. I think he's an obnoxious character. And he constantly says there's a specific word that we're not allowed to say on YouTube that people really like saying in the UK and even in Australia. It begins with a C, rhymes with hunt, and it's like dude's favorite word. I hate him because every time he shows up, I'm like, wow, this video's getting monetized.
Oh shoot!
Which it doesn't have a view score, but I mean, even outside of his excessive profanity, he's like always drunk and picking fights with people. I really don't like him as a character, but I guess that's kind of a testament to the writing of him. You know, a lot of people hated Joffrey, which is a sign of good writing when you have a character that people like really hate.
Yeah.
But all in all, so what are my final thoughts here? Honestly, this game is very close to being a like generational experience game.
Yeah.
The breadth of content being offered here is frankly unmatched outside of like maybe Baldur's Gate 3. There's so much to do. There's so much to discover.
Wow.
And by and large, it is a polished experience. The biggest thing I think holding it back right now are those bugs, because while they didn't have a huge impact on the experience, there were enough of them to give me pause to where I was like, okay, it's major. You know, there are a lot of them that I've been running into, or like quest where I'd show up to a quest and I'm like, something's not happening. I'd reload the save in the quest with something.
Okay. Actually, you know what? We need to get our poll for the next one anyways.
So as it stands now, my final...
Wait, he said it could be Game of the Year?
I couldn't interact with, and I had a puzzle and something to interact with. There were far more instances of that than I would have liked.
Okay, next poll.
I think that's the biggest thing that holds this back from, frankly, what could be Game of the Year. So as it stands now, my final verdict, my final recommendation, I would say this is a 9 out of 10, but it's a tentative 10 out of 10, because if the devs keep cooking and knocking out the bugs the way that they, like I said, they've been extremely responsive in the review server with like making changes and making updates. Like even pre-launch, a lot of people are like, yo, like we're running out of inventory space. We're all doing quests. There's not enough inventory space. And they're like, yeah, we've heard that from our testers as well. They just straight gave everyone like 30 extra inventory slots. And they're like, we're going to buff inventory at launch. People mention how like we don't have chests. You know, like I have 159 out of 167 is already free. And a big part of it is like all my alchemy shit, all my blacksmithing shit, you know, all of my cooking ingredients. But this is all contextual use. I'm not just going to cook at all times. I'm going to cook before I set out on the adventure. I'm going to smith when I'm looking to upgrade weapons. When I'm looking to do alchemy, I'm going to do alchemy. I don't need to carry all this shit on my person. And so they were like, you know, this is a good point. We are going to be adding something post-launch that you can put in the house and have a chest to store stuff in.
Yeah.
And You know, that's a very high.
I mean, a big part of this game also seems very survival-esque. So if any of you guys played like a survival game, I think it's gonna be really valuable with how much, like all the different items and different class of items that we can pick up. We're gonna want multiple chests. Like this will be for my resources. This is just a wood chest. This will be my weapon chest. I think that's definitely something that they should implement if they don't have it already.
A level of responsiveness that I don't think we see all that much. So if the devs keep up the same kind of vigor that they have going right now, honestly, I think this will probably end up being game of the year.
Yes.
For people that want that
Let's
fantasy
go.
vibe, you know, where you're going all
Say
over
it
the world,
again.
you're doing whatever the fuck you want. You're summoning dragons and mechs and drop kicking people and beating them up with swords. Like this is our GTA. This is
Our
the GTA
GTA.
for fantasy gamers.
Yes, I fucking love this. I love this, guys. I coined it a month ago. All right, this game has a chance to beat GTA as game of the year. I'm pushing for it. I want it to be that game.
You know, ball and gun gamers, they get GTA. Everyone else, we get this, and it just needs a little more love from the devs, and it's going to go down as one of the greatest fucking games that's ever been made.
Yes.
So that's gonna wrap things up here for me. I want to get back to solving the Abyss puzzle I was on. I mean, damn, 45 fucking minutes. The first draft of this video took like an hour and 6. There's just a lot to talk about. It's a big game. But I'm gonna close this one out. Let's Play series is currently at 62 parts and obviously not done. But yeah, that'll start tomorrow. Thanks for coming by, and I'll catch y'all later.
Let's Plays at 62 parts. All right, very interesting. Okay, put in your votes for the review. What do you guys want to watch? I got the poll up right now. I'm gonna close it in 10 seconds. Let's see. Oh, it's a battle between Arcs and Crazy Gaming. I love them both. I really think like it's like Joe Raptor, Arcs, and Crazy Gaming. Those are my top 3. There's also Dantix. Did Dantix put out a video? I really liked his videos too. He dropped some good stuff as well. But okay, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're still stuck. Is it gonna be Arcs or Crazy? Crazy wins. Oh, Arcs, Crazy. All right, I'm ending the poll. 3, 2, 1, end. No way, I ended it as a tie. Are you shitting me? No, it did switch. It went. Okay, Crazy Gaming it is. All right, here we go. Crazy Gaming. Let's go. Crazy reviews. I don't know if that'll be him. Crazy Gaming. There he is. I misspelled his name anyways. I played 100 hours. All right, let's see it. Let's check it. Let's check it. Let's check it. Okay, there's that. Actually, real quick, I need to check the chat for the people in Twitch. How we doing, Chunky? Yes. Left my ass off. 35. Cow, you're 35? Nice. Right around that age too. I think most of these YouTubers want to point out that it's not a perfect game. Yep, exactly. Yeah, I think exactly, Raju. I really do think that's exactly. They need to have that critical, especially because gamers, like, I don't know. I'm not one of these people. I try not to be super critical. But gamers as a whole are a very critical group, and they like to be like, you're wrong. This is why. And I think that's just a huge part of this thing. We got Jenks in here. Hey, Jenks. Man, hearing about your surgery just sucks, man. I really hope that goes by and it's quick. But I'm looking, it's looking like I'm not gonna be doing anything but gaming for the next years to come. Hey, yeah, right there with you. Yeah, they want to stop mods. Selling, yeah, okay, exactly. It's a form of piracy, yeah, 100%. So Kenzie, you didn't get your option. Sorry, Arcs didn't get selected. No good. Yeah, sorry, man. Horses have a separate inventory, apparently, like in BDO. That's a good tip. I did not hear that. That's cool. A horse skill, potentially. That's very interesting. No, it's equipable like an armor. Okay, good to know. Wow, am I really this far behind? Jesus, I'm like 4 minutes behind. Sieges are apparently dynamic. Yes, exactly. That's what I noticed when I did my game. It was really cool, but I didn't know that the factions will come from different camps. So you definitely want to clear different camps to give you a much better advantage. That's really, really cool. Dantix is good people. Yep, I agree. I really wish I didn't launch at 5 p.m. my time. Wish it launched in the morning. Dude, Walter, I'm right there with you. It's launching at 10 p.m. my time. I've literally changed my sleep cycle. Like it's almost 2 in the morning now, and I'm literally like last night I stayed up till 6 in the morning to try and already get my training so that I'm working more on right when this launches. Like I'm gonna sleep until like 2 tomorrow, so that I can be ready to go when this launches. Managed to get some PTO off. Nice. Yeah, I was watching some of the One Piece season 2 also. It's okay. I don't know. It's a little bit cringe, watching a live action as an anime live action. It's so hard to get it right, and it's like watching like the slip girl. Like that was just silly. Like it was actually silly watching that scene. Thanks for the support, man. Surprised you even remembered. Hey, I remember. I saw you in the Discord talking about it. I do genuinely try to. I want to. You missed it. Like we gave Cow a deluxe, or not deluxe. I'm not gonna say deluxe. We'll probably just give you a base copy. I don't know. We'll have to talk about it. But for being a big supporter in the Discord. So I'm trying to build a community here. I really want us to be good. Batman. I can't effing wait. I don't care what other people think about the game. Hey, I'm right there with you. Yeah, that's good. Axel, I'm making some fried pork chops. Yeah. All right, if you're talking about in the game, it looks like the fried pork chops will look good in there too. Maybe not like Final Fantasy 15. Like that had some really good cooking, but yeah, we'll see. Jinx, yeah, the modern gamers are a pain. They're either too stubborn in their own opinion or lack the skill or knowledge to judge games fairly. That is a fact. Perfect fact. Wait, there's a live action One Piece? Have you been living under a rock, Skyrim? There is 2 seasons now. And the first season was pretty good. I really enjoyed the first season. The second season, I've only gotten a couple episodes in, and I won't finish it for another year. Who knows when I'll get back on it. But if anyone needs it, something, that's what you watch. But all right, let's jump in. I'm ready to watch some crazy gaming. I like his stuff too. He seems like a really good player too.
If you find 6 different items, all with different effects, you can take those powers out, slap them on a single weapon, and stack all of them at the same time.
Okay, let's slow him down. He talks fast. We're good at regular speed for him. I said regular speed, damn it.
Spent over 100 hours in Crimson Desert, finished the main story, and this is what I gotta show for it. Barely half of all the bosses defeated, an inventory filled with unique loot, but hey, at this rate, at least my camp is well on its way to get listed on the Nasdaq with how much it earns every single day. So get ready.
Okay, so he's gonna teach us how to make money trading. All right, we're ready.
Because this is going to be a
dragon footage. See, I told you, Crazy knows what he's doing. He's already got the dragon. He's shown that he beat the storyline.
Long one. I'm going to try my best to cover everything, both positives and things where I think the game could really improve. But if I were to describe Crimson Desert briefly, it would be relentless bosses, deep systems, and quite simply overwhelming. And the first thing I realized the more I played is that there is a lot of depth to many systems you interact with. Crimson Desert is what happens when you give Zelda a Pearl Abyss makeover. For combat alone, Cliff starts simple. A pair of weapons, a shield, you can dual wield, and dual hand swords, axes, longswords, you know the drill. But he can also play as a ranger, and it's not just viable. I was shocked how strong it was about 40 hours in when I gave it a test with a level 1 bow compared to even my melee build I had up until then, although it needs a bit more to become truly self-sufficient. Even barehanded combat is more than just viable and will work with the majority of the boss fights. There are some niche cases during which you may have to use a bow, for example, but those are far.
Who here is being a ranger? Who here is going barehanded, going that black belt route? What about like two-handed weapon? What are you guys playing as? What are your classes, everyone? Let me know what you think. Arcade, man, this voice for 20 minutes. Oh, you don't like his voice? Oh, no. No, you don't like it, huh? Okay, but yeah, after you watch the anime, the live action looks weird. Yeah, brilliance, 100%. Sorry, my rock was comfortable. Yeah, no worries. Third season is already in the works too. Oh, is it really, King Ghost? I didn't know that. Good to know. Yeah, all of the actors do respect the source material in One Piece for sure. But I totally get that. Claymore and Smash! Yeah, Chunky, that's what you want to do? Yeah, Claymore and Smash, nice. Eerie Omen, welcome. Ranger, you're going to be a Ranger. Nice. I mean, dude, I've not seen any good Ranger footage until right here. That's crazy. I mean, maybe Crazy showed it before, but that looked epic. That looked really strong. Roger, I don't know, Raiju. I don't know if that's how you say your name. Big sword, yeah. That wrench-looking sword looks really good. Skyrim's right there with you. Cow fist cuffs magic and the fan. Oh yeah, we haven't seen the fan yet. Let's see if anyone else gets the fan. I'm really, really curious. Axel, just wasting time here. Here for the vibes. Cooking takes forever. Cooking does take, especially if you're trying to be healthy. Man, I think that's why watching like long form YouTube videos has started to explode. That's where I'm seeing like a lot of YouTubers trying to do things. They're making videos much longer because they're just trying to tap into people who are watching TV, or they're pushing like large guides and while you're watching TV or you're traveling, while you're cooking or eating. But anyways.
And few in between, and generally you can just leave and then come back to them later. That's because of a really top tier progression system that makes every single new upgrade matter. A lot of weapons drop with unique special effects, sometimes even providing completely new abilities.
Wait, what? Yeah, let's check out that. What the heck was that? So this is the abilities that they're adding in.
Drop with unique special effects.
So this one, Ancient Retribution. An Abyss Core that can be equipped to gain ranged effects. Okay, it doesn't say what it is. Oh, there it is. Command an ancient sentry weapon to shoot down enemies from above. Okay, that sounds epic. That sounds epic. All right, let's slow that down. See what's next.
Sometimes even...
Okay, we got Ancient Wrath. Summons orbs that track nearby enemies exploding on impact. Okay, that's a cool one.
I'll guess.
Okay, and so then it shows you what the next. So that's how these new. So it's not necessarily that the sword itself had the new abilities. It was the Abyss cores that he had on it. Right? I imagine it's a combination, or maybe that some swords come with them pre-locked in. I wonder if we're able to break apart a sword and take that Abyss artifact and put it in a different one. That would be cool to know and learn.
Guess what? You can then extract and transfer those abilities to any other weapon since they are tied to the Abyss.
He literally just said that. You can take it apart and then put it somewhere else. That is so epic. And look at this ability he just used. What the hell?
Extract and transfer those abilities to any other weapon since they are tied to the Abyss core system. So just to show you an example.
That is so cool. All right, that's definitely a tip thing, I'm sure. What the heck? That's so freaking cool. Take Abyss artifacts off and attach to other weapons.
Well, I got 5 or 6 different weapons, each doing something different. One was calling a swarm of auto-tracking crows, another was launching shockwaves, the rest were like each dealing fire, ice or other types of elemental attacks. Well, I could just extract all of those powers and then place them into one singular weapon, or in my case, 2 since I prefer dual wielding. And now all of those 5 or 6 effects trigger at the same time with just my basic melee attacks. And there are many more examples like these. Once you get your elemental implements, it becomes even crazier because now you can empower your attacks such as the / to deal something like extra fire damage. Guess what? That can evolve too. Getting an Abyss core like this here can empower it to have an extra volcanic eruption on top of its original effect. And this is all before factoring in the whole skill tree system, which provides a meaningful and noticeable set of useful upgrades every step of the way. I quite literally played almost the whole game simply as a dual wielder because I just enjoyed that playstyle, and I still felt like I had a lot of fun with it at the 80 and 100 hour mark because there were simply so many more things to find out into the open world to fiddle with my build, despite originally having started as a longsword player.
Dude, this is crazy. Like, he spent the whole time there too. He didn't get bored. That's really cool. That is really cool. I'm jealous. Kensu, I want that arrow rain finisher. Oh, I missed it. That sounds like a really good one. This one's foaming at the mouth, hype inducing. Yeah, Cal. Oh man. Hey, we got Titus. What's up? Hi, how we doing? Welcome.
Now, the depth of the game is also matched in its mechanical systems. While the parallels to Zelda are most obvious during open world exploration, they truly shine during puzzle solving. Another example I have here is that I spent far too long overthinking one puzzle before realizing I didn't need a key for this, I just needed physics. So I accidentally discovered that I could jam my swords into
Got a
the
puzzle. Got a puzzle here. This is puzzle. I should actually make a new page for puzzles, because we're going to need all just puzzles. Puzzle. I'm sure Cowboy or someone is going to beat me to it. Maybe Cowboy's, even though that he's focused on puzzles, I don't know if he'll actually do them all. But this is Crazy 338 puzzle. Okay.
Itself using the same stab ability I used countless times in combat, and it worked, putting all of the pieces back into place. Unlike most games which treat puzzles as isolated minigames with one-off mechanics, Crimson Desert relies on your existing repertoire. And because the solution is rooted in the game's core mechanics, the puzzles feel like an organic extension.
Oh, he finished it actually. Ah, okay. So he also did that one as well. I don't know how he figured he didn't make anything light. But why did it doesn't look like our earlier theories were correct here. No, it does. Look. So he's not stepping on any of the ones he's already stepped on, and he probably already had this one paired up, this one paired up with one, and now he goes to this one, which is paired with this one, and that's how he's able to fix it.
And because
it's just memory, guys. We're just playing memory. Match the tiles.
Solution is rooted in the game's core mechanics, the puzzles feel like an organic extension of the world itself rather than a disjointed distraction. And there's nothing quite like going through a frozen hellscape just to have snow pile up on your clothing, progressively slowing you down.
Look at this.
Your temperature
What?
unless you take it off physically or get an appropriate winter attire. Otherwise, risk turning ice solid. These are just some of the
That
examples
is
I've seen
so
with many
cool.
more mechanics
That is
that
so
will
cool.
literally make you scratch your head, but are definitely fun to engage with. Which brings me to the next point: boss fights and
so this is
You're likely going
the.
to hear this quite a bit about the game, that the boss
All right, there's your wrench. All right, you're looking for Antumbra's sword. That's what you're looking for. It's not wrench. All right, sorry, it's not a wrench actually. I know it looks like it, but we got Chunky on Twitch. GTA is probably shaking in their boots, I imagine. I actually want Rockstar to fail. Hey, I'm right there with you, honestly. But does this game come out in 20 hours? Yeah, it does. Whatever the time is currently. What are we at? I'm actually curious. 20 hours. Yeah, 20 hours and 5 minutes. We're getting close. We're getting real close. But yeah, that's crazy.
are simply too overtuned and way too difficult, to which I kindly disagree, at least in part, as long as you make use of the tools provided. Sure, I would say mid-game bosses feel a lot more difficult than they really are, because a lot of them all of a sudden seem like their speed was cranked to 1,000 while bombarding you with endless attacks. But that is because the early game made you complacent. So there are ways to deal with this. Simply carrying food and revive pills isn't just possible.
Oh, he has a refined Palmer pill. Check that out. Everyone's been complaining that you only get the 30% revive. I bet you these give you a lot more. How much does it? It fully restores your health. See? And he's got 10 of them. Oh. Let's write that down. So get refined. Dude, I'm telling you, that first one we watched, who was it? ACG? What a joke. Didn't even get to the refined Palmer pills. Maybe it's super late game. Who knows? Maybe it's not right. Maybe I'll be straight booty at this. You're totally looking forward to the bosses? Yeah, Skyrim. Yeah. This game is going to be fun. Not going to lie. It's so cool. Can't wait. Yeah, Disco. For sure. That boss weapon, the wrench. Exactly. Sayar. Nizar. Hey, how's it going? Games on the list disappointed me. They just don't understand the game. Yeah, exactly. I'm assuming anyone who, the journalists that failed to do that, they just probably didn't know how to play the game. Yeah, you mean gamer journalist disappointed you? Yes, I agree. ACG is slower when he goes through these games. Okay. Good Got it with Caveman. ACG did drop the ball. Yeah, we'll see. Raja, what in game day is he at? Ooh, that's a good thing. Yeah, we'll check that out in just a second. And he complained about bosses spamming attacks mid revive too. Which is, yeah, I think that is a good thing to have an issue. Like, you should be able to revive without getting hit, for sure. Which I heard many complain about. Apparently, it'll be fixed by tomorrow. Yeah, Kensu. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mentioned it in the stream too a few minutes ago.
There's also no limit on the usage during combat.
He's at day 39, by the way. So that's pretty. I've seen other people at day 30, and it didn't seem like they were nearly as far. I wish we would have checked Cowboy. I should have totally seen where he was at. That was a big mistake.
So you can find them all over, even early recipes to craft them, and if you want to resurrect 100 times in combat, that is definitely possible. So keeping revive pills for boss fights is definitely the way to go. Besides this, sword and shield were especially efficient during moments of onslaught, as shields mitigate a lot of damage and give you better control. Finally, getting the perfect dodge and parry window game up is a lot more forgiving than in something like Dark Souls, for example. Even with a delayed reaction, I felt it didn't take too many tries to learn most of the boss's attack patterns and react accordingly. And keep in mind, if you restart the whole fight, you get back all of the items you consumed during it, essentially reverting you back to everything you had before the fight itself. There is, however, one aspect about bosses I'd say is indeed overtuned, and that is how many of them rely on dodges and immunity windows. Sometimes they are back-to-back spamming phase shift mechanics or ultimates, which indeed felt intentional, but again, I felt this was the case mostly with the mid to early late game bosses. Actually, the full late game bosses at the end of the story felt a lot easier because by that point I had prepared a lot better and my gear upgrades were way stronger. So obviously there's a curve over here.
One other thing that I would like to point out, both with the Reed boss and the Gold Leaves, they send out a lot of effects forward, and I haven't seen anyone just do like a palm force jump. And like, does that just totally dodge all of their damage capabilities? And I wonder if that's actually the strategy to beat those bosses. I really wonder. But yeah. Recipe to craft them, you say? Well, I know what I'll be spending my time grinding. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jinx. Once we figure out what that recipe is, let's make them. Let's get them. Skyrim, I find it funny that they have a cowboy outfit from that trailer. Someone is totally going to roleplay as Arthur from Red Dead Redemption 2. Yep, exactly. And they had a cowboy class in BDO. Yep. Disco Panther, these reviews are hyping me up so bad. Oh my god, lol, what the F? All this they are showing, and I bet there's so much more. It's crazy. Yeah, and it's cool because every review we've seen new stuff. Even with the ACG, he showed us different things. Like, there's so much more to see. Kensu, the Keg Lord. I love it. That does look... Oh, it is Keg Lord. That's actually his name. Lol. This game will be shocking on base consoles. Seriously. Yeah, Goblin, I hope it works well. You know, I mean, as long as you're okay with, like, lower frame rates, not necessarily hitting 60 frames, I think you'll be good. But if you're someone who really needs that 60, you might be a little bit upset. Who knows? We'll see.
And also on...
I mean, I imagine it'll still look good. Like, incredibly good.
Scaling, it actually felt more linear than I thought. It goes from easy in Hernand and then ramps up as you go from region to region, to the point that if you spend like dozens of hours over preparing in the later regions and then come back to the earlier ones, you're going to feel significantly stronger than what's already there.
Yeah.
Also, focusing on weak points and paying attention to boss mechanics I found to really help a lot with making the fights a lot less difficult than they really are. Now, on top of this, we also gotta talk about the raiding camp. I really thought this would end up being a gimmick and just something I one-off interact with and then forget about, but actually...
My bro's got 376,000 copper. Oh my god, he's loaded. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna see what the strategy is here.
No, not only is it an important part of your progression, feeding into it, but it feels...
Okay, what are these? So we've never seen these kind of accessories. So this gives us a bunch of attack. 3 attack from 0. Literally huge. Giving us 2 extra crit rate. And it gives you spirit per second. That is... that's what he has currently. This is a garbage thing that gives you literally nothing. Why would we even want this? Okay, but the necklace of lightning. Damn, I want that. Someone find me that.
Feels like it's organically part of the world itself. One detail here I really appreciated is that whenever you send Greymanes into battle, they will physically go there and attack it in real time.
Yes, we were wondering if that would be the case, and we can actually go and help them. This is awesome.
In fact, if you're attempting to liberate a castle or region, it is highly encouraged to take like 10 of your strongest men to invade alongside you, as it's going to take significantly less to recapture that zone. And
Assassin's
there's also
Creed
the
Brotherhood
feeling of fighting alongside your comrades. Also, you can send them into other types of expeditions. For example, you can send them into rebuilding towns and rebuilding other statues or structures, and they will do that in real time, albeit not quite as detailed as Red Dead Redemption 2, for example. But I still appreciate the effort from Pearl Abyss. So as you build the camp up and bring up more Greymanes in, you also get access to more features that you physically see and interact with in real time. For example, vendors here sell way more resources than the ones in your typical town, and later on you get to set up farms and raise or even manage livestock, so it pays to upgrade the camp over time.
Can we just take a moment to also just look at the graphics for this? Like his footsteps, actually, it looks like he's sinking in this wet soil.
And raise or even manage livestock.
Like, look at how weighty that is.
To upgrade the camp.
And look at his boots, though. He's got some crazy boots. Dude's, he's fully loaded up. This is crazy. Goblin Knight. There's a reason they're keeping the base console footage a secret, lol. And Sony is naughty using only pro footage. No, there has been some base footage out. I'm pretty sure. It's just, it was like 40 frames per second. It wasn't that great. So, I mean, not that high. I think 30 frames per second would be fine as long as the graphics look good. But I don't think it's going to be that bad. But March for Glory. Guys, most of the games had major issues when they're dropped. Then later the games become much better, like updates like Witcher 3. Yeah, exactly. Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate 3. We've already mentioned a couple. But yeah, it'll pick up. Zyre, you're right. Cow, there's been base. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Kensu, Swan Plays did 200 hours of the game, 30-minute review. That's a good one. Let's put that somewhere. I want to watch that later. Boink. Or actually, did you put it in the Discord? If you could put it in the Discord, it'd be awesome, Kensu.
Camp over time. As you gather more Greymanes via dedicated missions, you're going to notice that you...
Okay, I want to look at all this. Okay, so these are all of the missions that are available. And then these are the rewards.
Your manpower now allows you to do a whole bunch of other projects. So besides rebuilding and fighting, they can also, for example, take part into gathering resources, working the fields, all the way to unlocking unique new mechanics or even missions. For example...
Wait, can you activate your balloon anywhere? He just like, that's a mount. The balloon is a mount, guys.
All the way to unlocking unique new mechanics or even missions. For example, repairing a hot air balloon shop early on gave me access to that specific mount, which helped a ton with some of the early on exploration before even getting access to a dragon. All of these are highly important because, of course, every single expedition consumes resources, from money to food, minerals, all the way to armor, which you will need to gather from those missions by sending more Greymanes in. Overall, the camp feature ended up being a pleasant surprise with a lot of deep and useful systems. Now, I also know that performance is a big topic, especially since Pearl Abyss is not really showing too much PS5 footage, and unfortunately, I cannot show either. The version I played is obviously on the PC. However, I can give you a small detail. Just turning off the light setting from max all the way to cinematic pretty much gave me 40 FPS. So from 120, it dropped to 80 if I were to switch from cinematic to max, but at no perceivable extra difference. Like, I'm literally not seeing a difference over here, or if there is...
Skip along. Sorry, guys. I don't care about performance. I know it's not my problem.
Didn't really matter, but the objective would not progress no matter what I did. Now, in a game like this, the main story is also quite important, and if I were to summarize it, I would say that the story is more akin to a Michael Bay movie than a Martin Scorsese one. Character building isn't its strongest point, but world building and action scenes are definitely top tier. The main story is somewhat divided between the Greymanes and their conflict with the Black Bears and the overarching abyss posing danger to the whole continent. But between the two, I definitely enjoyed the Greymane narrative a lot more. Probably because you have a deeper connection to it, as you literally have a hand in rebuilding your own faction piece by piece, individual by individual, until it becomes a force to be reckoned with. Some of the most impressive narrative moments were literally out there on the battlefield. The story really shines when it creates these massive multi-stage war zones that really hit peak immersion and high octane action. You have two literal armies clashing in real time, but you can sabotage their supplies, destroy watchtowers, unleash cannons from afar, and lots more. It literally feels like reenacting a whole battlefield. Even setting up forward camps of your own that you can then use as pit stops to resupply before pushing back some more. Story length, I would say, if it weren't for adapting to the boss difficulty, it would probably sit around 15 to 20 hour range to finish. There is a bit of a backtracking involved in some of the later stages before finishing the story, but to be honest, in the end it all works in your benefit since it is definitely going to give you some power boosts. It's just too bad that very few characters ended up standing out. Even our own companions felt somewhat like cardboard characters, despite the story trying to give them a little bit of a limelight. Besides that, on a few occasions, the poor objective detailing and odd interactions induced a bit of a frustration on my part, and some of...
I think everyone hated that boss. Whatever that boss was, people do not like that boss.
the finicky interactions didn't help either, and there were story moments when the game just rips you out of playing with one character to transfer you to the others. Now, in theory, that's fine. It's kind of like getting inspiration from GTA 5, but it just ended up feeling more jarring than anything. Like, for example, I focused on really building up my Cliff character to get some really strong powers, and all of a sudden he's out of commission. I have to play with a different character and I have to fight a boss fight.
Oh, she has like an 8-hit combo thing, like an actual like combo thing set up right there. I haven't noticed
and
that.
It's really not fun because that new character plays completely different, and obviously now I kind of have to find good synergies for it as well, and it happened on a few too many occasions for me to be comfortable with. For anything else, gameplay wise, I can't fault Pearl Abyss too much for the other two playable characters. They definitely feel very fun to engage with. So the thing about them is that you can call them at any time. Yeah, you can summon them basically from the quick menu and they will join you physically, and if you go into battle they will actually contribute, even use the abilities you unlocked for them, albeit not quite with the dexterity that you have. You can also switch to them on the fly, and if they are too far away from you, the camera does this GTA 5 style pan out even if they are on the other side of the continent. One thing that I appreciated about character switching though is that all playable characters have an almost as deep of a progression system as that of Cliff. Maybe just the skill trees are a bit more scaled down and mostly facilitate just a couple of...
there's gotta be a loophole where we can use like teleport to our other people, and then unless they have their own inventories as well. I don't know if that's a situation or not. But Jinx, that's a dumb criticism by him to me, that he'd focus on one character in a game that has 3 as a base mechanic. That sounds like a problem he caused himself. I was also thinking that maybe it's just because he was also progressing the main storyline too fast. Yeah, I don't know. Because if you don't progress the storyline so fast, maybe you won't run into using them that often. Or being forced to use them. Because that sounds like only in the main storyline are you forced to use them in certain situations. And so if you don't do that, then you won't rush into using them. I don't know.
Playstyles, but in terms of gear and weapons, it goes just as deep, with many options hidden in the open world or from side missions or from bosses. Yeah, all providing, and well, most of them providing a lot of unique effects you really want to get. Some of the weapons were also interchangeable, like all characters can pretty much use axes and spears at the very least. But some of them are character specific. Great swords, for example, and rapiers are purely for Damien, and in the case of Unka, he's the only one that can use the staves and probably two-handed axes, but like everything else is pretty much fair game. Also, playstyles felt quite distinct. I'm telling you, I played almost 100 hours with Cliff alone, and I barely touched the other characters, so I'm looking at another like 20 hours each just going in and doing other stuff with them. And yes, by the way, before you ask, a good chunk of the side content and especially side missions can be completed with any of the 3 playable characters, with the exceptions of the ones that require a specific character or are backstory related. Besides that, for exploration, Cliff is still the best because he's the only one with the unique powers. And on top of that, he's also most suited for the Abyss. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's the only one that can do the Abyss because of the unique mechanics that only he has access to. But pretty much everything else is fair game. Now, from the moment I dropped on the continent of Pywell, and speaking of the side content, one thing became abundantly clear: there's little to no hand-holding in Crimson Desert. Just like the prologue, you're thrown in the middle of it, and then it leaves it up to you to figure it all out. Now, there are tutorials and context provided for pretty much everything, however, it's quite minimal. Now, a lot of times this worked well because it still keeps a sense of wonder, being like 50, 60 hours.
Dude, that's a great shot, right? Man, there's so many cool locations, and we still haven't seen much of the snow region. I don't think anyone's really shown us the snow region that much.
Hours in and discovering something that you never knew even existed.
Look at this. Look at what is this? Oh my god. I can't wait to go fishing, guys. Look at this. And look at that castle over there with the bridge underneath. Dude, I'm so wired. Like, get me in this game. This is crazy. Zyar, you should watch Cowboy. He played 2 weeks and still don't get out of the first area. No, yeah, we already watched him. We already did his review earlier today. So, yeah, we'll definitely check that out. Jinx, it's weird to me that the other characters are more my style than Cliff himself. Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to what your style is. Who do you think you'll play more? Damien or Unka? Then we got producer. Why is the release time so lame? Yes, I'm right there with you, man. I'm in the UK, and it's gonna be rough. I'm changing my sleep cycle right now. That's why I'm awake at 2 in the morning, trying to push. I'm not gonna last too much longer. I think this will actually be my last one, and then I'll probably pop off. But yeah, we'll see. It's not a great time. Not a great time. Ghost. I'm so excited for the armor and customization of armor. Yeah, me too. It looks really good. There's some really cool stuff. Like being able to paint and change all the specific elements. It's gonna be awesome. Armor is so sick. I've already seen a bunch of them. Probably so many. But yeah, I am in the UK.
Other times it felt like it worked against you. So I definitely had a handful of occasions when I simply gave up on a quest just because the process got too boring or the payoff wasn't worth it for all the trouble. Probably the most egregious example I can offer is one of the missions around the Institute you get to visit. This is, by the way, a side mission, so it's completely optional. It involves dialogue choices around information you gather from a handful of NPCs, but if you get even one wrong during the final checkup, you have to restart the whole conversation again with no dialogue skipping. Another slight drawback is how much lack of clarity there is when it comes to progressing in one singular house or quest chain. For example, I'm still sitting at 10 out of 13 for some of the house quest lines, not knowing how to trigger the next part of the chain because there are many dependencies and interconnected quests that the game doesn't make clear enough. Also, speaking of quests, here's how the quest log will look like by the time you get close to the end game. It's going to be huge, and the quality here is going to be oftentimes inconsistent. It ranges from really interesting storylines with events that really pay off to literal fetch quests. Between the two, side stories for the great houses were definitely the highlight and way more compelling and interesting than anything else, offering side narratives that usually interconnected with the main story and with some good payoffs at the end. Others, like Citizens Commissions, not so much, as they felt more like fetch quests. You can definitely see that.
So how far did he get? So Gray Mains, he's 20 out of 34, 31 out of 38, 20 out of 27. That's pretty far. 9, 10, 10. I mean, he's pretty far on some of these.
MMO DNA.
Wait, go back. Just a couple frames. Just a couple frames. A couple more. Okay, but he's nowhere. Oh wait, no, he's got 5. I guess there's not as many here. They're not nearly as high. Okay, this region he did nothing. Delizia, nothing to finish there. He's only got 2 and 2. And then Peloon, wow, we have 27 missions there.
lingering from
And then Crimson Desert, he hasn't done anything. Okay, shit. And how many hours is this again? 100 hours? Okay.
video over here. Now, since they don't add much narratively speaking, I was thinking that like 30% of them.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see this stuff. Jinx, Damien. Yeah, 100%. I'm a sucker for chicks in these types of games. Yeah, nice. 3,000 pounds. I want a Guts Great Sword. Yeah, there looks like there's gonna be some good great swords in this game. I can't wait to see what else there is. But Goblin, wait for the day 1 patch. Yeah, let's hopefully it fixes all the issues that we've seen. Yeah. Thanks, Cal, for DMing me. I'll make sure you get that set up.
A good 30% of these citizens commissions could have definitely been condensed, but at the same time, I don't think they are completely useless. They do provide inventory slots and other goodies, but that kind of feels like it was just stretched to fill up that game time, which is already massive enough. I don't think Pearl Abyss even needed to do this in the first place. Again, reducing some of them would literally not cause any problems. Which also brings us to inventory management. This has probably been the most rage-inducing inventory system I've ever had to deal with in a video game. Now, I totally get the fact that they wanted to go with more realism, but it kinda ends up working against itself. That's because the game insists of keeping every little page, blueprint, recipe, crafting mat, and gear all into each of its own separate item slot. Sure, you can group them up, but not all of the items can be immediately
He just yeeted all the paper. Just made a giant stack of paper.
discarded. Like if you get a dozen letters from quest NPCs, you cannot throw them away from the inventory until those missions are completely done.
Wow.
You're stuck with them occupying a lot of space. Surely they could have been consumed and that information could have been relayed in some kind of quick menu somewhere to save some of that space. Same goes for food recipes and books. I mean, I guess you can sell them to make some money back, but they really take up inventory and don't really do anything once you learn what's inside. And did I mention there's one inventory for all characters? So you're...
Dude, if there's one inventory for all the characters, we can definitely do some things. I guarantee there's some loophole. We're gonna find it, team. We're gonna find it.
Sitting there with half of your inventory filled with the items from the other 2 playable ones that you cannot even use on your current one. Only some of the weapons and accessories, like I said, are interchangeable, so surely, yeah, some of the others could have just held onto their own gear. Now, on the subject of survival gameplay, which includes hunting and gathering resources manually, they also felt a little bit half-baked. And again, MMO-esque, just another activity to, spend more time into and prolong that game time. And I will have to say that it's probably not even the most efficient routes of doing things. Like, yes, hunting early on can definitely help, but you're probably not even gonna use a bow and arrow. It's more efficient to just slow down the time and going with regular melee attacks, wipe out the whole forest and get like hundreds of their skins and meat you can then go ahead and cook. And since we're on the subject of cooking, it feels like it's a bit too overcrowded for its own good. Like, recipes include way too many ingredients from too many sources, so you end up just crafting the higher versions of the most simple meat resources and resort to buying the stronger meals outright from vendors later down the line. Like, you're not going to interact with this too much because it's a headache. Also, I really didn't enjoy the fact that the same meat recipes can be crafted with different types of meats. However, despite giving the same results, you cannot combine the same ingredients but in different quantities. So for example, if a medium meal requires 3 of any particular meat, but you have, say, 2 of tender meats and 1 fresh, the game just doesn't let you combine them into one single meal. That would have been the result anyway had you had 3 of either of them. Resource collecting, wood and minerals, feels a little bit better in my opinion, although again, it quickly gets replaced by just purchasing things from the vendors. This even extends...
Okay, interesting. So maybe fishing won't be that helpful. That's kind of disappointing. That's the first big disappointment I think I've heard from this game. Is like fishing and resources is not that helpful. I mean, especially with how much money he has. It seems like it's just you do whatever he's going to teach us later on. Does he teach us it? Nah, he keeps that a secret. That's definitely going to be a video he drops. Damn, what a shame. Jinx, really disappointed with the lack of storage. I wanted to be a collector playthrough where I keep one of everything in your chest at home. Yeah, Yeah, it definitely should be. I imagine that they're gonna add something else. If they have a bank, all they have to literally do is add a sub menu to that. That cannot be hard. That cannot be hard. Skyrim, I like the cooking mechanic. Yeah, I mean the cooking mechanic looked kind of cool. I was excited for cooking, and then making some meals that made it a lot of money. But I guess that's not an element.
To fishing to some extent. Yes, you can use the fishing rods, and you're going to pretty much want to use it kind of like in Monster Hunter. So first you're going to want to let the fish kind of exhaust itself, not reel in anything just yet, just pull in the opposite direction until it's exhausted, and then you want to quickly reel it in, and that's basically the mini game. However, you can more quickly catch fish by literally jumping into water and grabbing it with your own hands. It just goes way quicker.
Oh, really?
So these are just some of the problems that mired an otherwise excellent game that, to be honest, I really think is a solid 2026 Game of the Year contender.
Hey.
For me, this has been an amazing experience despite the shortcomings. Most of the shortcomings, in fact, were because of the sheer size of the game itself. And since we're talking about the size, I even forgot that there are
Okay, Trading Post, he does go over it. All right, let's take a look at this.
many mechanics I didn't even interact with because of the fact that they weren't quite as worth it as they should have been. One example, trading felt lackluster, like there's literally almost no reason to do trading. It feels cumbersome, and your camp generates a lot more funds anyway by the time you even get to enjoy this. So it's something that I completely forgot about, despite the fact that BDO actually had a pretty interesting trading system where you would get your card.
You can't even trade without at least 25 quantity of each trade good, of any trade good.
Get some goods and travel between towns to make some really solid profit.
Oh, so he probably did a whole route where he didn't have 25 of these and he can't trade anything.
And some fun gameplay. You can still try it, but
Oh yeah, it's available as less than the minimum trade quality. Oh, that probably tilted him. He was probably tilted after that. That's probably why he hates this. They did tell reviewers they are working on storage post-launch. Yep, exactly. Yep, can almost guarantee he didn't fish long enough to see, but looting resources and equipment is pretty common in BDO. Yep.
in my opinion, it's much better to steal wagons and bring them at the black market than use the legit way of trading goods with your own one. Also, the same goes with the dice system. It kind of feeds into alchemy. So dice are basically going to be a combination of catching bugs and different plants and then combining them in different ways. But it's all randomized and you don't really find recipes as far as I was aware for them. It's just trial and error. After trying it out for a couple of times, it just got too boring, and I'm probably going to wait for people to discover their own versions and then just copy them from online because I just can't be bothered with it. I do, however, have to give my praises for how alive the world felt as a general, but I was surprised by just how many things happen over time. Like, for example, how the circus comes into town eventually as you progress in the main story, and you can see the whole vibe, even of the starting city shifting around, which is a detail you may not notice if you don't go back there later down the line. All the way to, for example, having a
That city looks huge. Like, that looks like a real city, like a real castle city. That looks awesome.
full-on town rebuild and seeing more citizens move in and kind of just following their own work. Not all citizens have full 24-hour schedules. They seem to be pretty basic, and I believe
Yeah, that's the other thing. I think he mentioned this in the last one, that they don't have too much, that they don't move, they're stay stationary. I mean, with the scope of how many NPCs they have in the game, it makes sense, but it's always something that's kind of sad if they don't have any movement. But what do we got? The Ghost. We got another Ghost in here. Can't wait for tomorrow, man. We're right there with you. That's why we're watching the reviews. Skyrim. What? No, I'm going to steal a wait. What? What? No, I'm going to steal wagon. Of course. Sarcastic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be stealing some carts. Michael, hey, how's it going? That's so cool. I'm guessing you're referring to something else. I'm actually really interested on the die system. I'm really curious what that'll look like. I'm not sure if that's what you were mentioning, but Chunky. So in other words, the guy was speed running through in sections to make a review. Sounds like he's not reliable to me. Yeah, I don't think a lot of this, I think he probably pushed too quickly. What I do know is his combat's pretty good, and I think he did showcase the combat pretty well early on.
that most of the vendors will be out there and about pretty much.
Wow, look at that outfit and that big ass shield. That looks cool. And this just what? This is beautiful.
Much all day long, maybe with the exception of the night vendors. I know that there are some that only spawn or roam during the night, but the major ones are pretty much there all day long. And also some quests can only be triggered during certain parts of the day, and even some of the bounties can only be found at specific hours of the day. So that's another thing to keep into account.
I was really hoping.
Overall, just seeing how many things like move across the map on the roads every time you go there. There are merchants, there are caravans, there are people there, always going to be different when you move in and out. It definitely contributes to making the world feel way more alive than it actually is. Now, there were quite a few random encounters I've noticed as well. Some of them were completely unmarked too, like for example going in and helping some citizens in distress, or getting ambushed for whatever reason. Also when you're in towns and cities.
What is this weapon? Look at that thing. What the hell? That looks pretty cool. And he's on day 82, guys. Look at this. He's on day 82. He's cooking. He's cooking through the days. He probably skipped every night because it was just too slow. It took too long. What's up to Mac? Seems like this reviewer was in a hurry for the embargo or has low attention span and didn't bother to play at normal speed and try to immerse himself. Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't think he played normal speed at all. He went and tried to like speed run this for sure. I definitely agree with that. I know a reviewer mentioned that to dye, you gotta go to the dye shop, usually near water. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, just the speed running. Michael, I like that the circus moves into town. That is cool, especially if it does like maybe a monthly system. I don't know if you guys ever play Stardew Valley. I play it with my partner every once in a while, and she loves it. And it's so cool to like every year you have like a nice sequence. And if they did like a monthly thing, that would be really cool. I'm going red, black, and a little yellow. Yeah, I'm gonna be red and black also. Actually, Skyrim, I love that. No yellow though. Yellow? You're throwing yellow in on with that? You look like a little. Nah, I don't even know. But Ghost is going black. Did you see the Damien looked pretty good in black earlier? I don't know if you saw that. She was looking pretty good. I'm sure someone else was liking that too, huh? Huh, Jinx? Yeah, the black Damien. She was looking pretty good. Who knows? Okay. Kensu wants all the joke weapons. Yeah. The train looks good. It looks pretty cool for sure. Are those days in game days or actual days in real life? Those are in game days. But I think like the game days like 30 minutes or 20 minutes, somewhere between there. I don't remember exactly. But Ring Soul, how we doing? Welcome. There's so many different reviews right now. It's insane. I know. We've got so many to watch. It's actually wild. Scarlet Pirate. Do you know if this game will look better on Xbox or PlayStation? I think PlayStation has better reviews, but there's a sheet somewhere that shows like the requirements and what your outputs are for like what depending on like if you have a PS Pro or an Xbox X series or whatever, it should tell you. But I imagine that PlayStation's gonna be a little bit better. Raja, no news on sailing. I don't think we've seen any sailing. There's too much water on the map. There must be something. Yeah, I hope so. I think it's gonna be a DLC. Yeah, Skyrim. I agree with that.
May see pickpocketers trying to steal money from you, and they will actually persist.
Oh, he's actually using
quite
it
a bit over there. Plus,
I think it's a spear. I think it's a spear.
Much more like that. Some even led to quest lines, so I can definitely say that it contributed to making the world feeling alive. And before I forget, I have to also praise the absolute top tier quality of all the animations and mocap, the way things interact with your character
That's
or
cool.
with the environment or characters with one another. You can literally see how much love and effort has been poured into this game on pretty much every single level. It definitely rivals, and I would say even exceeds, Red Dead Redemption 2 in many such aspects.
Ooh, he's the first to say it beats Red Dead Redemption 2. That's a first.
Even something as simple as interacting with a vendor and it pulling out its dagger and then just like sticking it into the table, you can see the level of quality on that side as well. And since we're on the subject of high level of detail, so much of the world is destructible, like pretty much any wooden structure, and a lot of the building, especially around camps, can be absolutely shattered to
Can you just literally just go around with your dragon and blow up everything? Like, this is crazy.
Pieces, which is what I believe makes the dragon combat so freaking amazing. It really feels satisfying, and it is going to work against mostly enemies. It's prohibited from summoning it around some of the major cities, but I did manage to summon it in friendly territories and still destroy it and get a bounty on my head because of it, or at the very least a flying pop-up happened. But for the most part, it's best used against, you know, any of the blockaded territories where
He's like killing a boss with this, and it has already done 25% health.
enemies reside. You can pretty much wipe out the whole camp in a single fire breath with how strong this thing is. Even against some of these bosses here, you can see that it deals insane amounts of damage in one single breath. There is going to be a cooldown on it, but I believe you can just wait it out like 5-10 minutes and then call it again. But it's so overpowered that it really needs a little bit of balancing, otherwise it just trivializes a whole section of the game. You do get it much later on, so don't worry about it too much.
Wow.
Of course, we can't go over all of this and not cover the Abyss, which is obviously the other part of the game itself, and it's going to be very important. The short story is that you're going to get some very special powers from here, and oftentimes there are secret treasures here too, and also many boss fights. But a lot of it is actually...
The dragon, what do you guys think? Is it overpowered? What do you think? Like, that looked pretty overpowered. But, I mean, that's also what you want from an effing dragon. We want a dragon. I want to ride a real dragon. And this game looks like they actually made that to the correct power that a dragon would be. What do you guys think? I don't know. What have we got? Otherwise, I'm catching up. I wonder if the game over screen is like. Some of us need to get good. Do you lose all your runes like Elden Ring, or do you have to go back to the checkpoint 3000? No, it sounds like you go back to a checkpoint, you get everything that you used during that fight. So even if you did a whole bunch of revives and then you die, you should be good. But you do have to go through the cutscenes, I guess, and that's what some people are complaining about. Jenks, I think it's going to look great even when we mix different shades of colors. Every reviewer, I said, we're doing straight reds and blacks and no shades in between. A lot of Lego colored folks, yeah. Skyrim, yes, some knight armor. What else we got? Chunky, if this beats Red Dead, then yeah, I think this game's going to win Game of the Year. It could. I mean, Red Dead didn't win Game of the Year, though, either. It took some time for people to realize it was a good game, and I imagine that might be the case with this as well. Ghost is going for more of that ninja look. Yeah, exactly. IGN gave Crimson Desert a 6 out of 10, while Highguard took a 7 out of 10, and Concord a 7 out of 10. Oh my God, Spices for Games, you point out one of the funniest things ever. That is hilarious. That is actually hilarious. That is tweet worthy. Did you find that on an X post? That is hilarious. I have not even thought about that comparison. That's crazy. That's actually just nuts. Yeah, that's crazy. The dragon has a big cooldown apparently. Yeah, I wonder if it's enough though. Like, I don't know. Dragon, you get it so late in the game. It should be strong. Yep, exactly. That's the payoff for getting it. Now it makes sense, especially towards the end game. Ringzo, people have talked bad and talked good, and this is honestly just going to confuse the community. I think so, but I think what's going to happen is you're going to have the people who are scared to buy it, and then your friends are going to be like, dude, this game's amazing. You should have bought it on launch. You should have pre-ordered it. Or it will be actually bad, and then we're going to be like, hey, yeah, don't buy it. But I imagine the word of mouth is what's going to spread and make this a really powerful game. Michael, I'm definitely going to go white and blue on Damien. I seriously can't wait. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep. Dude, I was thinking I was going to be able to stay awake all night, but I'm actually fading, and I'm so happy because I'm going to go to sleep, and then I get to wake up. It's going to be so good. Jinx, Rockstar likes to release their games too close to Game Awards, so that's why they're rarely nominated. This is going to be a straight shot for Crimson Desert. Yeah, there's just so much time to build up momentum. Sleep? What sleep? I'm just waiting for the game. Yeah, Skyrim. Just because Cliff didn't say he is, he, him. Dang it. Oh my gosh. That's actually really funny. Oh, man. Hey, Ghost. Thanks, man. I love the videos. I'll keep trying to make good value there. You know what I need to do, actually, team? I need to get the chat on the stream. Like, I need to do that. Because now, like, I'm actually getting so many comments. We can have that on the stream. I didn't want to put it on the stream because it was pretty lame. Or actually, should I? What do you guys think? Should I have comments on the stream so you guys can see what I'm looking at and stuff? Or do you guys like seeing more of the gameplay? I'll actually let you guys tell me what you think is better.
Actually going to be just puzzles. So for me, I skipped the majority of the game doing any of the Abyss stuff only until the late game. And I'm really glad I did, because by that point I was more relaxed, so I wanted to take a step back, and whenever I wanted a chill session, I would go into the Abyss and just do the puzzles there. It's very useful for Abyss cores as well to unlock more skills for all characters. And you pretty much have a whole range of them interconnected to one another. Like, if you finish one Abyss, if you go behind the final structure you unlocked, you're going to notice that it connects and opens up the next Abyss.
Ah, okay, interesting.
To the point that you're going to find a huge chunk of them all across.
That's so cool. So literally, you could just spend your whole time doing puzzles. If you're just a puzzle person, like, let's go do all the puzzles. That's awesome.
The map. I also really appreciated that the Abyss has a lot of depth and personality.
Dude, we're gonna get so lost. We're gonna get so lost in this game. If you can just go do this, you can go do resources, you can go build up your Caveman camp, go kill every boss in the map, just go straight main storyline. Oh, this is gonna be just incredible.
When it comes to everything that you find in it, especially the puzzles are very distinct from one another, offer a very diverse gameplay, so through and through it was a lot more enjoyable experience than I thought. I ended up enjoying this feature a lot more than I thought initially, because in the starting hours I really found it quite dreadful, but it really grows on you, and I definitely recommend going in. There are some really big goodies waiting for you.
Some goodies. He tells us there's some goodies in here. Yeah, that's awesome. That's funny. I wish this came out at midnight instead of 19 hours. Rings out. I'm right there with you, man. I wish it came out earlier. That would be nice. It'd be game day. It's the 19th right now. We can play. At least we're depending on where you are. More gameplay. Okay, Skyrim. Thanks. No comments are fine. We enjoy things as they already are. Cool. Thanks. If we could see both Twitch and YouTube, I think it would be cool. That's actually one of the reasons why I was thinking it. Because I know that the Twitch audience is pretty small and they don't see as much compared to YouTube. So. Which I want to give a shout out to my 6 viewers in Twitch. Thank you for joining the stream. Love having Twitch. I need to build that up. I think you guys are actually helping me get affiliate. I'm not even affiliate on Twitch. Like I put no effort into Twitch, and now I really want to build that up because it sucks. Because I wanted to get the drops. No, I'm not gonna have the drops to give you guys most likely. What time does it drop tomorrow? At 10 p.m. UTC. I don't know where you are, but that's the general time. Sylvester, how we doing? Drops for 6 p.m. for you. Nice. And you like more gameplay as well. Good to go. More gameplay. Good. Okay, everyone's thinking gameplay. All right, I'll keep the comments off. That's great. And Cow saying hi. Hi, Twitchsters. Hi, everyone. But
in any
all right.
case, here is my final
King Ghost, you're heading off. See you, man. Have a good night. I'm almost done too. I'm gonna head off after this one as well.
verdict when it comes to
I really wanted to watch Arcs though. I'm sorry, Kensu. Don't kill me.
strong points, so and so, and obviously the bad. In terms of strong points, insanely fun combat, top tier progression system, very deep environmental interactions, and I really enjoyed the process of building up the Grey main camp. In terms of so and so, it was probably the main story, although more about the second half. Again, I enjoyed that Grey main part, but other playable characters could have had more story depth, plus some of the boss fights were spamming dodges a little bit too much. In terms of the bad and things I would like to see improved, definitely the inventory management is one of the worst offenders, followed by a hard to organize quest tracker with minimal information about which parts of the stories connect with one another, also how you handle blueprints as a whole, and of course progression preventing bugs, and some of the parts I got stuck in, as I've explained in the performance part of the video. But that pretty much concludes this review. Thanks so much for watching, and until next time.
You know, the way that he said this was just not positive as much as I think that he actually loves this game. Like, that just came off so like, nah, somewhere in the middle, but I think he loves it. He said like insanely good combat, insanely good progression, open world, but like really it seemed like he just kind of hit these so much harder. Not a great way to end the review, I'd say. but I'm curious what yeah, I don't know. Great, good video though. Either way, I'm happy to have watched it. I wonder if that's just a European thing too. I gotta be even more critical. All right, everyone. I think that's where we are gonna be kicking it. I'm gonna pivot back to me just for a little bit. Boom. You can see me in my gray mane outfit. I got a red cape though. Obviously, he doesn't have a red cape, but whatever. Yo, it was good. It was a good chat. This review session got me so excited. Obviously, reviewers are gonna play a little neutral because this game isn't like clearly just standing out to everything that they'd want, and so or like everything that casual gamers, like simple newbies are thinking, and so they're scared that if they'll lose some of their audience if they say this amazing game, and then it's too hard for some of their members. So I think there's just a lot of people playing politics in these videos. I really think that's it. So I mean, even like Luke when he said this game is amazing, and Cowboy saying it's absolutely insane, they had to be super critical to also try to make sure that they're not scaring off some of their base. But yeah. Anyways, everyone, I appreciate everyone joining. This has been a crazy stream. We had over like 120 people in YouTube. Like that's insane. I don't even know what the max was. I couldn't. I was trying not to look at it. Honestly, it's crazy. I really do appreciate everyone being a part of this. And tomorrow we get the game, or at least today. It's already today. It's already today, guys. Shit, we're almost there. We're going to be playing, and then I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream there. I'm going to have Red Bull and all kinds of shit lied about, and we're going to go until I literally can't, and then I'm going to be sleeping right over there. I'll pop the camera over. You guys will see me. I'll just be on the floor sleeping there. We'll have a fun little 24-hour stream. Hopefully I'll go longer. Hopefully I don't sleep at all. I don't think I will, to be honest. This game looks so freaking good. But, man, that's it. That's it. We're getting close. Huge shout out to the people who won the giveaway earlier today. I'm going to send you guys an email right now to make sure that you guys get early access. I'll wake up tomorrow, give you guys your codes or however you're getting your stuff, and then Cow will make sure you get hooked up shortly. So that's all we got, everyone. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. Caveman logging out. See you guys.